Hey.
Good morning, Chitty Hoos.
We made it. We're live. Hello, everyone. Wheezy got the belt today. Congratulations, Wheezy.
Good for Wheezy.
Warren's here. Michigan's here. Michigan, good to see you. Drew down in the building. No, he's not. He stinks, Drew. Everybody was right about Buddy Hield. Every single person. Zabo, what's up, man?
Did they win
Steven,
last night?
What's up, bro? No, God, no, they didn't. Of course not.
Oh.
Chris, Adam, what's good? Cousin Pete's here.
Hi, Steven Castaneda.
Cut the shit. What's up, Steven? Did I say hi to Cousin Pete? What's up, Cousin Pete?
Hello,
Thanks for
Cousin
dropping
Pete.
in.
Germs.
Hey, Germs. Chris, hope you're safe down there. Wear a mask. What's up, KC? What's up, Jared? Good morning, good morning.
Casey, the
Norm
Casey
Will,
Tucker
what's
band.
good?
Yep.
Loki Trickster, hello. 20 seconds to showtime.
Kings are now
Man.
a game and a half.
You got Steph Curry
6.
curling off a screen and hoist a fucking 40-footer with 3 seconds left. God. What's up, Jay? All right, hit the like button. It's showtime. All right. I was going to do this later, but we'll just do it now since it's all the rage in the chatty house. Dr. David, good morning. Hello. Wilson, what's up? Good morning. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. We got a ton to get into with the Kings playing the Bucks tonight. The NFL first round of the NFL playoffs finally wrapped up yesterday. We got to talk a little bit about De'Aaron Fox. But before we get into anything else, including the news that Malik Monk is out tonight, Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee reported that this morning. Monk was at shoot around in sweats and slippers.
Yeah, sweats and slippers.
Which is a good indicator that he's out. But then Chris reported that Malik is not playing tonight. He was questionable on the last injury report we saw with a groin or a groin injury, and he will be out tonight. And I want to get into that. But I just need to say again, because on this show, we're about accountability. I cannot stand sports talk shows where the host says something wrong and then just glosses over it.
Okay.
No reflection, no like, hey, I was wrong about this thing. Let's talk about why. Because for me, that's the most interesting stuff. I don't care that Nick Wright can rip off a hot take. I want to know what Nick Wright thinks when he's wrong.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I was wrong. Whatever. It's like, I'll do that sometimes. If somebody says, hey, are the Kings going to win tonight? Yeah. Like, sure. I think they're going to win tonight. And then they don't. It's like, oh, well, 82 games. You're not going to predict them all right. If I could, I'd make a lot of money.
That's right.
If I could predict every single NBA game, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys.
Amen.
To be frank. So, no. I was wrong. You all, anyone listening to this program, you, James, Damian, Kenny, Jesse, everybody in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Everybody who interacts with me on Twitter.
Okay.
Everybody listening on the radio right now. Anybody who's called the program at the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. You were all correct. And I was wrong about Buddy Hield.
Oh.
That dude sucks. He's a losing player. I don't want him on my team anymore. I'm done with him. Down 3 to the Raptors, which, first of all, come on. Down 3 to the Raptors, closing seconds, Steph Curry curling off a screen, and Buddy, from the logo,
I got this.
with a hand in his face, launches up an air ball with the greatest shooter of all time, curling off his... He's going to catch, he's going to fire above the break, he's going to have a look. Buddy's like, I got this. It's Buddy Hield time. And the worst part is, Steve Kerr after the game is like, yeah, I'd draw it up for him again. He's a great shooter.
Erroneous.
Cool, man. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that this is where we're all at. You were all right. I was wrong. Salute. I'm in the Buddy Hield stinks camp now.
I have so many conversations with coaches during his time in Sacramento, and there are so many things that he does right. And he's a very, very fun dude. He's always got energy, all that stuff. But there was a game that sticks out so much. The Kings were up 6 with like 90 seconds left, and Buddy got the ball in transition on the right wing and hoisted from like 29 feet.
I mean,
with 21 seconds on the shot clock when the Kings were up 6 with 90 seconds left. And you just threw your hands up and said, you know what? I can't fix that.
Right. That's that.
I can't fix that.
Correct. That's what it is. He will inevitably be put in situations where, and this is what everybody said, like there's gonna be half a dozen times in a year where he just does the worst possible thing in a situation that is just a backbreaking play.
Yeah, no situational awareness at
Nothing.
all. At
All-time great shooter. There
Yeah.
are not that many people who have ever laced up sneakers in the NBA who can shoot the ball like Buddy Hield.
And a crazy hard worker. He shoots the ball so well because he works on his craft.
Yes.
He is a very, very hard worker.
Yes. He is not a winning player. You need him to go stand in the corner, and the only time he puts the ball up is when the ball comes to him. Fine. But man, just like, okay, I get it now. Like it's been leaning that way, but I'm like, yeah, okay, well, he's ice cold right now, so of course everything looks bad. Nope, that guy stinks. You were all right. I was wrong.
Hey, I was wrong too. I was wrong. I thought Minnesota would show up. I thought Sam Darnold would play for his paycheck and make good. And that's not at all what happened.
It's a fantastic transition by you.
That's not at all what happened, Kyle.
Was last night more about the Rams being good or the Vikings being bad?
I think it's more about the Vikings being bad. I know you might have a different take on that.
Sure.
I didn't think the Rams were good before the season. I thought they were marginal throughout most of the year. They had some moments. They were banged up a lot early with the receivers going down early and all that stuff. But I mean, I'm surprised that they're into the second round of the playoffs because I just thought that anyone out of the NFC West was going to get manhandled in the first round because not only did that team not like separate themselves, but they didn't separate themselves from a bunch of bad teams.
Sure. I feel like the Rams did separate themselves, though. They played really well down the stretch. They just got into that hole early that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Because when you lose Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, it gets a lot harder to do offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just kind of what they struggled with throughout the year. But man, you go watch how much they competed in Detroit. And then they were the Vikings lost 3 games all year. One of them was to the Rams. The other 2 were to the Lions. Like the Rams by the end of the year were playing really good football. And you saw it last night. Matthew Stafford, when he's dialed, is one of the very best quarterbacks in the sport. I know that nobody believes that because he was with Detroit for so long and they're perennial losers. And if you can't get it done in the playoffs, you're obviously not good. Justin Herbert's going through this right now. But when Matthew Stafford's dialed, there's just not that many quarterbacks who are better than him. And he was so dialed last night. I had him in underdog. I had him in my lineup to throw an interception. He didn't even come close. They had an answer for everything the Vikings defense was doing. Sean McVay and that coaching staff are awesome. The way they've rebuilt their defense, which was really the story of the night, their defensive line just in one offseason just got dramatically better.
Oh, yeah.
And that group started playing because it's all very young. That entire defense is super young. Of course, they're going to struggle a little bit out the gate. That's what happens with rookies. But they're all kind of locking in at the same time. And I don't necessarily think they're going to go in and beat Philadelphia. It wouldn't shock me. But I don't know that I'm going to pick them. I haven't looked at that game close enough yet. But I picked the Rams to win. I did not think they would dominate the game like that. And we'll talk about Sam Darnold because that's the other big storyline. But if you had told me, I wouldn't think there's any chance the Rams could go into Philly and win. But then you watch the way they dominated that game last night. And it wasn't even like, wow, look how unbelievably impressive the Rams are. They're a buzzsaw. They just kind of took over that game. They put it in a stranglehold early. They started salting away the clock like midway through the third quarter. They knew they didn't have to do anything. They just sat on the ball and won by 18.
Yeah, I've also, like, over the last 2 years, when Kyron Williams plays, they're, like, almost unbeatable. Like, he has been, like, a very, very important piece to what they're doing. When they run the ball and take some of the pressure off of Stafford, they are a very good team. They have great wide receivers. I mean, those are two of the best in the game, even though Cooper Kupp is clearly aging. But, you know, Puka is incredible. And they've got good guys all around him. So I'm not, like, completely shocked they beat the Vikings, because I think we all thought that there was a possibility for Sam Darnold to just flat out turn into a pumpkin,
which he did.
He did. He totally turned into a pumpkin.
Here's my and I've seen this in the chatty house, and this was all the discussion last night, was Sam Darnold lost so much money. And I don't know that that's necessarily true, because if you're in the market for a free agent quarterback, you know about what the going rate is going to be for somebody who just went 14-3. But I do think for me, my personal view on his season changed a lot, because it's really, I don't want to say it's easy. It's different. It is a different level to go dominate a regular season. I don't think it's a coincidence that in the two biggest games of the year, the two biggest games of his life, the Vikings offensive line struggled for sure. Like, dude, I don't want this to all be on Sam Darnold. The Vikings as a whole did not play well last night.
Yeah, the strip six was not. I didn't think that was his fault.
No, I mean,
he just got crushed.
Neither. Yeah, but what did he take? 7 sacks last night?
Something like that.
8 sacks last night. There were several of them, and then this happened in the Lions game too, where he was just not throwing the ball. The throws were there. The outs were there to get rid of the football and not take a hit, not get sacked, and he would not pull the trigger. He'd get to the top of his drop and you'd see him hesitate. We saw Brock Purdy do this a bunch this year too, where he'd get to the top of his drop and he'd kind of hesitate, and then he'd creep up in the pocket and he'd try and escape out. And that's where the offensive line becomes a problem, because there's no pocket to step into. There's no escape valve, because the offensive line is just getting its ass kicked. But I thought of the sacks last night that he took,
9 for 82.
So he took 82.
Yes.
82 yards lost.
Yes.
In sacks is crazy. But no, I bet of those 9, I haven't gone back and watched the film on all of them. I would guess 5 of them were because he just held the ball too long.
Yeah.
Which was the problem in week 18 too.
When they came out in the third quarter, and right away he got popped, but he threw a laser that was caught. I think it was like a 23-yard gain or 26-yard gain right away into traffic, hits a wide receiver, crumples up, holds onto the ball. Then they couldn't move the ball once they got that first, and they punted on 4th and 5. And I'm like, at this point, you don't have, why are you punting now? The game is over right now. You punt the ball away, it's over.
The way the Vikings turtled up last night was embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to write them off entirely. Like, I'm not just going to go into a year like a Mike McCarthy team. I go into the year going, that's just not a Super Bowl team. Maybe they make the playoffs. I don't trust Mike McCarthy to win 3 or 4 playoff games. And a Super Bowl. I'm not going to put Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings in that bucket yet. But you're down 18 in a playoff game. Your season's on the line. You're going hurry up until the clock hits 0. You're pushing the ball down the field. You're doing whatever you can to try and figure out a way to win this game. Maybe break a long touchdown. Maybe get an onside kick. Maybe there are so many things that can just happen. And the way they ran the ball, took their time getting to the line, just the lack of urgency, to me, was a sign that the players, the coaching staff, they all laid down and quit.
Yeah.
And that is deeply concerning to me. The second it got difficult for the Vikings, they went, well, we're done. This 14-3 team, most wins ever by a wild card team. We're going to redo the playoff structure because it's not right that the Vikings have to go on the road after winning 14 games. All right, fine. But then for them to go lay down and quit the second it got a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
That makes me look at them differently.
Well, that at a neutral site. It wasn't even in LA.
It was loud as hell for the Vikings in there.
Yeah.
That was at minimum 50-50. I think on the broadcast they said it was expected to be 51% Vikings fans. But yeah, about 50-50. It's not like they went into Arrowhead It's not like they went into Green Bay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They
Here's a crazy stat too.
Man.
They gave up 9 sacks. Of the 9 sacks, 8 different players had at least a half sack.
Oh my God.
It wasn't one guy. They had 2 players with a sack and a half each. But those half sacks came from other players, like just everybody on the team.
Yep.
I didn't even know they had like 8 guys that could get to the quarterback.
No.
I mean, that's just crazy.
When your defense is clicking, it just doesn't matter.
Well, the Vikings are supposed to be that team. They're the blitzing team. They're the team that puts the pressure on the quarterback from all the different angles. They got to Stafford twice. And we're talking Matthew Stafford. We're not talking like the dude is basically Dan Marino.
He gets to his spot and stands there.
Yeah.
I think they ran a draw with him once, or it might have just been a play that broke down. It felt like it took him a year and a half to get back to the line of scrimmage. It's like, oh my God,
reaching the ball out.
Move your feet.
I can do it.
Nah, man. I not that I was. I mean, I don't care who wins necessarily. I was just so disappointed in the way the Vikings played that game, especially after getting your teeth kicked in week 18. And that was my concern. I said it going into week 18, Vikings Lions. I was like, the loser of this game is going to have a wake up call in the wild card round, because they go from, man, if we win, we get a bye and we get this time off and we're the number 1 seed and we got home field throughout. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, you got a game next week. You're going to be on a plane and you're going to LA or Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that shell shock to me was, I don't know that the Vikings recovered from getting blown out the way they did in week 18. And that's a problem. That is a leadership issue. And the Vikings are on gotta see it watch for me moving forward now, because that was embarrassing last night. What happened to them?
Totally. And I would tell you too, like, I don't think that Sam Darnold, I think Sam Darnold will still be able to go out and get a starting quarterback job this year. Like whether it's the Raiders, I mean, there are plenty of teams that are looking for a quarterback that, threw for over 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns. And he's only 27. So you can lock him up long-term and he can be your guy. Right. But I think specifically he took one team off the board last night, and that was the Vikings. His team is the one he took off the board.
Interesting.
And
why do you say that?
Because I think that they already have J.J. McCarthy ready to start. But I think if you went into that game and he just goes crazy and leads you to a victory, and then he gets to the next round and goes crazy and leads you to a victory, and you make it to the NFC title game, Sam Darnold's your guy. And you start looking at, like, can we get a second and a third for McCarthy? That's what I would be looking at if I'm them.
Sure.
But that's off the table now.
Yeah, like, he made the decision very easy.
Yeah, he did.
Eyes.
Yeah.
And it's, I kind of wonder, the whole discussion was Sam Darnold lost all this money last night. Let's just go through this. Teams that need a quarterback. Off the table: Detroit, Philly, Tampa Bay, Washington, Green Bay. Those are the playoff teams. They're not signing Sam Darnold. Seattle?
I don't think so.
No. Atlanta? No. Arizona? No. Dallas? No. San Francisco? No. Chicago? No. Carolina? Now probably not. New Orleans can't. They are in salary cap hell.
Yeah, unless he wants to play for free.
And then you've got the New York Football Giants.
Oh. Okay,
Maybe if they think Sam Darnold is the answer to their prayers, but I don't think that the New York Giants are going to want to spend a draft pick, or not a draft pick, but spend a bunch of money on Sam Darnold when they're at stage 1 of a rebuild.
Yeah.
But okay, that's one. Let's put down the New York Giants. Let's go to the AFC now. Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Houston, Chargers, and Denver are all no's.
Yep.
The Steelers are an interesting team. We'll put the Steelers in the QB bucket.
Okay.
Cincinnati, no. Indianapolis,
no.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Miami, no. The Jets?
Well, Miami is a maybe because Tua could retire.
I doubt it. But if he does, sure.
Okay. The Jets, yes.
The Jets need a quarterback, but I don't know that they want to go back to the Sam Darnold well, but let's put him there. That's 3 teams.
Okay.
Right?
I think so.
Jacksonville, no. New England, no. Raiders, yes. Cleveland, probably not.
Cleveland's probably drafting a quarterback.
Yeah, Cleveland's probably drafting somebody. Tennessee's probably drafting. But at maximum,
Tennessee.
there's like 5 teams.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with Sam Darnold is the whole conversation we have with Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
He was awesome this year, but look at the situation he was in. Kevin O'Connell is a very good offensive coach. You have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson came back this year. Aaron Jones, an outstanding defense. And he had the best year of his career and then turned into a pumpkin when the lights got bright.
Yep.
If I'm Tennessee, if I'm Cleveland, if I'm the Giants, if I'm the Jets, I'm out. If I'm the Raiders, I'm out. I'm not going to go spend $30+ million on this guy.
I think you can still get him for, I think that's probably the range he's in is now. It's 30. Mm-hmm. He's well below that. The starting quarterback in the NFL is $30 million. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. So, but that's where he's at. He's at the bottom of a huge list, and his stats say that's not where he should be. Mm-hmm. But it is, he created what just happened here. He's in the Derek Carr phase of, the pool that you're looking at, right? Mm-hmm. And so, that's kind of where I would put him.
Teams are going to have to decide whether the sample size of Sam Darnold prior to this year or the sample size of this year, is what we saw this year, was that growth where, this is something to build on? Or was this smoke and mirrors created by a perfect situation and whoever's paying for him is paying for fool's gold?
That's tough.
I'm fascinated to see how this goes. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't know that he lost money last night. I think there was a chance for him to move up, and I don't think he was able, if he had won playoff games.
Yeah, and I think he closed a few doors. Yeah. I do think he closed a few doors. Some teams are like, hey, we don't get to the playoffs, so it's okay. We would rather go with a quarterback that could at least try to get us to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. What happens once we get to the playoffs is a whole other story. Sure. But let's worry about that 2 years down the road. Mm-hmm. So I think he's in that phase.
Yeah. Interested to see what happens with Sam Darnold after the Vikings lose to the Rams 27-9. The Rams now go to Philly, and the Lions play the Commanders. That is that's in the NFC. And then in the AFC, of course, we will have the Texans and the Chiefs. And then we got Bills Ravens. Can't wait to dive into those games a little bit later in the week. If you missed it earlier, well, first of all, that's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Let's shift gears and talk about the Kings. A little more pertinent to our interests. Malik Monk out tonight. Mm-hmm. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee reporting that this morning. I'm really, speaking of things I'm interested to see, we always talk about how the Kings can withstand, if De'Aaron Fox goes down or DeMar DeRozan goes down or whatever, they can withstand those losses. I think just personnel wise, they can overcome the absence of Malik Monk. You have scorers, you have lead guards, you're fine. Mm-hmm. What I don't know is if missing him on the court and the tone that he sets and missing him emotionally on the floor is going to have an impact. And I genuinely don't know. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
But do we get a game tonight with Malik Monk out where we come in tomorrow going, man, they came out kind of flat. They look, because you talked about it yesterday. Is Malik a little bit out of control early in games, specifically in that game against Chicago? Like, yeah, a little bit. But he's setting a tone. He's setting a pace. And he's letting everybody on the court know this is what this game is going to be tonight.
Yep.
Follow me. Let's go. Mm-hmm. If you can't keep up, get out of here. We'll get somebody else who can. I'm interested to see if that tone gets set tonight.
Yeah, look, the Kings have struggled without him. They were 2-5 last season with that. Earlier this season when he sat out games. Mm-hmm. And last season we know how the season ended with him, missing games. Let me just quickly. I see they finished 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-5 to finish the season.
That's last year.
Last season without him. And then they also lost a previous game that he missed earlier in the year as well. So 4-6 without him. That's not a good thing. I mean, we know what the energy and everything that he brings to the court. I totally get it. Um, I don't know, like, if you have to produce it and you need to figure out a way to get that energy. And if that's, again, Keon Ellis is going to slide right into the starting lineup tonight. There's no question about that.
Yep.
But can Devin Carter, can he bring that?
Sure.
Can he bring that sort of, I don't know, that energy and that power to the game that Malik brings?
Yeah.
And
That force.
Yeah. And I don't know if he can, because he's such a tempo setter. And I think that that's what the Kings lack. When he's out, they just don't have that extra, the thing that makes you change pace. And I'm interested to see, especially against a Milwaukee team that's playing a lot better, but they're also shorthanded. They're going to be missing a few players as well. But like, look, that's it. Malik is super important, and I think everybody understands that over the course of the last couple of years, that he's one of those players that there's something different about him, and there's no way to like sort of quantify what it is, except for to look at the win-loss record without him. And the fact is, like, the Kings need him as much as they need any player on that team.
Sure.
I think we always say, like, there's more value in Domantas Sabonis because it's just so difficult to replace what he brings as like a central hub. And then Keegan Murray, you don't have the length and athleticism of a guy like that. But Malik brings the joy.
Yeah, he's very unique.
Yeah.
It's like intangible almost.
Yeah.
Like he's a good player, not trying to say he's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that intangible just factor that he adds. And I don't know who brings that now. I don't know that there's another player who can.
Yep.
It's just a matter of how do you make up for it? How do you where do you find that spark without him? And this is where the Kings guard depth, and this is why last year they go 4-5 without Malik Monk, and that's why it was such a big deal to bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan, because if Malik Monk's out, okay, now you've got that secondary ball. Now you've got that secondary score. So like basketball wise, I think it's fine. Like from a just schematic standpoint, from a what do the lineups look like standpoint, I don't fear that they have the depth to make up for that loss. It's just the emotional edge.
Yeah, well, that I do like the idea of Keon Ellis picking up Damian Lillard full court the entire game.
Yeah,
like that's a better matchup for you, just because Keon's a better defender, but you lose so many other things. So yeah, it's going to be difficult, but hey, that's what coaching is about.
Yeah. So we'll continue talking about this. The Kings are at the Milwaukee Bucks tonight, looking to close out their 3-game road trip. We'll be talking about that next. The De'Aaron Fox trade stuff won't go away. It's just kind of lingering, and I thought it might go away once Mike Brown got let go. Actually, I thought it would ramp up once Mike Brown got let go. I would have thought it went away when they started winning. It has not, so we'll talk about that as well. But before we do any of that, I need to hear from you, James, about our good friends at Jiffy Lube who sponsor this program.
Oh, yeah. We do have a live redo, don't we?
Yeah, no, we do. We're going to do that. We're going to do that right now, and then I'm going to push the button that plays the commercials.
That's right. It's a new year to keep your vehicle running smoothly, and my friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing new year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil with online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com today, find a location near you, and get that $33 off synthetic oil change coupon. Now valid until January 31st, up to 5 quarts of full synthetic motor oil. Most vehicles are covered. Specialty and diesel vehicles can be an extra charge. Must show coupon for discount. Happy New Year from Jiffy Lube, our friends over at Jiffy Lube.
Can the Kings make it 8 straight wins? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Sorry, I forgot we had a read at the end.
I was trying to vamp so you could.
Yeah. The oil, Drew Down. The oil, the Warriors just need a quick oil change. Everything is totally fine. That's it. This is a good question. They've got to have some sort of Ant-Man's. They have to have some sort of, like, I don't know, like data on this that they don't like it. I don't get it. I think when they first started playing together, we saw a bunch of pick and rolls with Sabonis and Fox. But they typically, Malik is like usually he's either number 1 or number 2 in guard pick and roll play in the league. He's absolutely spectacular at hitting the roll man. When you try to run the pick and roll with Fox and Sabonis, it's different because they're both left-handed. So that's part of it, I believe, where, again, Malik likes to roll down the right side. And then when he drops a pocket pass to Sabonis, it usually goes to his dominant hand where he goes right up with the ball. So that's part of it. But I think there's also, like, if you got them on the left side and you started playing the pick and roll a little differently, where you gave Sabonis more of an option to roll himself with the ball, that's where I think it would come in handy. Let me see. Well, let's go to this from Jay. What's up, Jay? It seems like Doug has gone away from Len as a backup. Do you think it really highlights the need for a true backup center for this team, or small ball with Lyles the path forward? It's complicated. I do think that Doug has gone away from Alex Len. He was trying to set the defensive tempo, I believe, with Alex Len. But Trey has been able to handle himself as the small ball 5. And the fact is that most teams in the NBA don't have a 7-foot like backup center. Like, really, they don't. So you don't always need somebody out there that's full 7 feet tall. But where Alex comes in handy is if you go to the bench and there is a team that just starts attacking the rim. That's where you got to go put Alex Len in. And because Trey's just not a natural shot blocker. He's not horrible at shot blocking. He's just not a true shot blocking option. And he's undersized for a 5. So anyway, Alex, for whatever, he just has not been able to get into the flow at all. Oh.
All right, let's get into it. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Sacramento Kings taking on the Milwaukee Bucks, looking to make it 8 wins in a row. We were talking about this a little bit while we were getting ready for the show.
Mm-hmm.
And this, if you really sit down and like really think about it, it makes sense. But at the same time, it's shocking. If the Kings win tonight, it'll be their 8th consecutive victory. They'll close out this 3-game road trip where we went, man, you got to go 2-1. They'll close it out 3-0.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, they're already cooking. I don't want to say they'll really be cooking. They'll just continue cooking. She said, hey, when's the last time they won 8 in a row? You knew they won 7 in a row in the 22-23 season, but when's the last time they got 8? So I jumped on StatHead. Salute to the homies over at StatHead. It's a great resource. The last time the Kings won 8 games in a row was November 14th, 2003 to November 30th, 2003.
Okay, so November 14th. Is that what you said?
to November 30th of 2003.
That's wild.
If you were born, that streak got snapped December 5th, 2003.
Okay.
They lost in overtime to the Timberwolves. Sam Cassell, Kevin Garnett, and Latrell Sprewell combined for 96 of their 112 points, which is bananas. But anyways, if you were born on that day,
okay,
you turned 21 on December 5th, 2004, and have never seen the Kings win 8 or more games in a row.
Okay, so
that's insane.
Just so you know, I do happen to have a 21-year-old, Kyle, who was born on May 8th, 2003, the day that Chris Webber blew out his knee in the playoffs.
Oof. Well, that's right, because you watched in the hospital.
I did.
On the hospital TV.
The little tiny hospital TV in the corner, the little 13-inch tube TV in the corner, pre-flat screen.
Had knobs.
Yes, it was.
No remote.
Maybe it had a remote, or maybe I had to call for someone to change the channel. That's possible. Yeah, so my son can now walk into a bar and drink and has never seen. I mean, he saw that as an infant. He's never actually seen experienced the 8-game winning streak in the way that one does.
It makes sense because the futility was so expansive for the Kings. But not one time did they get on a heater against like a bad stretch of teams, or a couple teams had their best players out and they just fell into 8 wins.
They were the bad team that other teams got,
but like
expanded their win streaks.
Early in the 03-04 season, like that was a really good team.
Well, they were good until 06.
Right.
Yeah, the 06 team, the 05-06 team is one that recovered from like a huge deficit. And after the Peja Stojakovic Ron Artest trade,
that 03-04 team won 8 in a row, and we're just killing teams. 30-point win, 2-point win, 8 points, 30. How many is that? 11, 20, 31. Nope, 29. Sorry, 13. They're smoking fools. So they win 8 in a row. They lose 1, win 4, lose 1, win 4, lose 2, win 4, lose 1, win 5.
Yeah, that was a good team.
Good little squad.
That's the team that realistically, after they lose the 2002 Western Conference Finals and get
Which
completely
they get it stolen.
Yeah, they get it. They completely jobbed in that series. But the next year is a year where they trade for Brad Miller because Chris Webber's going to be out long term, and we didn't know he needed microfracture surgery initially, but then he ends up being out almost the entire season. Comes back the final 23 games and just wasn't. He was a shell of himself at that point, and trying to get back. And the Kings tried to do him a solid by hoping that he could get back going. But the team that he came back to, they won a ton of games. Where they win like 64.
The
something
03
crazy.
14?
Yeah.
They went 55-27.
Oh, I thought they were better. The 03-04. Wow.
55-27.
Either way, they were a great team, and that's the team that you thought could have made like major waves, and they just weren't able to figure it out once Weber came back.
Man,
a long time ago.
They lost. You think you said it earlier? They lost to that same Timberwolves team in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's if I'm not mistaken. Is that the Anthony Pillar play where he gets tossed?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I was very small during this time.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we at? Milwaukee, Kings, Bucks. I got so deep into the Kings 8-game win streak there. Franchise Sacramento era record is 12. So they won 8 straight during the 99-2000 season. They won 12 straight during the 01-02 season. They won 11 straight during the 01-02 season. Wow, that's crazy. They had 12 and 11 game winning streaks in the 01-02 year. And then the 8-gamer in the 03-04 season. So we're bordering on unprecedented grounds for the last 2 decades.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting Doug Christie was on those teams.
Yeah. Don't know if it's a coincidence. Milwaukee, though, Kings' opponent tonight.
Yep.
They're now 20-17. They started 2-8.
Well, that's good.
They've gone 18-9 since their rough start. Would you take 18-9 for the Kings right now? After a rough start, you tell them, hey, with Doug Christie, you can go 18-9. They're already 7-1.
From right here, like to continue on? Oh, yeah. Especially with that 6-game road trip coming up. And
that'd put you at 31-27 through 58 games.
Okay.
And trending up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, at this point, you want to get greedy. You want to get greedy? Yeah. I
So
mean, you're
18, what is that? Hang on.
you're
real
2-0
quick.
on the road
That
trip.
makes you 11-8 in your next 19.
No, I wouldn't take that.
No, I think you can be better. I think you can be better than 18. I'm not taking the 18-9 through 27.
Okay.
But
I'd take 18-9 going forward to where you got to 10 games over 500.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, I was trying to compare the turnarounds. The Kings have had this dramatic turnaround. Bucks had a dramatic turnaround. But Milwaukee playing better basketball now. No Chris Middleton tonight. We'll look at the injury report here in a second. Kings starters, we've got De'Aaron Fox, no Malik Monk, so Keon Ellis is going to start, presumably. DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis for the Bucks. And this is where I would like to ask you a question about them.
Okay.
Looking like Damian Lillard, Andre Jackson, Taurean Prince, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Brook Lopez is their starting five. Malik Monk out for the Kings. Chris Middleton is ruled out for the Bucks. Gary Trent Jr. with a hip injury, he is questionable. Ryan Rollins, Warriors legend, is questionable with an illness, and then Giannis, he has a knee thing, he's probable.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think the Kings go about trying to deal with the size in the Bucks starting front court?
Okay, so here's kind of the crazy thing, because Taurean Prince isn't very big.
No.
So I'm okay with that matchup there, and I'm just gonna say, all right, DeMar, that's your guy, right? So Taurean Prince. Yeah, Taurean Prince is primarily a 3-point shooter. Just don't sag off of him. Giannis is trouble. But also, like Brook Lopez, he's so unique in the way that he hits the 3-ball. And the fact that you cannot stop him from shooting the 3-ball. I mean, at 7'2" or whatever he is, and he shoots the ball really, really high. He doesn't leave his feet when he does it, but I think that's one of those matchups you can kind of take advantage of. And it's also a matchup where, like, look, Sabonis is going to have another night where he could have 15, 18 rebounds. Mm-hmm. This is not a team that Giannis is a very good rebounder, but again, he's a guy who, position rebounds and crashes a lot. Mm-hmm. So I think Keegan Murray's up against it. He's going to face one of the most difficult players in the league to defend, and it's something that Keegan's used to. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, you cannot let him get ahead of steam. No. And then you've got to wall him off. So make him be a jump shooter, and that's one of the more difficult things to do. But he's just unique, man. It's almost like last season watching Zion just run over the Kings and get to the left side of the rim every single time. Giannis, like, you give him any space and he takes a long stride and you're completely shot.
Yeah.
So
there's certain things you're just not going to do about it.
Yeah. I do not want to. The one thing I don't want to see is DeMar DeRozan try to step in and draw a charge. He's done it twice in the last 3 games. Mm-hmm. At 35, first of all,
brother, let him have the basket.
I don't think he ever has taken a legitimate charge in his career.
Yeah.
But what he's done the last 2 times he's attempted it, mm-hmm. That's not how you draw a charge.
Yeah.
He just he gets in there and then he's like, oh, hands up, and falls back.
Yeah, you can't do that.
This isn't a trust fall situation, bro. You either got to take the charge or you got to get out of the way. And for me, get out of the way or get there early and make sure that a guy doesn't try to come in and run over you. If you do your work early, that would help the situation. But
I kind of wonder if it's one of those games where you just concede whatever points Giannis is going to score and just turn the faucets off everywhere else.
Well, that's what you have to do. You have to pick up Damian Lillard full court.
Yeah,
that's it. You've got to do not let him start getting hot from 35 feet out.
You can survive if Giannis has 50, if Dame has 17, and Taurean Prince has 3, and Brook Lopez has 6.
Yeah,
that's where that's kind of what I'm talking about. Just lock up everything else and Giannis, he's gonna get his. Mm-hmm. You start getting into trouble when you start, and we'll get into this with keys to the game, but when you start fouling him and
he's just so incredibly unique.
Tough,
yeah, it's just one of the most unique players the NBA has ever seen. And
when they come to Golden One, get out to the game. If you go to one game this year, go watch Giannis in person.
Oh yeah,
it is just different, dude. He's insane.
Yeah,
you don't get the scope of how tall
his legs are up here.
He is so massive.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Just moves like a point guard. I hate it.
It's absolutely crazy.
Giannis and Domas is my matchup of the game.
Okay. I would say, to be honest, Brook Lopez and Domas is going to be a good matchup because Brook Lopez doesn't move, and he's still a great shot blocker.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one of those guys that Domas does struggle with if he tries to go inside.
Mm.
Like if Domas brings him outside and then gets him caught in actions like the
Sure.
a 2-man game or whatever, that's where you're really going to miss Monk in
Yeah.
this game
For sure.
So that, and Domas needs to shoot the 3-ball just like Lopez will.
Yep, definitely. All right, James is there. I'm Kyle. The Kings looking to make it 8 wins in a row tonight against the Bucks in Milwaukee. They'll aim to close out a 3-0 road trip as well. We'll have keys to victory coming up here in a bit on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. I thought the De'Aaron Fox trade stuff was going to go away when the Kings started winning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still just kind of out there. And I want to get into I want to talk about the De'Aaron Fox trade stuff in a couple of different layers. And the first one is, why do you think this keeps coming up?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because, I mean, clearly we're getting closer to the deadline. So a lot of websites like to do or a lot of shows like to do the whole, what's going to happen. Let's start predicting like who's available.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of people are just like right away going to say, well, De'Aaron Fox is probably available because his agent is Rich Paul and is going to push and try to get him out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything is going to happen right now. Like between now and February 6th, February 8th, even if De'Aaron Fox went to the Kings right now and said, hey, I want out now, I don't think it's going to happen. Because this summer there will be more available to trade, and he will still have a year left, and he will still be a max extension eligible player if he gets traded this summer.
Right.
So my first instinct is like there's a lot of noise, but there's a lot of noise because somebody wants to put a picture of De'Aaron Fox on the front of their like 5 trades that could go down this summer. They could go down between now and February 6th.
Right. He's the as a blogger. Let me tell you, if there's a player you think is going to get engagement for your website, you're going to include that player in headlines, in trades, in graphics, whatever you need to do.
Yep.
And when you start talking stars who are available, he's the only like all NBA level player, all-star level player who's not over 30.
Well, he's not 35.
Right. Who's not Jimmy Butler. Cam Johnson's almost 30, but Cam Johnson, not an all-star, not an all-NBA guy.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty rare that players as good as De'Aaron Fox might possibly be available. So when you're trying to write at an NBA website, you're not going to be like, Cam Johnson and Denny Avdia and just
even the
bunch
Kyle
of random
Kuzma stuff.
Kyle Kuzma, Robert Williams. Like, okay, those are names that might come up, but De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think you're right. I think that's part of the reason, because it was the Mike Brown stuff happens. They lose a bunch of games.
Yep.
De'Aaron Fox goes on a bunch of podcasts, or at least on one podcast. Rich Paul meets with the Kings.
Then they lost a bunch more games.
Yep. Then Mike Brown gets fired, and then it somehow gets into the ether that it's De'Aaron Fox's fault that Mike Brown got fired.
Even though it's not.
And right. And it looks like the sky is falling, and it was like, obviously they're going to move him.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if they were 1-7 under Doug, maybe that'd be the case. Maybe he would say, like, I want out right now. I'm not wasting a full year here. I want out now. Maybe, but they're 7-1.
Even if he says that, though, it's still as a franchise, it's on you to do what's best for the franchise.
Yeah.
And what's best for the franchise. This is why, we always hear the rumors of like where he could go, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like the team that I'm going to keep centering all of my thoughts on is the Houston Rockets.
More on that in a bit. Go on.
Yeah, but that's the team. And the Houston Rockets, you get to this summer, they have more available than they have available today. Mm-hmm. So first of all, as soon as you get to July 1st, like if you wait until July 1st, now you have an extra draft pick. So now we're not talking about the 2025 through the 2031 draft. Now you're talking about the 32 draft as well. So every team gets that access to another draft pick. But more than that, a team like the Rockets extended a player like Jalen Green. And now I think you can trade him, But to trade him, it's so incredibly complex because he's a base year compensation player, which used to be a big thing that people talked about, and it's not anymore. So he's still playing out the final year of his rookie scale contract, but he's about to start a new contract, right? So you don't just get to trade for the cheap contract. You have to trade for a combination of the contract.
This was like when the Warriors traded Jordan Poole and his extension hadn't kicked in yet.
Exactly. Okay. So what happens is you have to take back more than you send out. And then because the Kings are up against the luxury tax and they're hard capped at the first apron, you're not able to work a deal in which you could possibly bring him in. So look, I think that this summer there will be more discussions. Whether the Kings win or not is going to play a lot into this. And I think that's what the Kings are faced with right now. How do we win enough games so De'Aaron Fox doesn't ask out? How do we make this the place that he wants to sign the extension? And so far they're doing it. They didn't do it through the first 31 games. And I'm not throwing shade at Mike. I don't put all the blame on this situation where the Kings are at right now on Mike. The fact that Doug stepped in and this team has taken a huge leap forward, it's a different voice in the room. It's a different, atmosphere. Like, certain players are playing better, certain players aren't. It is just like this happens. Like the dynamic changed, and it's worked out. But at the same time, that first 31 games, it got dark.
It was bad.
Yeah, and not only that, but it was dark through like the first 25. And then we start having these conversations of 23, 24 games in is when they start having the conversations with Rich Paul coming in and saying, hey, we need to get more talent here. What's going on? And then the team just hits the skids. So like, I'm not going to blame Rich Paul in that conversation for where the Kings went after that. But I'm also going to say like a lot was happening. A lot of negative was happening. The Kings needed to make a trade. Maybe Mike needed to be fired, and all of these things were happening at the same time. And at the end of the day, like, look, everything I've heard, De'Aaron Fox had nothing to do with anything that happened with Mike.
It wouldn't make sense.
No, he's always been a Mike guy, and he's always liked to be coached hard. But at the same time, it's the appearance of it, and it's the way that people who don't understand what's going on outside of Sacramento portray it. And so, like, look, if De'Aaron wants to start over and a reset button, I would understand it. I mean, you've been here 8 years and you haven't won. But I also look at this season and say, okay, why not here? Like, why is any situation guaranteed to be better than the one that's here? And it's a tough thing to deal with.
There's so much to this, but the other side of this is the Kings side. And I don't think anybody's in a rush. No team is in a rush to trade their best player.
No.
Even that's just not a thing that happens. Forget the on-court stuff. Forget the fact that just replacing De'Aaron Fox is hard. You can get into like what you said. Any trade that gets made has to benefit the team.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, so you're just going to make this trade. Let's the Kings facilitate this. It's not De'Aaron Fox. The Kings say, hey, we got a call, and the call. You're not just going to give them away. You're going to it would need to be a deal, and we'll talk about what a deal might look like, but it would need to be a deal where if the Shams Charania tweet came up right now, Kings traded De'Aaron Fox, that we would have to go, oh my God, yes, you have to pull the trigger on that trade. That is a deal that has to be made because they just offered the moon, the sun, and the stars, and the next galaxy over. Don't even know what it's called. It's like, yeah, you know what that but that's not how trades work. So I when trying to get to the core of why it keeps coming up, I guess because it's going to linger as long as he doesn't sign an extension. But I also think that now that they're 7-1 in their last 8, and yeah, he was out for some of those games, but I think it to me cools that idea some, because now all of a sudden they are winning. Now all of a sudden the path doesn't seem like, dude, they need a dramatic trade. Now it looks like, hey, tossing a Cam Johnson into the mix here might actually help a lot. Where now you go from, okay, yeah, hey, maybe they make the playoffs to, hey, this is a really high quality top 5 seed, and they're going to be favored in the first round, and they're going to have a really tough second round series, or give a really tough second round series.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to keep coming up as long as he doesn't have his extension. But I think in reality, I would imagine anything that was actually percolating is probably not doing so anymore, given their success.
Yeah, and I would also like to clarify, people should know that the reason why, it doesn't make any sense for De'Aaron Fox to sign an extension when there's potential for way more money if you're All-NBA. If he has a great season, he's only missed 3 games on the season. If he has a great season and he's having a career year and the team wins, there is definitely potential. We already talked about it. All the guys that have already dropped off the All-NBA roster who have already hit the threshold that they can't play 65 games.
Because remember, it's just 1 to 15 now. There's no positions.
Yeah, I mean, Luka Doncic is, if I'm not mistaken, is no longer eligible to be an All-NBA player. Joel Embiid is not eligible to be an All-NBA player. Paul George is like very much on the bubble about being an All-NBA player. There are a lot of slots that are opening up because players just aren't going to get there. So again, the reason why he initially wasn't signing an extension partially was to say, hey, look, I want you to prove that we're going to be a winning organization. Yeah. We took a step back last year. We had a great season. We took a little bit of a step back, and I want to see where it goes. Then it didn't go very well at all. And so it becomes more and more of like, oh, he didn't sign the extension. Right. Well, at the end of the day, if he gets a Supermax, the Kings can pay him more than anyone else.
Right.
That's just it. That's it. That long in the end of that's the story.
That is what it comes down to.
Yeah. And so I would hope that that he at least gives them an opportunity here to show that this is where they should be heading, and this is a place he would like to stay. And I know that's weird to have a place like 8 years in that you're like, okay, I don't know if I want to stay there or not.
Sure.
But
it's been a weird 8 years.
It's just it's been it was a horrible first 6.
Sure.
So or first 5 years. It wasn't fun. Losing isn't fun.
Here's one thing I want to get to real quick. This is the question we'll answer when we come back.
Okay.
Does it feel to you like he is on, how do I want to phrase this? Not he's on the outside of what's happening with the Kings. And maybe it's just because he was out for those couple of games. But I feel like I watched Malik Monk interact with Doug Christie, and I watched Domantas Sabonis interact with Doug Christie. And it feels like there's a different connection there than with De'Aaron. And I want to know if you feel that way too, or if it's just me being dramatic, which I'm fully open to. We'll talk about that next. But before we hit the break, I want to remind you that Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs, the NBA season. They got all the sports for you with their pick'em game, which is super easy. You pick higher or lower on 2-player stats like passing touchdowns, rushing attempts, receiving yards. You know what statistics are. You can win up to 1,000 times your money when you do that. Tough night for your boy last night. I had a 3-player lineup. I had Anthony Edwards higher than 29.5 points. My guy Ant came through.
Okay.
On the Underdog app. 41 points he put up against the Wizards.
Nice.
Easy work. Jonas Valanciunas, though, did not come through. I had higher on 9.5 points. He finished with 8.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah. Bad beat for me.
Yeah, especially with his track record against Gobert.
Yeah, he had a few 20-point games against Gobert, but different situation for him. For sure. And then I had Matthew Stafford higher than half an interception. He was dialed in last night, did not throw a pick. So I did not win my lineup last night, but I'm going to be back on the horse tonight with the Kings facing the Bucks. I believe that the Kings, when I checked the app earlier, were not in there yet because I think Underdog was waiting on Malik Monk.
Yep.
So because that dramatically changes who's doing what. So I'll be diving into that at one of these breaks here, and I'll have a lineup for you coming up in a bit. I'd love for you to play along with me because Underdog's the best place to play. Pick 'em. Download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned to play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Is De'Aaron Fox on the outside looking in of what the Kings are doing right now? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Hitter. We're nope, yep, no, we're clear. We're good. Okay.
Just to be honest with you guys, I know a lot of talk about this. If De'Aaron, it doesn't matter where De'Aaron goes. Like if they can offer supermax money, they're going to. Like the dude is 6th in the NBA in scoring. Like he's also a guy who led the league in steals last year and has been a very good defensive player. He's averaging like 6 assists and 5 rebounds. Like he's a player that teams would like and are going to pay. He's a top 15. And if he's not a top 15, he's a top 20 player in the league, and those guys get paid. I'm going to fill up my coffee, Kyle. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. That's done. Save this. Hi guys. Sorry, lots to edit today. How are we doing? That's kind of interesting. I don't know if the Lakers would want to do that. I mean, maybe they would. I don't know if that works financially. Give me one. Hang on. Can you look this up for Zach? If the dollars work on this?
Yeah, I'm almost positive it does. Worst case scenario, you'd have to throw in someone like Colby Jones. LA Lakers. Oh. Website I like to look at salary is not working that well today. I can't look here.
Okay, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Would love to hear from you at the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the phone number. And we're talking some Kings Bucks, talking some NFL playoffs. We're talking about why does the De'Aaron Fox trade stuff keep lingering?
Mm-hmm.
They're 7-1. doesn't seem like a good spot to just trade your best player, especially given what you would very likely get back in said deal.
Yep.
One of the things I've kind of noticed, and again, I'm fully open to this being me being dramatic or reading a situation incorrectly. I'm curious to get your thoughts. It feels like since Doug Christie has been the coach, it feels like you see Domantas Sabonis looks like a different person, particularly like on the sideline. I see him putting his arm around Doug, and I think you've seen Malik Monk respond in a similar way. It just looks like he's playing. It just looks a little bit different. Like their vibe very, very much shifted with whatever message Doug is espousing. I don't know that I feel that same thing with De'Aaron. And is that just me? Or do you see the same thing?
Okay, so a couple of things. I think a little bit. It feels like De'Aaron, for whatever reason, it has been working a little bit to clear up and make sure that his name isn't caught up in the Mike Brown stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. To be honest, like they always had a good relationship. It didn't matter that, and again, a lot of the Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, like, is there a schism here between them? It related to the fact that Mike Brown went off in his final post-game presser about De'Aaron.
Yeah.
And, the mistake that he made and the loss to the Pistons.
It was a bad one, by the way.
It was. And I think everybody can look at that play and honestly take a step back and say, yeah, that was a bad play by De'Aaron and should not have fouled the shooter. He fell asleep on the play, whatever. Look, they cleared the air the next day. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't carry over and that people don't just instantly say, oh, that's why it happened. Now, the facts usually get in the way of a good story. And that's the way it's kind of been portrayed out there. Sure. So I would say that De'Aaron spent maybe too much of his thought process over the last couple of weeks worrying about that specific thing, like the appearance that he had anything to do with the Mike Brown thing. I mean, look, they went out to dinner. He went out to dinner with Mike Brown, and they took a picture outside of a restaurant with Mike Brown. That is, again, to show that, he's a Mike Brown guy. He was a Mike Brown guy from the beginning. They love the hire. I know that they love the hire. The fact that Mike Brown and Luke Laux is super close. Again, the Foxes love Luke Laux. Luke Laux was a player, a personnel. What is it? With the Warriors, he was a
player development
coach.
Okay.
One of his interns was Rasay Caldwell, who is now Rasay Caldwell Fox or Rasay Fox. That was they all know each other. This is part of the reason why, the relationship here looked like it was a match made in heaven. Right. So there is going to be a little bit of hey, I don't want to be labeled as a coach killer if you're De'Aaron Fox, especially if he had nothing to do with it. At the same time, it feels like whether it was that, him kind of dealing with that emotional, the fallout and the way that this has been portrayed incorrectly, that it was De'Aaron Fox's fault, which is totally incorrect.
Sure.
But then he gets hurt and he misses 3 games. And what it feels like to me, it's not that Fox is so much on the inside, on the outside looking in, as much as it is Fox he just showed up to the party 2 hours late and everybody's already 2 or 3 drinks in and he's not. And so there's going to be a point where he catches up. But until that point, he's looking around like at a bunch of craziness going on. And maybe I just want to sit on the couch for a little while and take this in.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And so that's where I kind of look at Fox. He's already an introspective guy. He is an introvert. He's a guy who sits back and wants to feel out the situation already. But that's not to say him and Doug have known each other for 8 years.
Sure. It's not like Doug's new to the building.
Well, it's not. And not only that, but I will tell you, Doug has always been a guy who puts his arm around a guy like De'Aaron and has conversations, even when he was doing television and radio. Sure. He is a guy that was inside, working, at least having conversations with players. There's a point where he's on the team flying around because he's part of the broadcast team. He's had tons of conversations. De'Aaron Fox knows who Doug Christie is. And so, the change
he's watched some Doug Christie highlights. He's not doing the Keon Ellis.
No. He knows exactly, and you also De'Aaron is a basketball guy.
Sure.
Like, of all the guys in that locker room, I was very surprised to see Jordan McLaughlin is like a full on basketball. Like, you bring up some weird question and he pops off with the answer just from his locker. Like, he's not even
Incredible.
facing the
He's a
room.
big basketball guy, big hoop head.
Yeah, just like he knows the answer. You're like, oh, that was a good one. Like, but with Fox, I do think it's just a little bit of like, hey, everyone's rolling and everyone's having a great time, and you haven't been able to be part of it.
Mhm.
And the last, the 3 games that he missed was the first 3 games. Like, who knows? The 3-game win streak happens all the time.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's some excitement, but the same way that everybody else looked at it, you beat the Mavs without
Kyrie and Luka and
Kyrie
Clay,
and Luka, and then you get to the next game, it's no Joel Embiid, and you start to look at these games, you're like, okay, we won, but is it for real?
Right.
Then he takes a big spill against Memphis, right? In the 3rd game of the win streak, and misses 3 games. And while that's happening, now they start winning legitimate games.
Cooking, yeah.
And then all of a sudden you start hearing all the love for Keon Ellis and all the love for Malik Monk. It's like, okay, I am still the best player on this team, right? But
which to the point of the vibe is like, it feels like but I think you hit the nail on the head. Showed up 2 hours late, everybody's drunk, and he's got to figure out like, okay, hang on. First of all, everybody slow down. I have to work tomorrow. Let me figure out what I'm doing here. I got to grab something to eat, whatever. He still led the team in scoring against Chicago. Went 4 of 8 from 3, 9 of 16 from the field. Had a really good game. And that's where is the Fox and Monk and DeRozan thing a little redundant at times? Yeah, maybe. But he's the best player on the team, and I think that's something that can get a little bit lost, especially that when they kept winning when he was out. But they're just a different level of good when he is on the floor and playing well. There's not another player who can reach the heights that he can reach. And I think when we talk about trades, when we talk about, does he fit in? Like, yeah, of course he does, because everybody's looking to him. Like, Malik Monk knows Malik Monk is good. DeMar DeRozan knows DeMar DeRozan is good. Domantas Sabonis knows Domantas Sabonis is good. Keegan Murray may or may not know Keegan Murray is good. We're still TBD. But everybody on that floor is looking at number 5.
Yep.
At all times. So whether he's actively seeking out Doug Christie to dap him up before the game or after the game or whatever, I don't know. I don't know how much it matters. Like I said, for me, the vibe is definitely like odd, but the way you explained it is definitely what I was gathering. And then you look at his performance and you just look at what he means to the Kings in general. It's just, I think the reason it's dramatic is because he's good. Is because he's such a good player.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that I'm so not skittish isn't the right word, but why I'm so concerned and just kind of obsessed with this whole like De'Aaron Fox trade stuff, and he was involved in the Mike Brown thing allegedly, but he actually wasn't. I think the reason it all jumps out to me and is such a big red flag is because, like, your ceiling comes down significantly if you just remove De'Aaron Fox from the equation.
Oh, I agree 100%.
You get into a playoff game, and we night in, night out right now, because again, I'm going to do something different here. Maybe this is a mistake by me. And if the Kings lose tonight and lose their next 4, you can blame me. I'll wear it right now.
Okay.
I know night in and night out, we talk, DeMar DeRozan closing, is Malik Monk, is he the lead guard, and De'Aaron, and when he comes back, what does it all look like? And we talk about what is the closing lineup and how do you fit Keon in, and we're talking about all this. Come playoff time, because I'm going to start viewing everything with the Kings as through the lens of what's it look like in the playoffs. I'm back there. A, because the Kings are playing well, but B, because nobody in the West in front of them impresses me greatly. So for right now, everything I'm going to do is view through the lens of what does this look like in the playoffs. And in the postseason, when the rotations get short and the games get a little more physical and that lemon booty sets in, that everybody's going to follow number 5. Everybody's following De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is going to be the unquestioned 1A of the Kings when they get into a postseason situation.
He was the best player on the court against the championship Warriors in their 7-game series. He was the best player on the court until he broke his fingertip.
Yep.
Just straight up. Best player on the court.
Yep.
And I mean, that's with Steph and Clay and Draymond and Demonis and whoever else you want to throw in that mix. He was the best player. Like that's the thing. I like what you want to do here is try to figure out how to put it all together and keep everyone together so you can have not just success this season, but success over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
The goal should be here to keep Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, and De'Aaron Fox together as long as humanly possible. And did you take a step back? You took a step back. And did you have a bad start to the season? Yes. All of that happened. Yeah. So, but at the same time, there isn't a panic that I've ever felt from the Kings when it comes to Fox. They always feel like they can fix it with Fox. And maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're way off base. But that certainly feels like the vibe around them. And they certainly aren't going to be forced into making some deal between now and the trade deadline. And the other thing is, if you take De'Aaron Fox off this team, the Kings aren't just folding up shop and taking a bunch of first-round picks. That's not what they're looking for. No. If you're going to get De'Aaron Fox off this team, it is going to hurt. Whatever team is getting him
is getting ostensibly fleeced.
They are going to feel the pain of getting a superstar level player. That's it. And if you think he's going somewhere and you're going to get an expiring contract of this guy and a couple of first-round picks, you're wrong. That's not what's going to happen because the Kings have no interest in taking that step backwards. They want to take more. If they're making that trade, they're making that trade to break up one player into 3. And one of those 3 has superstar potential and one of them has all-star potential. And another one of them is going to be in the rotation for the next 5 years.
And there's going to be picks.
And there's going to be a pick or 2.
At the lowest form of that is assets that the Kings can then use to flip for more players.
Yeah, totally. And then I'll also say this, like I keep hearing this, oh, Fox and Monk are redundant. They're redundant. Like, come on now. Like, does anyone realize who made it to the
I literally just said that, but go on.
Well, I get it though, but the Dallas Mavericks made it all the way to the NBA Finals, right? So if you don't think that Luka and Kyrie are redundant, they both want the ball in their hands the entire time. They both are the playmakers, right? And so I'm not like heaping on you about that comment, but the fact is Malik Monk missed 7 games already. He's missing a game tonight. He could miss the game on Thursday or Friday. De'Aaron Fox will miss games. Like they're redundant until they're not, until you need both of them in a game.
And redundant has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
If it's too good, like having good players is a good thing. Like I don't see they are they do similar things, but also let me get off of this for a second because I'm talking myself in circles. De'Aaron Fox is also way better than Malik Monk. Malik's a really awesome player. He's super important. I don't know how they're going to respond without him tonight. Like I am a Malik Monk guy. I am in the Malik Monk is their most important player camp. I am there. But when you're talking about redundance, like, no, it's not. Like Malik, Kyrie Irving and Luka are redundant. Well, no, but Luka's a better player. Like Luka is a better. De'Aaron's a better player. Like so that's where it's like, yeah, they're redundant, but also I don't have any question if I have the game on the line and I need one guy with the ball in his hands, I know exactly who it is, and it's De'Aaron.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also going to point out there's a play that happened in the win against Chicago, right? Malik Monk, who wants to average as many points as possible. He, like, his entire life has been a scorer, right? Late in the game, he gets out on a break. He's sitting at 18 points. He got stuck at 18 points for the whole, like, most of the second half. Instead of going in and scoring a bucket, he flipped the ball up in the air and hit his buddy De'Aaron Fox for a dunk.
Yep.
If there is no like animosity, There is no, this is mine, this is mine. Two guys fighting it out for the lead guard spot. These are two dudes who went to college together and who love playing together and love each other as friends and would love to see this thing succeed together.
Yep.
That's been the way it has, like, for the last 3 years. And it's something that, in all honesty, they would love to see this thing play out. But if you're De'Aaron Fox, your buddy just got paid, and Malik Monk wants him to get paid too. And Malik Monk getting paid $17.4 million was the most the Kings could pay. That's not the most that De'Aaron Fox can get paid, and Malik knows that as well. And he wants his buddy to go wherever it is he's going to make the most money and where he's going to find success and all that. Does he want it to be with him in Sacramento? Heck yeah, he does. But if it's not, he understands this is the business aspect of the game. And De'Aaron has got to a point where he's a face of a shoe company. He's got his own shoe. He's got all these things, but he can't make an all-star team when he's 8th in the league in scoring, and the top 19 guys, he's the only one who doesn't make the all-star team. He's 6th in the league in scoring right now. No one expects De'Aaron Fox to just be an automatic all-star bid. No one. If you think that he's like locked down, he's making the all-star team, he's 6th in the league in scoring. Every other player around him, the 10 guys below him in the standings, in the scoring leader, they're all going to make it, but he's not. And that's where you get to this point, like, hey, I want all these things, and I want to be remembered as this and this. Well, it's tough to be a Hall of Famer if you don't make all-star teams, just straight up. And it's tough to make all-star teams when you're in Sacramento. Mitch Richmond is the only one who consistently did it. The only one. Like, went to like 8
that's
straight.
Because he had established himself before coming to Sacramento.
Well, that, and he also had Michael Jordan telling everybody in the world that he's the second best shooting guard in the league. He had that going for him. And, Mitch was a great player, but at the same time, that's the only, and that happened in the 90s. Like, we're talking 30 years ago, this happened. So it's really tough if you're a De'Aaron Fox to say, hey, I want my career to end like this, and this. I want to reach this plateau. I want to make this many All-Star games. I want to be a Hall of Famer. All of these things, you have to say, hey, is Sacramento the vehicle that can get me there? And the honest answer is maybe. Chris Webber, Vlade Divac, and Mitch Richmond have all made the Hall of Fame as Sacramento Kings.
That's why winning is so important. Yeah, because you get there by going to the play. Like, I know everybody hates this discussion point, but this is not me or my opinion. This is just a fact of life. If you want to get to that level where you are certified, stamped, that guy's going to be an all-star this year. As long as he's healthy and not having a catastrophic year, that guy's just going to be an all-star. You have to either be like an MVP, or you have to go to the playoffs and you have to win there. That's it. Like, that's
or you have to play for the Lakers or the Knicks,
right? Or be in a huge market.
I mean, let's just be honest. If De'Aaron Fox plays for the Knicks, he's a 4-time All-Star already. He's a 4-time All-Star already. Yep. Like, end of discussion. And I mean, that's just like a hard pill. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, but that's why. But you see when the Fox trade speculation first comes out, everybody's like Miami, LA, New York.
Oh yeah.
Like, all right, man.
And then all of a sudden San Antonio sneaks in there and San Antonio doesn't have it. Okay, go play with Victor Wembanyama. Okay, I get it, but San Antonio doesn't have anyone that.
That's the classic. That's the San Antonio thing. So I saw this thing from Bleacher Report. That was Houston gets De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter, and the Kings get Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, a top 5 protected 2025 first from Houston, and an unprotected 2027 first from Phoenix. First of all, just on the surface, no. But that's at least like, okay, we can, if I wanted to sit here and play devil's advocate on why that is the deal, you can. Because then you can, Van Vliet's an expiring, and it's a bunch of expiring money that could be valuable. Reed Shepherd is a first round pick who tore it up in the summer league, went down to the G League and scored like 49 points in his one G League game, and then they brought him back. That's a valuable asset that you could move. That 2027 Phoenix unprotected first could be the number 1 pick. Yeah, in 2027, depending on how things shake out there. So like, you see where they can then flip that for something bigger. Like, okay, at least with San Antonio, And again, not saying I would do that Rockets trade, but like I see the vision if I wanted to play
Yeah.
devil's advocate. You talk about San Antonio?
You're going to trade in that deal. If you were to go trade to San Antonio, you're going to get picks, but you're also going to get a bunch of guys who are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 man in your rotation.
A bunch of guys that the Spurs just don't want anymore. It's not like they're full of like these. It's just a bunch of just okay players.
Mm-hmm.
When I watch the Spurs, that's what I see. It's Victor Wembanyama, it's Chris Paul, who's just okay at this point, and then Harrison Barnes and co.
Yeah, I mean, like Devin Vassell's a perfectly nice player, but at 15.6 points per game. Keldon Johnson? Hey, I would love Keldon Johnson in the same way that you'd love Cam Johnson.
Sure, if you want to do that in a Kevin Huerter swap, all right, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the problem. And people are, Stephon Castle. It's like, no.
If you're a rebuilding team, sure. And you want to try and build around Stephon Castle and you want to take that swing, fine. But you're trying to plug him into what the Kings are doing? I'm out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's just back it up. Like, we see what Castle is on the court, and it's like, okay, he was the 4th pick in a horrendous draft. You would never have traded De'Aaron Fox with the package that they have for the 4th pick in the 2024 NBA draft. You wouldn't do it.
Nope.
Like, no one. Everyone's going to be like, nope, I'm good.
Nope.
No, I'll pass on that.
Yeah, that's the other thing with all this is like I have yet to see a deal.
No.
That I've been like, oh, wow. Like, man, if that's on the table, you got it. Like, he's too good, man. He is an all-NBA caliber player.
Mm-hmm.
There are, follow me here, all-NBA caliber. I know there's 15 all-NBA spots, but all-NBA caliber guys, there's what, 20 of them in the league?
Yeah.
25 generously?
Yep. I'll give you that, 25 generously.
There's not that many things that make sense. So I know we're going to keep seeing it because of what we talked about. It's a searchable name. It's going to get hits on Twitter and Google, and you're going to keep seeing it. I don't buy the idea that as long as the Kings are winning,
mm-hmm.
and as long as De'Aaron Fox is playing well, which he very much played well in his return against Chicago, I expect him to play well again tonight with Malik Monk out against Milwaukee. I don't think there's any concern for me that he's going to ask out, and I certainly don't think the Kings are interested in moving him.
No, and this is just for sake of argument, and so people understand this.
Mm-hmm.
September 3rd, 2022, traded Donovan Mitchell was traded by the Utah Jazz to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Abaji, Lauri Markkanen, Colin Sexton, a 2025 first, a 2026 first, a 2027 first, a 2028 first, a 2029 first.
Oh my God.
Cleveland also has the right to pick swap in 26, pick swap in 27, their own
Cleveland
28.
has the pick swap rights?
No.
Utah.
Let's see. Yes.
Got it.
That's what
yes
you're getting for mm-hmm. De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting the expiring contract of Fred VanVleet. That's not happening.
Not unless again, I just because we're on the top. Unless the Kings know we have this other awesome deal ready, we just need that Fred VanVleet contract to be able to move.
Yeah.
Then sure. But again, on just in a vacuum, the De'Aaron Fox trade stuff I'm just kind of out on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, as long as the Kings are winning and as long as he's playing well and as long as he's on track to make an all-NBA team, and if he does, I would assume he signs an extension ASAP.
Well, that's the hope.
I guess.
The hope is that you keep this thing rolling and that he feels, he gets the extra couple of drinks in him so he's mm-hmm. part of the party now,
mm-hmm.
and you just start rolling.
Yep.
I mean, and until that proves to not be the case, I'm not even I'm hanging up the phone on teams.
Yep. Hopefully I start rolling tonight on Underdog because with Underdog's pick'em game, I'm going to be playing. It's my favorite way to watch sports. I'm going to have a lineup. I got a 3-player lineup right now. I haven't gotten to dive in because the Kings were not in the Underdog app yet because of the Malik Monk injury question this morning when I made my lineup. So mm-hmm. This is the lineup I'm rocking with tonight. Given my recent run of losses on the Underdog app, I would I would recommend you fade me on these. But if you want to tell me, I'd love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. All right, Giannis Antetokounmpo is in my lineup tonight. I'm going lower than 51.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That's just so many. Maybe he does. Maybe he goes 30, 10, and 12 and whatever. But I'm going lower than 51.5 on Giannis points, rebounds, and assists against the Kings. Andrew Nembhard, I'm going higher than 2.5 points in the first quarter. Tyrese Halliburton dealing with a hamstring thing. He's not going to be playing in that game against Cleveland. So I'm going Andrew Nembhard higher than 2.5 points in the first quarter against Cleveland. And then in that same game, I'm going Jared Allen higher than half a double-double. I think Jared Allen's going to go in and get a double-double against the Indiana Pacers, and he might do so easily.
That's your new play. I like that. It's like
I just rock with Jared Allen.
Murray dunk.
Yeah, it was always there. Always there. So I'm rocking with Jared Allen, Andrew Nembhard, and Giannis Antetokounmpo. They're in my lineup tonight. Again, you can tail me, you can fade me, whatever you want to do. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. 49ers defensive coordinator update coming up, and keys to a Kings victory tonight in Milwaukee, right here on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Okay, so for clarification, so people know, in the Donovan Mitchell trade, the 2025 was Cleveland's own. The 2026 is a pick swap. 2027 is Cleveland's own. 2028 is a pick swap, and the 2029 is Cleveland's own. And I know someone said Lauri Markkanen wasn't Lauri Markkanen when that trade happened. I agree, but Colin Sexton was way better than what he's been before that trade as well.
Yeah, they like switched.
Yeah.
What up, Charlie?
Medulla oblongata.
There goes Charlie.
My man. Thanks.
Sweet.
I like the Buffalo Bills team name because I like to imagine it's just a bunch of dudes named Bill.
That's funny. I never thought of that. I like the Stephon Castle thing. I've watched Stephon Castle play. I don't get it. Like, perfectly fine young player, but like I don't see him as a like there are shades of Maxey, especially as a defensive player, but like I don't know that I buy the rest of it. I don't think he has any of the offensive potential. So maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm way off, but again, this was a not a good draft. We all talked about it, and it's proven to not be a good draft where like the rookie ladder is Messi. Is
Eve Messi having a good year.
Yeah, see, Leezy, this is I'm not doing anything until he's available. And even that, like, he's a little rough. Like, you're hoping but there's still potential for him to be a star. Messi was the 21st pick in the draft. Yeah, George Muller, you could definitely get win now players from Orlando. But who are they going to give up? Like
that's it. Like,
yeah, you're not getting Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs and
right.
3 first-round picks.
Yeah. Like, I don't disagree that there are win now players on Orlando that would help Sacramento, but they're trying to get De'Aaron Fox to pair with those guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I just
Yeah, NBA Zach Guru Zach, there's no way Christian Braun, MPJ, and Peyton Watson is even remotely in the ballpark for a trade. MPJ is hitting an age where his 3 back surgeries before 21 are going to start becoming an issue. Yeah. The idea of Michael Porter Jr. and the reality of Michael Porter Jr. And like maybe he holds up. He played 81 games last year. He's played 38 this year. But no.
Oh, hey, we have a show to do. Kings Bucks tonight. Sacramento looking to close out a perfect 3-0 road trip. Man,
I'm here for it.
Man, that's a tough road trip too. Boston, Chicago, Milwaukee. Trying to win 8 in a row for the first time since 2003.
Yeah, I thought that there was no way that they would go 2-1 on this trip. I looked at I'm like, 2-1 is gonna be really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
They've already got the 2, so if they can win this, get greedy for sure. But this is gravy right here.
Yeah, Milwaukee playing better, but not a team that looks nigh unbeatable or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, this is also not a Milwaukee team, I think, that's just going to like toss their jerseys on the court, because they're still trying to climb back up in the East. They're still trying to dig out of their early season hole as well. So it should be a good game. Let's get to our keys to victory. 3 from James, 3 from me. The Kings do these things. They will win tonight in Milwaukee. James Ham, number
1. Send someone to pick up Damian Lillard full court. And that someone is Keon Ellis. He'll start tonight for Malik Monk, and that's where I'm going. Hey Keon, do not let go of him. Like keep your hands off him. Don't get fouled. Don't get a foul call, but do not leave him at all. And if you can do that, then you can take away one of their 2 scoring options, because that's all they really have at this point.
Man, and that's what the one issue I have with that is Dame will pick up fouls. So there has to be, I wouldn't mind, pick him up full court here and there, but also just, if you're not going to do that, the second he crosses the timeline, you got to have a body on him.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man. Dame is not what he used to be on a night in, night out basis, but he's still Dame.
Yep.
He's still very capable of just single-handedly beating. He did it last year.
Yeah, he can drop 35 on you.
Yeah. Or hit a game winner from half court. Number 1 for me, deflections. Kings have been very good at this with in the Doug Christie era. And one way to defend Giannis is just to get your hands in the passing lanes. If he's not bringing the ball up, just try and make sure that the ball doesn't get to him, or that he doesn't catch it cleanly. That's going to continue to be a big one. Got to get your hands on basketball.
Yeah, I totally agree. And defending Giannis is so incredibly difficult, especially if you give him any space. He just starts running at you, and every stride he takes is like 12 feet. You're ridiculous. Like, that is the craziest thing to watch. I mean, he can dunk from half court, and I think it's like 4 steps.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's one of the wild. So if you give him space, he's just gonna kill you.
Yep.
And so I'm intrigued to see what happens.
Number 2.
Number 2 for me, don't play their game. The Bucks don't move the ball. They are one of the worst teams in the league in assists. The game gets sticky, And especially with Chris Middleton out. Chris Middleton is a guy who, over the last couple of years, 6 assists per game. And if I'm the Kings, I want to play my fluid, fun, run up and down the court game. Don't get caught in some weird, slow down, sticky, like gross game with the Bucks. Just get out and run and do your thing and move the ball and stop worrying about who they have defending who and just go at the basket and get your open threes and hit your open threes. And you should have, I mean, not no problem beating this team, but you should have no problem competing in this game.
Yeah, if you move the basketball against Milwaukee, they don't have a bunch of like lockdown defenders.
No, Drew Holiday's gone.
Yeah, they defensively, this is not a great outfit. They're better than they've been, especially early in the year. Looking at Basketball Reference has them at 11th in defensive rating, but a lot of that is just Giannis and Brook Lopez being massive in the paint. If you can just move the basketball, you're going to find some advantageous matchups because there are not a ton of good defenders up and down this roster. Move the basketball, force them to get into rotations, and that's going to get you some open shots. I have more on that in a bit. Number 2 for me. Yeah, this goes along with the kind of grimy, gritty game. When Giannis does the thing you're talking about, where he either brings the ball up the floor with a head of steam or gets around a screen and gets going downhill, don't ticky-tack foul him. Let him, he's going to score. Like that's what, if he gets going down the lane, all right, get out of the way. Let him have the 2 points, take the ball out of the basket and move. What you don't want is sliding in late to try and take a charge or that just touch foul on the wrist because he's just going to power up through that and score anyway. And then he's going to the free throw line and then the game's slowing down. You just if he gets that head of steam going that you're talking about, hands off, he's going to score. And I know that's counterintuitive. I know you want to defend, and I know that you're going to get some reach-in fouls and whatnot. They're NBA players. I get it. But limit those little ticky-tack touch fouls and keep the pace going.
Yeah, because if you're the Kings, you've got Keegan Murray and you've got Trey Lyles, and that's about it that you can go push that way. After that, like, where are you going to go? Are you going to maybe Jay Crowder? You dust off Jay Crowder and throw him out there? I don't know. He played with those guys.
Just to pick up fouls, maybe.
Maybe. But that's where you're kind of at. Like, how do you defend a guy like that? And you have to stay in the game. Definitely.
Yeah, that's big time. Number 3?
Yeah.
Number 3? Number 3 for you.
If a rando beats you, a rando beats you.
Yep.
Like, just straight up. If they have some guy go crazy, if it's Andre Jackson Jr. or if it's DeLon Wright coming off the bench or Pat Connaughton, like whatever. What I don't want to see is for Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo to just go crazy and just blow you out of the water, just 2 of them. If those 2 combined for 80 points, you're going to have a tough time winning. So figure out a way to at least slow those guys down a little bit, make them inefficient players, make Giannis shoot threes, make Dame not shoot threes and beat you off the dribble. Like whatever you have to do, like try, if a rando beats you, okay.
Is Andre Jackson the guy who did the dunk against the Kings last year at Golden One when the Kings blew him out?
Probably.
And Kevin Huerter like reacted on the bench.
Yes.
He's like, what? He's from New York or whatever he said.
It's very possible that's who that was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Andre Jackson can jump out of the gym.
Yeah.
I'm 98% sure it's him.
Yeah, he's from Amsterdam, New York.
Yeah.
So UConn.
Yeah, he was like, he's from upstate.
Yeah.
Whatever he said. All right, what are we on? I'm with you. And if this is a game where Giannis is going to go score 50, then he scores 50.
Yep.
You just can't let Dame also score 30.
Yep.
Right? And Brook Lopez has 18.
Yeah.
That's where you start getting.
Yep.
So, number 3 for me. Did I already hit the ding?
You did.
All right. Yeah. Number 3 for me. And this is something we talked about a little bit ago. I need De'Aaron Fox to hit the gas. I need DeMar DeRozan to hit the gas. You're going to be able to touch the paint. And when you touch the paint and you get the Bucks into rotation, they're going to mess something up.
Yep.
Touch the paint, sprays. We talk about this all the time. It's like the buzzwords, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's going to be opportunities to do that, especially like, dude, if Dame is ever guarding De'Aaron Fox should get to within 10 feet of the basket immediately.
Just cook him.
Yep.
Just
easy
cook him.
work. And if there's a pull up there, if it's a kick out, whatever it is,
Yep.
that's going to be the move. Because Dame is a worse defender now than he ever has been. So,
Totally.
that's where the Milwaukee Bucks stand. Did the Kings make it 8 games in a row, James?
I say yes.
I'm going to. Do we know the line yet? Do you know the line
Kyle wants to say no. Kyle wants to say no.
I'm trying to be realistic.
He doesn't believe in the beam team.
That's not true. That's not
He
true.
doesn't
That's
believe in
patently
Doug
false.
Christie.
This is false. What you're saying is not right. But let's see. Milwaukee favored by 2.5. Kings are winning tonight. If we get a big De'Aaron Fox game, I think the Kings make it 8 in a row. Their first 8-game winning streak since the 2003-2004 season. That's wild. Can't wait to break it all down right here on ESPN 1320, 10 a.m. The Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen.
That's us.
10 a.m. Wednesday. We'll be here talking Kings Bucks on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Now it's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. We're probably going to get an echo. Did somebody mute Kenny? There we go.
I got
Let's get. There we go. What's up, Kenny? How we doing, man?
What's going on? What's going on?
Kenny
fellas?
Caraway in the building.
How you guys doing? He doesn't believe in the Rabin team.
What are you talking? Just pick them to win.
Rabim team. I
Just
love
pick them
this.
to win.
Put it
That-
on a shirt.
That Cubs and Kings mirrored logo. Okay.
I went with
I'm
the
here
hoodie.
for it.
I went with the hoodie. You know, I had to get the Cubs hat to match. You know what I mean? So
Obviously,
Yeah.
it's a really good hat.
it's a
The
good
Cubs
hat.
hat's underrated.
It is a good hat.
Just,
It does-
the two Chicago teams have good hats.
They do. It's not as iconic as you would think it is for being a Chicago team.
Yeah.
The Cubs have been around for a trillion
I
years.
feel like it's underrated.
Yeah, it's like is it top 10?
And
I
I
don't know.
think-
I don't know if it's
Oh,
top 10.
top 10. We could do a whole podcast on that.
Yeah.
I don't know where we'd
MLB,
put it, but
MLB hats.
yeah,
Iconic MLB hats.
I also I think the Cubs are the first series against the A's at Sutter Health.
They are.
Yeah.
March, the end of March.
It's gonna be crazy.
It is gonna
It's
be
gonna be
crazy.
wild.
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
even know
crazy.
where they're gonna hide all the media.
We're gonna sit on the lawn.
Just sit out there on the grass,
Mhm.
the grassy knoll.
can't wait.
The grass.
It's the best. I don't know if you ever watched a baseball game sitting on a grass hill. I used to do that a lot when I lived down in Arizona.
Yeah.
lot of
You get
spring
into
training stuff,
get into a spring training game. It was like $12 to get in the door.
Yeah.
You just go sit on the lawn. Oh, it's the
Mhm.
best.
Yeah, I've never done it before.
Oh man,
I'll do
you
it-
have to.
I'll do it now though. With the,
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Get
always
out there, you
talk
gotta
about-
get a little blanket down. Kids can go run around. Oh, it's the best.
I always would talk about I want to go to spring training, but they've kind of made it unenjoyable, unaffordable. Like they be charging like regular season prices
Yeah.
for these spring. I'm like, come on,
It
man.
became like
I'm
a
gonna go
fad to go to. That was the year I was leaving. The year I left Arizona, because literally when I first moved down there, spring of 2014 was the first spring training I got to experience,
Mhm.
and it was definitely like, it's like I think to get into Hohokam where the A's played, I think it was like $10 was the cheapest ticket.
Mm.
And by the time we left, yeah, it was like regular season price. You're paying $20+ to get in the door to a spring training game.
Yeah.
Like no chance.
See
The
the
reason-
split squad A's.
Yeah, no, I don't, and that's not like I it's professional baseball or whatever. But I'm sorry, I'm not paying $20 plus beer prices. It's not like cheap.
Mhm.
It's and it just by the
One-
7th inning, everyone's gone.
Yeah. One
And
day,
now it's-
I'll
And
get
it's
it.
hot.
One day.
A little warm. It'll be a little warm. We should go. That'd be a fun. That'd be a fun group trip. Little family
I would do
trip.
that. I would do that.
Yeah, one day. I got to go to summer league first.
The move with spring training is you have to you can't go you have to have other stuff like on the side.
Mm.
Like find some good restaurants to go to, maybe find something else to do down in Arizona.
Shouldn't be too hard with. Well, the Giants are in Tucson.
Suns will probably be playing. There's a bunch of different
Scottsdale.
spring training spots you can go to. Yeah, there's just you can go to Mill Ave if you want to get weird down at the. We would be the oldest people on Mill Ave by
Mill Ave.
what?
I feel like I need to go to Mill Ave. See, when I say I want to go to these, I just want to go and
Just
people
experience it.
watch. I
Yeah,
just
that's
wanna
it.
watch
That's
people.
it. Yeah,
Just watch weird stuff go down.
Yeah, Mill Ave is the place to be for
Mm.
sure. But yeah, you got to. It can't just be like, I'm going to go to a baseball game and then go back to my hotel. Like, no, you're going to
That's
go to a
not even
baseball
how
game.
That's not how I do things.
You're going to go
I'll
to a
be
baseball
outside.
game, then go to dinner, and then go bar hopping after.
Yeah, I'll be outside.
There
If
used
I'm
to be
out of
this.
town, I'm outside.
There used to be this taco spot in Scottsdale that we would go to. It was literally like the counter was built into the wall, and it was just a half window that rolled up.
Uh-huh.
And you walk up, and you went, I want this many chicken, and I want this many steak.
Mm.
And it was like $2 a taco, and you give them the money, and they hand you your tacos, and then all the toppings and stuff were off to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best tacos I've ever had in my life.
Sounds great.
Yeah, shout out to Arizona, man. A little bit
I gotta
underrated.
get out
spot.
to AZ, man. I gotta get out there. I never been to Arizona.
Yeah, we should go. We should go to spring training.
All right.
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to do?
I mean,
The Kings winning tonight?
Kings-
They make it 8 in a row.
I mean, I'm not gonna get on these airwaves and say they're gonna lose.
It's kind of wild that they haven't won 8 in a row since 2003.
That's a long time. My
Like
goodness.
8,
Yeah.
I know 8's a lot of it's not an insignificant winning streak, 8 games, but like not one time since then did they win 4 in a row and then catch the Heat without their top 3 guys and
How long
get a hot shooting night from someone else.
the 7-game winning streak? How many times have they done that? It's just twice since then, huh?
Well, I know they did it 2 years ago. They had a 7-game win streak, but
Let me
I don't
check.
remember the last time outside of that.
Stand
I
by.
can tell you, I remember a bunch of 8-game losing streaks.
I remember
Boy.
2 9-game losing streaks in 1 year.
I
where
remember
they finished like 2 games out of the play-in.
one season they had an 8-game losing streak. They beat Washington the night that John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins played against each other for the first time, but John Wall got hurt in pregame, and so his rookie season. And then after that game, they beat Washington that night. They lost 7 straight, so 15 out of 16.
Wow, goodness gracious!
That was tough to cover.
Okay, the Kings last. Why did these all happen in November? This is not okay.
They sneak up on people.
I'm gonna dork out over Kings winning streaks here for a second. Bear with me. So their last 7-game win streak was the Beam Team won, the 22-23 season. They won 7 in a row from November 9th to November 22nd.
Okay.
The last one before that was the 04-05 season.
Ooh.
7 games.
Oh,
November 13th to November 26th. The last one before that was their last 8-game win streak, which was November 14th through November 30th.
Wow.
that's when you're really good coming out of the gate for an NBA team, and you just like by the time you get to the end of December, everyone already knows you're one of the top 3 seeds. That's a really good place to be.
Yep.
And that's, you have teams now that try to keep winning, and that's a bad idea. But like Cleveland's already locked up a top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Whatever happens from here on out, like,
Hey, speaking of it, they lost to the Pacers on Sunday. The Pacers were kind of cooking.
Pacers 6 in a row.
13-4 in their last 17.
Yeah, they won 6 in a row. They're doing good. I heard Halliburton got hurt.
Yeah, he's out.
So
Got a hamstring.
hopefully he gets well soon.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you could tell what, let's say from when they win 7 straight in 04, you said?
November 13th to the 26th. Yeah.
Is there a way to see what the longest win streak was in between 04 and Beam Team 1?
So from 04 to 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me drop this down to 6
I don't think
games.
it's 6. I'll tell you, I don't think it's 6. I'm going to say 5. They might have done that once.
So they did 6
What?
in the 04. Nope. That's still the 04-05 season. Hang on. Jesus. That was January. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. January 11 to 20th of 05. All right. So 5 in a row. So we're looking for between the 04-05 season and the 22-23 season. Here we go. All right. We got 5 a bunch of times in here.
Okay. Yeah. I was right.
Another.
I said they didn't have no 6.
They had a 5 in 05-06. Good Lord. 06-07, they had 5. 2014, they had 5. The 14-15, 15-16.
We're losing our minds.
Bunch of 5 gamers in there.
Yeah.
No 6s.
6 games is a lot. Complacency sets in.
Yeah.
I don't know. We were talking a lot.
Tonight.
We were talking earlier about
They're doing what?
They're going to
thoughts.
win 8 in a row tonight.
Oh, okay. When was the last time they won 9 in a row?
I don't like my boy Malik not being
They
here.
have never won 9 in a row.
What?
Stand by.
Oh man.
Let me see.
We were talking about De'Aaron.
They have.
like
Oh,
4
I'm sorry.
weeks in.
I'm sorry. Let me real quick. The last time the Kings won at least 9 in a row was
0102.
yes, the end of the 0102 season. They won 11 in a row.
Mm.
Early in the 0102 season, they won 12 in a row.
Yeah, that's right.
God.
That's a 61 win.
The only
Yeah,
time
that's
in
a-
franchise history they won 9 in a row exactly. The 1949-1950 season.
Well,
Everybody remembers that
shout
Rochester
out
Royals
to
squad.
what's his name?
Royale.
and what's the guy that had all the
Bobby
records?
Wanzer and
Was it
Jack
it's not
Twyman?
Twyman.
Maybe
Twyman, yeah.
Maurice Stokes that year.
Twyman.
Uh-oh.
Twyman was a dominant force in the paint for the Kings.
Yeah.
You guys talk amongst yourselves. Kenny, why do you think that I have to figure out what happened to my clock here and what time we need to get out.
Oh.
So why do you think that the Kings are going to win tonight, Kenny?
Well, I think they're playing good basketball. I think Milwaukee, they were on their high. They were playing really good basketball, but I think they could be had tonight. I think they could be had. It's a tall task, man, going into Milwaukee.
Yeah.
You know, okay, let me say it right now. I don't want to hear, like, it may be correct, but I don't want to hear if Giannis goes off. See, this is why we need a wing.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
no.
bro,
If Giannis,
like,
if
yeah.
Giannis cooks, Giannis cooks. There's nothing.
Like, all right,
yeah.
bro, stop.
Cam Johnson would never let this happen.
All right,
Well,
let's talk
that and
about Giannis.
they're coming off a horrible game. They are coming off a very,
Yeah, they
very
got
bad game.
smoked.
Knicks
by,
tape got
the
him.
Knicks.
Knicks tape got last night.
Yeah.
Beasley was
My
shimmy.
Pistons.
Oh, sorry, your
Oh.
My
Pistons.
Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. They're going to hit their over by February.
Mm.
All right, D'Lo and KC, they're coming up next. They're rocking with you until 4. James Ham and I, we're done for the day. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. This has been the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Later, y'all. Appreciate you.
Bye, friends.
Good show today.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Let's go. One more time. Let's go. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, January 14th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Man, just the absolute worst. We appreciate you so much for tapping in here with us. Trysta Krick will be with us coming up at 2 o'clock. Jason Jones,
The professor.
in the final hour of the show here in the 3 o'clock hour. We've got you all day in the chatty house. Shout out to everybody hanging out in there. You want to get into the conversation, you can. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. We'll start things with what we got jumping off later on this afternoon. Headed into the evening, the Sacramento Kings look to close out their 3-game road trip 3-0. We wanted them to grab 2, and they grabbed the first 2. Beat Boston on Friday night, beat Chicago on Sunday afternoon, and now they have a chance to do something they don't often do in the Giannis Antetokounmpo era, and that's beat the Milwaukee Bucks. If you're thinking, hey, Kings beat the Bucks not that long ago, you're right, and that's the one.
They beat the hell out of them.
I think Giannis is 9-1 against Sacramento.
It's kind of funny. We went into this little mini road trip or whatever. Like, we'll be so funny. Like, maybe get 2 out of 3 against the Celtics and Bucks. It's like, oh no, they might actually go 3-0 right here.
Is there a way to? I guess there is, but I'll just ask the question.
Mhm.
Is there a way to be disappointed with a loss tonight?
No.
No.
Not me.
Jesse, what you think?
No, it's all gravy now.
No, but go out there, do what you do. I mean, they've been playing well. They've been tough. There's a moment though where things like shift, right? So you're on the road. This happened when we were at the company party. They played in Memphis that night. That was the night Ja was awful, wound up getting thrown out. And I remember I was standing with Kyle next to like air hockey or something. And it was like, hey, we've kind of hit the point where the Kings kind of need to win this game. Like you could go in and you could feel a certain way and you could be happy with how the team is playing. And then you get into the game and it becomes, it's right there.
Yeah.
Like they've got a chance to go 3-0. Like they can take it. And there's certainly a scenario where in the moment you could come out and be disappointed.
Absolutely. I mean,
And that's how
you get a scenario like last year's game in Milwaukee where you're up, make your free throws to win the game, and you're coming back on a 3-0 road trip. And if you don't, we'll be upset. Well, we'll be disappointed. We'll be like, I don't think there's any way you could be mad. I don't think there's any way you could be mad, but you could be in a situation where it's like, oh man, we could have had that one.
Yeah,
all right, let's get ready for Thursday. You know, that's about the extent of it, if you ask me, man, because they've done a phenomenal job in these 2 games on this road trip, setting themselves up the way they have, man. And, you know, a great job by them. Great job on this 3-game road trip that was a little dicey. I was worried about an 0-3 road trip.
Yeah.
Because you got Boston, you got Milwaukee. I think a little higher about Chicago than maybe most people do. I was like, man, it could be that, and you lose all the momentum that you maybe gained before.
Yeah.
But it's been the exact opposite, man. They've just been able to, go on and on with this win streak. And now they're gonna have to do it without my boy. My boy is out.
Well, yeah. I mean, congratulations, Sacramento Kings fans. Hope you enjoyed your one day where everybody was healthy. Because Malik Monk has been ruled out. And thanks to Chris Biederman, who I assume is in Milwaukee,
Yeah.
covering the squad out there. Great job by our guy Chris Biederman. I gotta be honest, I feel a little bit different about one absence now than I did a week ago. Never want Malik out. Never want De'Aaron out. Really never want Domantas Sabonis out.
No.
But because Domantas is the one guy where you can't go, all right, Keon, you're in, pal.
That's I ain't going. Let's just leave it alone. I ain't
We're
gonna
Keegan at the 5.
No. Well, no, because I was just gonna say, in the past, that's probably what it would have been. Sabonis is out. Well, let's go with Herter. You got the 7-foot center right there. No, let's go with Herter. I like the numbers.
Man.
Maybe next week we'll move on.
Yeah, just taking shots at.
Well, I tried not to say it.
You didn't try that hard, sir. It's not like we twisted your arm. You weren't in the camel clutch. Like, come on, man.
Sabonis out. Well, this means it's a good spot for Jordan McLaughlin to get.
Well,
why did we get Alex Glenn and Sabonis in one lineup before?
Because DeRozan was out.
Yeah. Sabonis was the 4. But you know what? It's still better than Doug McDermott. It's still better than starting Doug McDermott.
I don't know. Starting Alex Glenn in that game, that was crazy. No.
We couldn't even go crazy. 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not okay. We're not proud of this, to be clear. We are not proud of
but
this.
it just I'm sorry. I didn't mean I should have just kept that thought to myself.
Well, too late, pal. I hope you get a
Sorry,
talking
Mike.
to at the arena tomorrow night.
I'm sorry. I like
Thursday
Mike,
night.
man. That's my boy. That's my boy, Mike Brown. Damn.
Yeah, so Malik Monk is out tonight, but I do like. Am I alone in that? Like, it's kind of like, man, Malik's out. Okay, we got Keon. It's all right. Keon has done a great job, whether it was in for De'Aaron or in for Keegan. Again, I don't like it, but I don't feel like it's doomsday.
I don't either. I feel you. Malik is a little different.
I hear you.
Maybe it shouldn't be because Fox has been out for a couple games and they've still been able to function. But it's just something with Malik. He's such a creator. He's such a wild card out there. Being able to score on all 3 levels, being able to handle the rock the way he has, it feels a little different. But as I say that, De'Aaron Fox was gone for 3 games.
3 games, yeah.
And, they were able to continue to play good basketball and make some things work. So just thinking about that on the fly makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Kings will be without. And what was it that's got Malik out tonight?
Lower body injury.
Malik is out with a groin injury.
I believe WWE, they call it midsection.
The bread basket. Well, that's not the
Well,
bread
that's the
basket.
stomach, isn't it?
Yeah. They just
Speaking of wrestling,
they just would say it.
no, this is a shoot question and a real
Cooking
conversation.
today.
No, this is a real conversation I was having with someone a couple minutes ago at breakfast.
Okay.
If I
Man, you
said
kinda fancy for having breakfast, that's crazy.
Yeah, wow, you have breakfast?
That's crazy, bro.
I had breakfast, that's the marker for
you were
fanciness.
out having
I
breakfast.
know,
all this- I mean,
wow.
that's different. That's different.
I barely
Ain't
got to
gonna
cook myself
lie.
a pancake today.
You two dummies know I have breakfast once a week. If I said pomp and circumstance, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Circumstances?
I mean,
Yeah, from like it feels like a JR type of thing.
Okay, do you know what
Yeah,
pomp and
it's
circumstance
just
is?
from wrestling. I don't even know if that's the right
Okay,
use.
Like
okay.
being all smug and stuff, right?
No.
No, it's kind
No.
of like it's like theatrical and like there's a lot going on. Like if it's like how do I explain?
So-
Ric Flair coming down the aisle, like he's just
No.
the pomp and circumstance.
No, that's none of it.
So that's how I thought.
yeah, that's what they would always say in wrestling.
No, that's none of it. Let me see if I hit. Like I don't know if this, I'm gonna try to hit like. So this is Pomp and Circumstance.
Oh, the graduation song.
It's the graduation song.
Yeah. Weak ass theme
Well, I
song.
was just right. I said it's like Ric Flair coming down the aisle.
That's not Ric Flair, sir.
Obviously, it's not. But
who
what
is it?
It's
But
just-
who is it? Who is
well,
it?
it's Macho.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pomp and Circumstance, the graduation theme, is the Macho Man's theme music. I was making the argument that more people would know that song from the Macho Man Randy Savage than they would Graduation.
Oh, I don't think so. Everyone, no.
No one pays attention to the record that's playing when they're getting their diploma.
Everyone hears it though. Everyone knows. Oh, that's the graduation song.
If you play that
Like,
in the
everyone
right crowd,
graduates.
they're going, "Oh yeah."
Well, yeah,
No.
right. You're 100% correct. But
If we played Pomp and Circumstance at Sky River, like everyone would like twirl their finger in the air.
well, I only say that because I had a real life moment before the show when I was talking to our girl Malia. And I was like, "Hey, man, the Kings got everything on fire." She's like, "How many games did they play?
Oh, no.
Are they doing good right now? Like we in here in our bubble, like, oh yeah, the Kings."
Mhm.
And regular people in the world are like, "The season almost
Well,
over."
That was like it was Complex yesterday. Complex was like, so it's so Complex knows like the Kings are winning.
Yeah.
So Complex is like, so are they going to make the playoffs now? It's like, well, we've got about 43 games to go, so we're not really quite sure.
So I say that to say, yes, a lot of people in our circle, almost everybody in our circle, would say Macho Man.
Mhm.
The rest of the world,
You think they're going to graduation theme?
probably.
Mm,
Yeah, because not everyone watches
Probably.
wrestling.
I think that's.
Not everyone graduates, but most people do.
I'd argue, is Macho Man the second most famous wrestler of all time? I mean, leaving The Rock out of this. Like, if we were talking like Austin,
Hulk.
I know.
Hogan.
like
Yeah,
Hulk
he's-
Hogan's one.
Okay.
There's no
he's
question
Stone
about that.
Cold
Hulk
is two.
Hogan's one. Stone Cold is two?
Yeah, he's.
I
way
think-
more
I don't-
popular than
I-
Macho Man.
You think more people know Stone Cold Steve Austin than Macho Man Randy Savage?
I think so.
I don't think that's right.
I think
Does
so.
your mom know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is?
Maybe not. Now we're talking about generation.
Does your mom know who Macho Man Randy Savage is?
Probably, but my mom didn't even pay attention to the Attitude Era.
Okay. Well, that goes without saying. The way you walk around doing that, doing all that. Cheryl and El Grove was not paying
I
attention.
came home with the DX shirt when I went to the
The one that says we got 2 words for you on the back. Man,
tried to wear it to school too.
put the little star symbol on like the U or something, as if we didn't know what it said.
Yeah, John Cena, Jose in the chat.
Ah,
Brings
John
up, is John
Cena.
Cena.
John
bigger than
Cena's
Macho
hawking
Man?
McDonald's.
He is doing. No, he
What
is
are we
doing
doing?
that, Yeah, but no, John Cena is. I mean, You Can't See Me Alone is.
John Cena.
John Cena's bigger than Macho Man.
Yeah. he
Yeah.
is. I still say
John Cena over Hogan.
No, it's still Hogan.
But if you want to
I
say
still
something with it,
I still say it's Austin over Macho Man. So Macho Man's now down to 4th. And you could probably make an argument the Undertaker might be on there.
No, I'm not making.
Let's
that
cook.
argument. Absolutely not.
Well,
Absolutely.
you know how I feel about
That's
it.
Oh
true, he
man,
hates
where's
it.
your MAGA shirt? You Taker and Hogan,
Come
huh?
on.
Wow.
crazy.
Where
Come on,
are you
crazy.
gonna be? Where are you gonna be on January 20th? Wow, what a turn of events here. No, that's fine. That's great. We'll be back. Steelo and KC. Well, I don't know what this show is anymore on ESPN 1320.
And you can't take The Rock out.
Well, The Rock's number 1, and it's not close.
You think I still think it might be Hogan.
I don't think it's Hogan. I think the only thing you run into with some people, and I think that's probably changed since The Rock went back to wrestling, but like you have to say do you know who The Rock is? Do you know who Dwayne Johnson is? You probably have to combine those a little bit. Like Hulk Hogan is just known for being Hulk Hogan.
Was that Macho Man song first or the graduation song first?
The graduation song.
Why would he pick that for?
I don't know. Like I think they said like they tried to switch it up a few times, but people just responded to the
Macho Man would have aged a lot better if he had better theme music. I feel like.
oh, the Macho Man aged beautifully. Like the Macho Man is fine.
We're having just a wrestling conversation.
Oh, you're gonna say
Uh-oh.
something really
Oh,
disrespectful.
man,
oh my
here we
God.
go.
No, I'm just.
Here we go.
I'm not gonna say nothing disrespectful.
Here we
I
Let's
go.
just-
see. Hold on.
I just
You're right.
don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask anybody,
Mm-hmm.
give me the first thing you think about when somebody says WWF.
Hulk Hogan.
He's the most popular.
Mhm.
He's number one. He's above
Yeah.
The Rock. He's above.
Yeah,
The
that might
Rock.
be true. Yeah, maybe.
I hate that. That's the cat. We'll
Mine-
get to
mine
a
would
point
be
where
The
it's not
Rock.
the
But if
case.
you ask someone to name a wrestler,
Mhm.
do you think they would say Hogan or The Rock?
Hulk Hogan, just because he's like he's synonymous with wrestling. Oh yeah, Malia would be perfect.
Is Malia out here? She was. Malia's not out here.
Oh, where'd she go?
Name one wrestler. Just name one. Anyone. He said Macho Man. Ah!
We're not getting 5 Macho Mans. There's no way we get 5 Macho Mans.
Roach listens to the show.
He still ain't said either of the names we said. He said Macho Man.
That is
Karosh
crazy.
is my man, by the way. That's my man, Karosh, right
Malia
there.
would be perfect.
We'll wait till everybody comes back and ask them. Everybody's gone.
That's a good one too. He might be top 5. He said Andre the Giant.
But I think Hogan is the only one people like know from wrestling.
That's completely.
I mean, when you name Austin, you're naming wrestling, but Andre, you probably are naming that was the wrestler who was in The Princess Bride.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And of course, all of this probably age dependent too.
Hogan, the reason why I say he's just a generic answer for wrestling. Right?
This is correct, Ricardo. This is absolutely correct. Junkyard Dog originally used Another One Bites the Dust, and then they switched it up, and his new song was called "Grab Them Cakes," which was very much about grabbing ass.
Come on, man.
It's just I didn't realize it till I got older. Anyone know Hulk Hogan's original music? Do either of you know Hulk Hogan's original before
No.
Real American?
Mm-mm.
It was Eye of the Tiger.
Oh,
So if you ever see the original, and it's on YouTube, the original version of him beating the Iron Sheik, and I think the original version of WrestleMania,
mm-hmm.
Real American is always dubbed over it. There's a version out there somewhere where he's coming out to Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger's pretty weak.
Well, remember he was in
Well-
Rocky 3 though.
Yeah, don't do that to Eye of the Tiger.
It's a movie song.
Eye of the Tiger's not weak. It is a movie song.
Like that's it though. It's not like it's throw it on the Karate Kid or something.
Yeah, don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, it's
Eye.
trash.
Isn't that what?
Oh man.
It's, you know what? Yeah, I don't
Trash?
even know if I fully believe it, but I'm gonna stick with that.
Trash?
Isn't that what Rocky is listening to when he drives in the Porsche?
Eye of the
Rocky-
Tiger?
Rocky 4.
Eye of the Tiger's Rocky 3. That's why Hogan used it, because he was Thunderlips.
But
Eye of the Tiger is definitely Rocky 3.
I think it is. But I think when he got mad, he's like, I got to fight this guy, and he had to take a drive. And I think it was Eye of the Tiger that was.
I don't think it was. That can't be right. Now I'm going to find out. Like, God damn it. Rocky 4.
Driving.
So he
scene.
came out. No, wow. Eye of the Tiger was in Rocky 4 too?
Yeah, because he was really battling with him. Saying, I've got to go. He didn't say this, but his mannerisms. Like,
How you going to have Eye of the Tiger in Rocky 3 and Rocky 4?
See, that's how much it stinks. You're mad they had
Dude,
it twice.
Survivor ate off of Rocky movies.
Well, after the whole point was, I think when it debuted in 3, it became the Rocky song.
Okay.
So it got played, and I think all of them after that.
Okay. Did it play in Rocky 5 where he fought? Was that Tommy Morrison?
Tommy Morrison, aka Tommy the Gun. I'm sure it did. When he had to
That's
lock
crazy.
in, when he had to lock in,
Now I need to see.
it was Eye of the Tiger.
Rocky
When it got serious, it was Eye of the
Rocky
Tiger.
5.
That's the thing too.
I'm gonna bug out because I've never picked up on this. No, MC Hammer is on that soundtrack. So is Rob Bass.
Oh, it was in the streets.
Multiple MC Hammer songs. Nope, no Eye of the Tiger in Rocky 5.
Good.
On what though?
No, there was no Eye of the Tiger in Rocky 5. I mean, I'm at least I'm looking at it. Doesn't appear to have been. It was in Rocky Balboa, which is also Rocky 6.
Shout out. That's with Antonio Tarver, I believe.
I don't believe it was ever in Creed either.
Shout out to
No, because Creed was using Meek Mill songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Creed. That was fire.
I think Hail Mary was in Creed 2. Not Creed 2.
no, it
I mean
was,
Creed
yeah.
also.
He came out to it. Yeah, he came out to it when he was fighting the championship fight.
So you guys are with me? Overrated.
No, it's
We're
not.
not with you at all.
No, what are you talking
like, if you're
about?
logging in, no one's like, "Oh, throw on Eye of the Tiger. Let's lock in."
Well,
like,
no,
no,
it's
that's
not
not.
that.
Like,
Like,
you're gonna laugh. At, oh, there's
Oh,
some stairs. I'm gonna run up real quick or something.
The record came out in 1982.
And it's aged poorly.
It's aged like every other 80s record is aged.
That's not true. There's great 80s records right
sir,
now.
you're not even allowed to speak on this. Who invited you to this party?
You guys actually.
Well,
What 80? Give me an 80 song that you hear. that you're
Anything
like,
Michael Jackson put out there.
All
so
right.
we've got
All
breaking news. The streets are saying it was not Eye of the Tiger. The moment I'm talking about.
In Rocky
Yes, I
IV?
got it wrong.
It's on the soundtrack. It's on the listing of the soundtrack. It says
They're telling me it was not that. Let's see what it is.
Well, what is it?
Oh yeah, this isn't it. This ain't Eye of the Tiger. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
No
But that's
easy way out.
There's no easy way out. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an 80s record right there.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. Well,
it's-
it's stand corrected.
No, okay.
Now, what did he do during
Stand by.
the training montage?
Okay, so Eye of the Tiger play. This is the most ridiculous start to this show in history. Eye of the Tiger plays at the beginning of Rocky IV.
Well, that would be correct because they always started the movie with the last one.
That's what. Okay, yeah. That's
Soren
what they did.
says Eye of the Tiger's at the end of Rocky 3 when Rocky and Apollo spar.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that checks out. I know
Yeah.
it's in Rocky 3.
No, okay. Well,
This is ridiculous.
so I was wrong.
Well, the soundtrack listing says Eye of the Tiger is also in Rocky 4. Just for the record, we're not making that up. It's listed on the soundtrack.
True. I guess I win by technicality, but I got it wrong.
No, the only one who's losing is this one over here.
I don't think so.
No.
You guys are arguing against each other, and I'm just, I'm sitting here. I'm right.
Saying name an 80s record. He's like, oh, anything by Michael Jackson. All right.
There's a clear
I ain't gonna lie, I
group
gotta
that disagrees with me, and I feel like I'm right.
No, I think you're wrong. Mr. Tapia, if you're out there watching.
I feel like I'm a good judge on like what age is well.
Eye of
I
the
don't-
Tiger. No, because
I
Eye
don't
of the
think
Tiger
you
is
are.
legendary.
Well, you guys love Eye of the Tiger because I was like your
No,
thing.
no. I didn't say I
That
love
would be-
Eye of the Tiger,
Yeah,
but it's not trash.
It's not trash. It's legendary too. It's legendary.
like,
All right, there's
It's one of the more famous songs
I was gonna say-
of the decade.
I was going to say Eye of the Tiger is probably one of the most iconic songs associated with a movie.
Yeah, that's one of the all timers.
Yeah.
When was the last time I listened to it? I don't know, but I know it.
What's
Now,
another
look,
one?
Come on, Jesse. Hey, if I know Eye of the Tiger, it's iconic.
Do you know
Because I don't know none of them songs.
Don't You Forget About Me? Do you know the Breakfast Club songs?
See, I don't-
Yeah.
You don't know that either?
No, I don't know that.
Does that song age well?
Yes, that's a great song.
Okay. All right. Well, all right.
I don't
I'm
know-
gonna give you
I
that
don't
one
know
because
Yeah.
you're right.
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Like I said, if I know Eye of the Tiger, it's circulated.
I know it too.
I
I
don't
know it's
know.
bad.
You know, Casey is in these streets, so he knows.
I'm saying that's not wasn't my bag. To go back into the 80s hairband songs, I don't know them. So if I know it,
I
that
don't know.
means it reached.
I don't know.
It had a broad reach. If
I
it
don't
got
know if
there.
Survivor was a hair band. I'll have to look that up. Def Leppard was a hair band. I think Motley Crue was a hair band.
This boy Rocky, he fitted though in this when he in the snow.
Oh, Survivor. That's hair. Yeah.
See, now we're getting shots at my generation.
Yeah,
Warren,
Survivor,
and
yeah.
I'm born close to the
Oh,
betas. Hey, we went over
oh,
this. I'm with
yo.
Kenny. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm with Kenny. I'm a millennial. I'm
Don't
not
do that.
Gen X. All right.
First
I'm
of
a
all,
millennial.
watch your tone, because I was about to have your back, saying you're not even born close to the beta generation. You're fine.
All right, I'll dump it.
As
Go,
we
go,
know,
go.
we got a generation of bitches being born now.
Oh my God.
Man.
I'm glad I'm done with kids. Hey,
You
what's
imagine.
her name? What's her name came up? She was kind of glowing up as the series went along.
Who?
Adrian.
Oh. Adrian was,
kind of glowing up as
Well, they
as the
killed
series-
off Adrian when Creed started,
Yeah,
that's
'cause
when
she
they
was
got
in
rid of her.
5. In Balboa.
and Adrian
They killed her in Balboa.
Adrian was the sister in The
Paulie.
Godfather.
Oh yeah.
That's not who what's her that's not Francis Ford Coppola's daughter. That was the girl in that was the daughter. Who is that woman?
You're on your own here, buddy.
No,
She's
she's
Adrian.
somebody. Well, she's somebody besides Adrian.
She's Adrian, but I mean, you take it back to Rocky 1. Yeah, she was glowing up. By the time you get to 4, like I just seen her right now. By the time you get to 4,
Connie, that was her name. Connie
Connie in The Godfather. Huh?
Yeah. I thought she was married to. Oh, yeah, she's the sister. Okay, she's the sister of Francis Ford Coppola. So Francis Ford Coppola's sister and I think his daughter were in the Godfather movies.
You think she's more known as Connie or Adrian?
That's a good one.
Obviously, I know her as Adrian, but I know the guy.
I think Adrian, because
she was in.
Adrian.
She was in 2 of the Godfathers, right? She
was in all 3.
She was in all 3. Okay, okay.
Yeah, she was in all 3.
I ain't seen 3 in since it came out.
I don't really need to.
No, I think I need to. It's been 40 years.
It's a bit confusing. It's
more
a bit
confusing
weird.
than 2 would be. Like, I understood 2, but I could see.
I didn't think 2 was confusing.
Well, I could see how people can get confused because they're going
with the
back and
flashbacks.
forth. Yeah.
Follow
fun,
along. Get off
man.
your phone and follow along. Put the phone down.
Put the phone down, Reese.
And follow along with the movie. I never thought that was hard to follow. The storyline, like with the Catholic Church in 3, is weird.
I can't remember.
There's a lot that happens in 3. They did a here. Dr. David points it out. There's a director's cut of 3 that came out. Time is lost. Maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. That makes a little bit more sense,
Gotcha.
and it has a bit more of a definitive ending.
Gotcha.
But still, the worst of the 3. Not bad, but the worst of the 3.
My boy High Times KG, he's tiptoeing that line, about to get blocked in here, talking about Godfather overrated, but we can leave that for don't even finish the sentence. Don't even finish the sentence, High Times. Stop it.
Godfather, one of the greatest movies, and the only thing that enhances the movie is the book. If you ever read the Godfather book, it makes the movie 10 times better.
Which one did LeBron lie about?
The Godfather 1.
The movie? Okay.
The movie.
Okay.
Yeah, the book. Oh, that's cute. It is cute. He only would have lied about the book if he was at the podium holding it.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's a lot in the book that they don't do in the movies. Like Fredo is gay.
Oh.
Like in the book. Like that's the whole thing behind like the Fredo character. And like they don't even delve into like the absolute contempt that Michael has for his dad in the movie, the way like in the book, like in his book, he despises his father in the path that he chose. And it like the movie only does like just a minor brush of how conflicted he was to when his dad got shot to take the reins of the family. It's brilliant. Go ahead. Something's on your mind.
No, because is the book where they break down Sonny's character a little bit more?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Dude, you're not even going to hear this on the airwaves. I promise you that.
All right. Well, shoot it to the group thread because I'm curious.
High Times KG in the chat says he thought this was a safe place. Brother, we get these takes off and we all get attacked here. There's no safe here.
Yeah. No, we only claim this is a safe space. It never actually is.
Just stand by your take and that's it.
It's a safe space until you say something that pisses one of the 3 of us off, and then it's on.
I think I don't know, man. I don't know. I have heard that before.
It's always my favorite when Kenny doesn't know if he can say it on the radio.
Yeah.
No, I know I can't say. I'm not going to say that.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
They broke that down in the book.
That's why it was always with.
That's what they.
So
plus I'm best recommended by the group first.
No. Yeah. So the book lays out that Sonny is
Oh man.
Sonny's well equipped. He's very well equipped.
Why does that even have to be part of the story?
I don't know, man. I'm just a reader. I'm just a movie watcher. What do you want me to do?
Oh man.
You imagine being the author? Yeah, write that down. Throw that in there.
So I can't remember if this is in the so Sonny in the famous wedding scene where that the movie opens in the book, Sonny's off like smashing. So I don't remember if that's in the movie or not. I can't remember if it's in the movie or not, but it's definitely in the book where he's off. Yeah, he's off. It's like no, where was it? Like Odie said, He's blessed. What do you want to do, man? He's blessed.
Why does that have to be part of the story?
Jacob Z says, Boogie Nights, Godfather edition. Well, that's
I don't know why that had to be.
They said it was in the movie
Sonny for
too.
Skims is
It was
crazy.
in the movie?
Yeah, they said
Okay.
they made
No.
they made note of it in the
Sonny for
movie.
Yeah, I thought so
Skims.
too. Yeah, I thought. Okay, I thought so.
No, what? Wait, come on, man. Why does that? Where's that dialogue at? Where's that? Who wrote that into the screens, into the script? And now actor X has to say.
All right,
it.
so what are we taking from the book that's got to be in the movie? Make sure we take Sonny's thing and put it in the movie too.
But let's omit this part about Fredo. Part of the reason Fredo is so like timid and unsure is his sexuality, and they completely leave it out of the movie.
I bet you, it's James Caan
Yeah,
that plays Sonny.
Sonny.
I bet you he said, "I'm only doing the movie if you put that." It's the only way I'm doing the movie. Matter of fact, you can keep the extra $10,000. Just put that part in there.
Oh, that is terrific. Yeah, it's in my rider. Got to be packing. Sorry, man. Sorry, man.
We went from Eye of the Tiger to that.
I don't know. Kings didn't play yesterday. It wasn't like there weren't sports on either.
Well, you talk about the Warriors.
Well,
Something happened to the Warriors.
The Warriors damn near Fredo at this point.
Oh,
They're
man.
the Warriors are the Fredo of California right now.
Hey, so I kind of misspoke a little bit.
You got two teams in a city that is burning down right now, and they're still better than the Golden State Warriors.
Well, one is trying to hold on for dear
They're
life.
barely better. I didn't say they were a lot better. I just said they were better.
But I might have misspoke because yesterday I said I need the Lakers to beat the Spurs, get the Spurs out of here and away from this whole play-in playoff discussion. I just want them gone. I probably should have been looking at the Warriors.
Okay.
Like, I think I say this every time they lose a game, so I don't want to be redundant, but I don't know if they're gonna make it.
You know,
Come on, man.
Randy says Buddy pulled a Carlton last night. So, Buddy, did you hear Steve Kerr last night?
No.
First of all, as soon as I saw the game, because I didn't see a second of that game live, not a second.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw it was over, I grabbed my laptop. Let's see what old Jim Parks is talking about.
Somebody said, "Where's the Jim Parks segment today?"
Oh man, we could do it. When I say that man is fed up with Steve Kerr, that man is fed.
Was it last night
up.
when he said, "If you're a real Warriors fan"?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That was last night. Yep. That was last night.
Cheryl in Baltimore, my bad, man. The Spurs looking. I'm gonna talk about the Spurs.
I love this. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Albert Einstein. According to Einstein's definition, Steve Kerr is literally insane. He used that tweet like a couple of times. But the true kiss of death was Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater posted the video of Steve Kerr at the podium. I feel like I should play the audio. It's almost 2 minutes. We don't need to hear Steve Kerr talk for 2 minutes. Steve Kerr on the slumping Buddy Hield. I trust him. I put him in the last play because I believe he'll make the next shot.
Steve really think he Doug Christie. You're not.
I'm going to keep playing him. I'm going to keep trusting him. If you ever wonder what 4 championships buy you, it is the ability to trust Buddy Hield.
Oh, man. Now, look.
Trust, but, sir, you have not learned yet. You're out here talking about trusting Buddy Hield? Boy.
Here's the crazy part. Who are we going to go to?
Not Buddy. That's who I'm going to. not Buddy. Sure, but who? Doesn't matter. The question shouldn't even be, Steve, who are you going to? That's tough to answer. The question is, Steve, who are you not going to? And the answer is Buddy Hield.
You don't want to do anything crazy, though. You want to mortgage the future.
Bruh. So that's the other thing.
That's what I heard. I saw that. Who said that?
Steph.
Yeah.
But that's not where it started.
Draymond
started with Draymond. Draymond said, me, Steph, Steve, because I guess Draymond's a goddamn decision maker in this process too, which explains why they're in the position they're in.
That's probably the problem.
We all believe, bad organizations, bad teams, they make panic moves to mortgage their future. Steve was not Steve, Steph. Steph's like, yeah, man, I actually think Steph was the one who said that about the organizations. Yeah, you don't do that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Draymond, Mr. Curry, Steph, GOAT. What future are you talking about?
I mean, come on, man.
You talk about mortgaging your future. No one wants to mortgage your 1-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, bro. What are you talking about? Talk about mortgage our future. You bitches have no future. What are these guys talking about?
Yeah, it's over.
Draymond keep roping these dudes into saying stupid things, man. Yeah, we all agreed we can't do that.
Come on, man.
All right, man. Cool. Like, I assume, are we just talking about Kuminga?
That's got to be.
Like, what are we talking about? Their future. Their future is a single player.
So look, they yeah, that's what they're talking about, and they can barely decide where they want to play the guy. They don't want to mortgage a guy
we don't know what to do with. And Pods, who we might have ruined.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Buddy Hield, they were 12-3. Buddy Hield in the 25 games since then. They're 8-17. He's averaging 10 points. He's shooting 36.8% from the field.
Wait, whoa. One more time?
Buddy Hield in the 25 games since they were 12-3.
Yeah.
He's shooting 36.8% from the field. 10 points per game. 32.6 from beyond the arc. Now, he is shooting 94% from the free throw line. So he's a 30-30-90 guy.
Yeah.
He's a 30-30-90 guy, so you got to give him that.
Oh, man. I'm looking at Madrid 55 here says, man, those guys have rings. Okay. Rings doesn't buy you stupidity. Because them dudes is going to be done here soon, and that organization is going to be trash.
Yeah, it's
they have no future.
What kind of player do you think Kuminga gets you, like in a trade? What do you think you could get back? And that's kind of like a broad question, given there's all kinds of players in the league or whatever. But what do you think the best player Kuminga get you back?
I mean,
because like, what are you keeping him around? Like, are you building around him after Steph?
I
don't think so.
I think Kuminga can get you anybody that's available for trade. Kuminga's not going to make somebody that's not available for trade and be like, oh, Kuminga's available? Oh, let's do this. Right? So we talking Jimmy Butler, Zach LaVine. We're not talking I'm just throwing Trae Young. If they were like, Atlanta, you want to trade Kuminga for Trae Young? Like, obviously, point guard, Steph and Trae. I'm just throwing out a name of somebody that's not available.
Yeah.
They'd be like, no, we're fine. Looking at Minnesota, it's not getting you in. You know what I mean? Look in New York, it's not getting you Brunson. I don't know if it's getting you. I mean, Brooklyn doesn't have anything. Washington doesn't have anything. So it's like teams like that. That's what Kuminga's getting you. It's not getting you Booker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a good ball player. Kuminga's a good ball player, but I right now I don't think people, you know how people say that the NBA is monitoring and circling the waters for a potential De'Aaron Fox availability. I don't think they're doing that for Kuminga.
Okay. I'm with you. I think they're inquiring. Maybe not circling. Maybe not praying for the downfall of Doug Christie and the Sacramento Kings.
Mhm.
But I think they're paying attention.
Paying attention for sure.
But not.
Yeah, not. They don't have their proposals lined up.
Yeah.
And he's a good
By
ball
the way-
player. I'm not even talking like he's a bad ball player. It's just like, Jesse asked, what could that get you? That
And
could
I'm
get
only
you-
asking too because like you're not gonna build around him after Steph, so why not just just try to go all in these last?
But maybe
couple
that's
Steph
what they
years?
think they are doing. Maybe they do think that's maybe they
Like,
do think that's
you
what
do
they're
build
doing.
around him.
Yeah.
Feels like a mistake.
Because otherwise, what are we talking about? He's talking about mortgaging our future. What future are you speaking of if you're not speaking about Kuminga?
And the funny thing is, when they talk about mortgaging the future doesn't include you, Draymond, and you, Curry. Like you get your generation. You guys are done. Like the future would be Kuminga with you guys gone. That's the future, not with you.
Our man R. Jonesy has a very unique perspective on some of this.
He's having a tough time.
He says, I do feel bad for Buddy, though. Where's that his welcome everywhere he goes? Are you sure that's a reason to feel bad for Buddy? Or is that a reason to feel bad for Golden State, Sacramento, New Orleans? What team am I missing?
Philly.
Philly, thank
He
you.
didn't even play. Except for
Well,
that.
played that game
yeah.
6, 7.
Game 6, yeah. Had a really good game. The funny thing is that
I was actually rooting for Buddy in that game. He went nuts.
Look, I don't hate Buddy as much as everybody else does. He's fine. It's whatever. He didn't have to say what he had to say at shoot around that time, but
I don't hate Buddy
other than
either.
that, he's fine.
He's funny. Brian Cruz hates Buddy. Miss P hates Buddy. I think Buddy's funny. The league needs people like Buddy for us to laugh at. Oh, he was on the Pacers too.
Oh, we didn't say
Oh,
Pacers.
God, how many teams has he been on? He really does
6
wear out his
teams?
welcome.
Pelicans, Kings, Pacers, Sixers.
It's the same cycle
4
every time
Warriors,
too.
5.
Buddy shows up. Buddy hits some threes. Oh, this guy's great! Wow, what was the last team's problem?
What a Jim Parks collection of tweets
Yeah.
is fantastic. This guy knows ball.
I'm sure there's a Jim Park in Indiana that had the same thing.
Oh man.
We'll come back.
I heard something crazy. Just one more thing about the Warriors and Warriors fans when we come back. I heard
Okay, we
something-
got to ask Malia to name
Oh.
one wrestler too.
Yeah.
Steelo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Malia is also a little younger.
I feel like
might
she'll
say
name
the-
John Cena.
Yeah, she.
Oh, that's a
she
good.
might. she
John
might.
Cena's in movies and stuff.
I think she's gonna go. I think she's gonna go. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say Rock, but I don't think she's gonna go Rock.
I'm gonna say the Rock.
Do
Yeah?
people know The Rock
Okay.
or Dwayne Johnson though?
That's what I was just thinking. I'm gonna go. She's thinking. She doesn't know a wrestler. You don't know a single just one. Yeah.
That's Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan. She's saying Hulk Hogan.
I didn't want to leave.
Okay, she said Hulk Hogan. Okay. Thank you. You made a point. We appreciate you so much. Who's sitting right there? I can't make out who that is. Is that Megan?
Yeah, that's Megan.
Here. Who's that? Okay, that's here. Yell at Megan. Megan's right there. Megan. Megan would be a great case study. Name the first wrestler that pops into your head. I'm so great at what I do. Megan said The Rock. Malia said Hulk Hogan.
Charlie B.
And Megan, no, because he'll say like
Bruno Sammartino.
George Hackenschmidt or something. Like, no. See, I told you. Can't ask Charlie.
Who did Charlie say?
He said Bobo Brazil.
Who the hell's
That's
Bobo
who,
Brazil?
That's who he was watching when he grew up, was Bobo Brazil.
What can I tell you?
That's all right.
Followed by the Sheik.
And there you go.
Thank you, ladies.
So we got a Hulk Hogan reference and a Rock reference.
We also got a Macho Man.
And we got a Macho. Therefore,
And a
I am
Bobo
him.
Brazil.
Yo, and well,
Yeah, Bobo Brazil kind of just
Bobo.
messes all this up.
Bobo Brazil is pretty wild.
Yeah, John Cena's taking an L today.
Yeah, this is John Cena.
It's a true story. Bobo Brazil, former NFL star.
This isn't a good. Well,
we got another contender.
You know who I wouldn't say her favorite wrestler was for a minute, but somebody she really liked was Dolph Ziggler. Because he would always, that's when he first came in, and he would always come and say his name. It's like, hi, I'm Dolph.
Shout out Soren. Soren pulled the Sonny clip from the Sonny gift from The Godfather. It's in
I thought he meant Sonny.
It's in your not when he was smashed.
Sonny the wrestler. I was like, what kind of gift?
Oh
is that?
God. Oh well.
Oh,
not suitable for work.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Hey, chill out, lady.
Yo, that's a crazy subplot. Oh yeah, you're right. Randy Orton is her. Randy, she likes Randy and Roman.
Randy got that Barry Bonds syndrome, man. Oh boy's head is a little disproportionate.
I feel like they stopped testing for maybe a few months.
Well, yeah, like when him and AJ got back, it's like, oh, look, these two 50-year-olds are in the best shape they've ever been in.
We're not going to test during this little merger or whatever, so.
Randy and Roman. Those are the ones.
Roman.
What's the I ain't even gonna bring it up because I ain't even
You always say you're not going to bring something up. By the way, during the commercial break, we asked two different people in the office to name the first wrestler that popped in their head. Malia really struggled to name a wrestler, but she described Hulk Hogan.
She did. So I didn't want to lead because
she was like with the blonde mullet in The Famous Family. She was clearly talking about Hulk Hogan. Then we asked Megan, who's probably a little bit older than Jesse.
Yeah,
probably 30s, early 30s.
Yeah, like 32.
Yeah, she's a little bit older.
Early 30s. Went with The Rock. Yeah. And then Charlie said Bobo Brazil. So it's whatever. But. So we've had.
You think we get anything close to Bobo Brazil the rest of the day?
No. No, I think there are wrestling fans who don't know who Bobo Brazil is.
I don't know who Bobo Brazil is.
There you have it. And you should know. He's a black wrestler.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't. I should.
There was like two of them. It was him and Ernie Ladd back in the day, and that was it.
You asked about my mom earlier. She'd probably say Rocky Johnson.
Yes.
She was a big fan of Rocky Johnson. Like whenever we talk about wrestling, she's like, remember going to see Rocky Johnson
man,
right
Rocky
over there
Johnson.
at Fox 40 on Fruit
Mm-hmm.
Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
She always talk about Rocky Johnson. Yeah, I'll just ask her.
Now I wonder
She's going to say, didn't we ask her that before? And she said Rocky Johnson?
Maybe. I'm going to just ask
her.
her. Name the first wrestler that comes to mind.
Soul Man, Rocky Johnson.
Hulk Hogan's got to be like the one if Malia just has no clue. It's like, nope, the guy with the blonde mullet. Like, that's the one.
Yeah. Rock is up there, though. Like I said, for a generation, I think Rock might be one. It's interesting that Cena's not being named at all. That is a little interesting.
Maybe he's got to do more movies.
Maybe wrestling isn't like we just named 2-3 counting Savage in the boom period. The 80s boom period, which was Hogan, which was totally on Hogan's back.
Mm-hmm.
And then the so-called Attitude Era, the boom period with WCW and WWE in the late 90s, early 2000s, and that's The Rock. And everything The Rock has done since then has drowned out Steve Austin's popularity in like the mainstream form. She say Rocky Johnson.
Rocky Johnson and Pat Patterson.
Pat Patterson. Yep. Pat Patterson. Because Pat Patterson was at Fox 42.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but
amazing.
to your point though, wrestling as big of a star as John Cena it was when wrestling was already established. These names that we're hearing were when it was like a renaissance in wrestling. Like it was a
Yeah.
boom. Like it was like, oh my gosh.
Massive
wrestling.
mainstream popularity. Yeah.
And when Cena was there, it was already established. It was already, it's like
It's like
kind of like Roman Reigns right now.
like Hogan was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Rock was on the cover of they don't even exist anymore, but like TV Guides. Both of them were on the cover of Newsweek. Like the other version of Hulk Hogan was on the cover of Newsweek, the Hollywood Hogan version.
Yeah.
Like if you ask someone to name a basketball player, what do you think they would say? If we ask them in the same vein, we're saying, what's the first wrestler that pops in your head? And they're saying Hogan or Rock or whatever. If we say name a basketball player, what do you think they say?
Probably Mike or LeBron.
I think
feel
Mike,
like they
LeBron,
say, I
and
feel like
Kobe.
they say Jordan.
They probably said Jordan has transcended the game of basketball. Like he's literally a brand.
Well, Hogan has two now.
Oh, jeez.
I feel like
One
Kobe
brand,
would be
we're
up
not
there
happy.
too, though.
I think Kobe would be too.
That
Yeah.
so it's funny. Kobe would be. I think he'd be up there too. It's funny. Like I'm sorry. I meant to write this in because I heard this yesterday. And I was like, I don't know if we have to talk about this, but it just kind of blows my mind. Even though we've talked about this for a while. Do you know who's number 2 in All-Star voting in the East for the guards?
I don't. Do you want me to guess? Is it Trey Dame?
No. You want to take a guess?
Guards in the East? Yeah, I don't know. If it's not Trey, then I don't know.
It's LaMelo.
Oh, yeah. I did know that
And
because I was reading about his brother.
no, he's cooking.
He really is.
Whoa,
I don't know who's having a
whoa.
better season right now, Jello or LaMelo. I'm not sure which one.
But they because I was listening to one of those basketball podcasts. My bad, no disrespect. But they were just talking about like, Melo is second in All-Star voting, and the one guy was talking about how they did like a study or something like that, and like his shoe is like the highest selling signature shoe of anybody out right now, as far as just shoes moved.
Really? And he's with
Puma.
Right.
And they were just trying to figure out like why is he such a big star? Obviously, he didn't go to college. He hasn't won anything. He's been on these bad teams. He's been hurt half of his career. Why is he this mega star? And they were trying to figure out like what makes him, not like taken away from him, but like why do people gravitate to him and not Jalen Brunson? Right? Like as far as popularity, like people always like to hype, like the writers and stuff like to hype up Jalen Brunson, and rightfully so. He's a good ball player. But the kids,
do you have an answer to that? I think it's relatively easy.
I think he didn't go to college, but he's been famous since he was like 11.
Right.
And they just
he
coincides with the YouTube era. And
he's
all this
the
other
most
stuff.
relatable to a kid because he's so damn childish. That there is in the league.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen.
He's also not, 6'10", 275 pounds. He's not a freak athlete either. He looks like a dude. He looks like a normal guy,
right?
But a basketball player, but a normal guy.
Right.
He's easier to relate to.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's not polished like Steph is. Steph is polished. Steph looks like an adult. LaMelo talks, you're like, this is a freaking child. This is legit a child talk.
True.
Someone needs to whoop his ass if we're being honest. Like, where Mama Ball, like, need to whoop him.
Need to come around with that belt.
Yeah, he's super relatable.
Yeah.
I completely understand it.
But he's been on the basketball scene in the basketball community. Like I said, since he was like 11 years old. I remember, I think he was 13 on that Chino Hills team that played at Arco Arena. I think they played at Arco, or
they did.
Was that Golden One yet?
I
Arco.
don't remember which arena it was, but he was definitely playing in Sacramento.
Yeah. But he was because I remember he was in 8th grade and they moved him up on the team at least, because that would have been the only chance he had to play
the brothers play together. And he came here in Sacramento as an 8th grader in the state championship game and was hooping.
Mm-hmm.
It was hooping. And I turned to my wife. We was watching the game. I was like, that's going to be the one right there. That boy can go. And and that's when, I discovered there's probably, a lot of people around the area that knew him when he was even younger than that. But yeah, he's been in people's lives for a decade. And now he actually has the numbers and stuff to back up the hype.
Yeah.
And number 2, LaMelo Ball, and that's what they were also saying too. Like, it's one thing for somebody to be popular, but these people are like putting pen to pad and their dollars where the popular is, it's different. That's different, to get out and make people spend their money and spend their time on supporting you. That's a different level of popularity.
No argument. No
Shout
argument.
out.
No argument.
Someone in the chat, like Kenny, when he saw LaMelo that one time, turn to Jazz. Hey,
Yeah,
he's the one.
he knew. Just like LeBron when he saw Scotty Barnes when
Exactly.
Scotty was
Saw him in middle school.
4 years old or whatever it was. It's gonna be the one right here.
I knew.
Like Kenny. That's funny.
The "la" attached to someone's name as a reference to lying is one of LeBron's greatest legacies.
Yeah, that's gonna live forever.
Forever. The memes of him talking about Kobe. Yeah.
Oh, before we move on, I wanted to just kind of talk about like where this is why Warrior fans, this is why we be laughing, because they be saying some crazy stuff. Now I'm sure every Kings fans probably said some crazy stuff. So they're like, just go get Cam Johnson, give him Kobe Johnson, like stuff like that, right? But I was listening to the Morning Roast. Shout out Monte, shout out Butch. And one guy calls in and he's like, yeah, this just isn't it right now. Like, I just don't understand it. He said, look, I know I'm going to sound crazy, but I'm going to be honest. I would trade Curry and Draymond for Chris Paul and Wemby.
All right. Radio was a mistake. This was all a mistake.
All right, man. All right.
The thing is, like, that guy believes that. Like, yeah, this is the move.
I just dropped a bar on the Morning Roast. Hey, man, what's the YouTube? So I'm going to pull it up and record it and show my friends. I dropped a bar. Had that knowledge.
All right, man.
Had that knowledge.
He was cooking. It's all right. That's all right.
That's where they at, though. That's where they at.
And it's tough.
Yeah, look,
Tough place to be.
We weren't far behind 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's what Jim Parks is saying. Look at what happened to Sacramento. Fire Steve Kerr. Hire, I don't even know who their assistants
They're probably going to say
anymore.
Jerry Stackhouse. That's what they say.
Okay.
Yeah. That seems like a guy that people would like rally behind. Like, let Jerry Stackhouse get a job. Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, Jim is trying to get people to carry Fire Steve Kerr signs into the next home game.
He said, if you're a real Warriors fan.
If you fake ones, you ain't outside. But everybody else carry. Can you imagine, like, King's Muse telling everyone, hey, guys, we got to bring in Fire Mike Brown signs into the stadium. Like, can you imagine someone in our fan base doing that? That's incredible.
That's what they do overseas.
Oh, man.
That is incredible.
Boy, oh, boy. Well, yeah,
good luck
they're
with
struggling.
that. Good luck with that Wemby trade.
I don't know if they're gonna make it, man. Like they're like, in all honesty, I can't imagine them not
how did
making
they
anything.
start the way that they did? What was it, 12-3?
12-3.
How did they start 12-3 and get here to where they're, like, I think 1 under 500? What are they?
Yeah, 1 under 500. Yeah.
Yeah, they're 19-20. Like, how did they get here?
I have no idea. I can't look. Steph Curry's still there. The aura of the Warriors are still there. I can't say they're just gonna miss everything. Like, they really just gonna miss everything.
Did they just? Is it too simple to say they just came back down to earth? Like Buddy Hield.
How
all
did you
like,
get
they were
that
just-
high though? Like
It just.
it wasn't it
was.
wasn't a 7-game win streak or an 8-game.
They, had
They
that-
were 13-2.
They had that Franklin Saint.
See, but like Buddy Hield was playing great basketball. Like just everything was just firing on all cylinders. Now Buddy Hield is Buddy Hield, and just guys are just back to themselves.
They was that high. 'Cause
Steph
12
is
and
always
3,
gonna be Steph,
tw-
but
12-3, went into Boston on national TV,
Mm.
beat them. That's when I was like, yo,
at
these
JR
dudes-
tweets, Warriors win, Warriors win, Warriors win.
That's when I had to take no. I was like, man, these guys, I was wrong, man. These guys are gonna put in work. And then I didn't even think they'd be here. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought they'd fall back to earth, but they're to the core of the earth. If they don't make nothing.
Well, they're on their way to going below. They're slowly sinking into the depths of hell. What's their schedule look like coming up? They got the Timberwolves tomorrow night on
Damn, are we at the point?
ESPN.
Are we at the point where we root for the Warriors?
They got Minnesota coming up in Minnesota. Then they're back home to take on the Wizards. Of course, that's okay. So that's the Wizards actually played the Kings on the second night of a back-to-back because they got Golden State on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have Boston on Monday, and we know what Wednesday is at Sacramento on ESPN.
Oh, it's looking ugly. This schedule looking ugly, bro.
They have 1, 2. I don't know that this matters anymore. But after they're here, and so okay, so once they get through tomorrow, they'll come back home. They'll take on Washington and Boston. They'll make the drive to Sacramento. Then they take on Chicago, the Lakers, Utah, Oklahoma City, Phoenix, and Orlando, all at home. So from the 18th to February 3rd, they'll be at home. Or they'll be in California with the one game in Sacramento.
Now they just had a stretch. They must have a gang of road games.
Yeah, they have a
February and March.
6. My God,
Because they just
1, 2,
they had a
3,
stretch.
4, 5,
where-
6. They got a 7-game road trip after that thing we just
They
said.
got to get ready for All-Star game. Like NBA got to come in there and take over Chase Center.
That's right.
Damn,
Damn,
they had
I
a-
forgot about that. That's a good call.
They had a stretch just now. It wasn't 9 home games in a row, but it was something like, you know how the Kings had 10 of 13 at home or something like that. They had a stretch of 9 home games where they just went 3-6.
Mm-hmm.
So them having all them home games, they get beat up everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I look at that team, and then the other thing about it is Kuminga's still hurt. So I don't know when he's coming back.
He was 3 weeks, and I feel like maybe that was
Maybe
2
a
weeks
week and
ago?
a half ago.
close. A week and a half, too. Whatever.
I don't know, man.
He's not back tomorrow was the point.
Yeah.
He might be back.
Just lose on the 22nd.
I was going to say he might be back in time for that Sacramento game, but I'm going to guess not. He'll probably come home during that home, or he'll probably come back during that homestand.
ESPN game too, by the way.
The Sacramento one.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, so is the Minnesota one. So is Oklahoma City. So is Phoenix. There's lots of nationally televised games for a team that is currently roasting in the depths of hell.
Gonna have to start looking at that schedule, Adam. See what we can flex out.
They got 3 ABC games.
Come on,
The
you wanna talk about-
Warriors and Mavericks in a game that's in February. He should be back by then.
What about the other one though? Look at that nasty one on March 1st.
Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yeah, none of this is good. None of this is good at all.
Another TNT game with the Kings. I think that's the one we're taking the bus for.
We're not doing that. I don't know. Please don't tell people that. We're not taking the bus. And no one believes you would actually ride a bus anyway.
I would.
No one believes it. A luxury bus, maybe, that you had to yourself.
Well, no. All my people just put was inflation. So it was $10, but now you
It
might
ain't
have to put
$10 no more.
have to put
Might be
40.
another zero at the end of that. Talk about inflation. Eggs cost $14, and you talking about a bus ride.
Man,
to the
they've
Chase
been going
Center.
crazy with the eggs, man.
I haven't bought
crazy.
eggs in a month.
That's crazy. When wifey told me about what eggs were doing, I said, "Come on, man.
I
It's always something."
I
man.
had to grab something at Bel Air or whatever it was the other day and walked by the eggs, and it was one of those things where I didn't need them. I just looked at like, oh, they have them because there's been like egg shortages or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, and then like stopped and turned back. It says $13.99.
Oh man.
At this point, we need a chicken guy.
$13.99.
That is crazy.
We need Debo's chicken coop.
Man, that is crazy. But yeah, I just, I'm monitoring the Warriors situation, man, because all jokes aside, I can't imagine them not making nothing. That's crazy with a relatively healthy Steph Curry. But that's just me showing respect to, Steph and the Warriors and stuff like that. If I'm just looking at it like in a basketball sense, I don't know how you turn this around, especially with the surprise of San Antonio playing well. Like, that's kind of a wild card too. San Antonio, who went into LA last night, handled business.
Mm-hmm.
So who are you going to, I guess the question would be, who would you chase down if you're the Warriors? I don't know if the team is there.
Well, they're the Warriors, the Spurs, they're probably eyeballing us.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. Yeah,
because I guess Minnesota gets the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. Maybe you're keeping an eye on the Lakers. Maybe you're keeping an eye on the Clippers. But man, really,
Clippers beat down again with the Miami. They ain't going nowhere, man.
Well, the Clippers were playing well in that game, and then they weren't.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of Miami. Miami was playing well.
Oh, Miami was playing well.
I think they were up 13 at one point. They ended up losing by like 20.
And I guess Phoenix gets the benefit of the doubt too because of the star power.
Yeah, probably so.
So they're all looking at Sacramento.
Yeah, and saying Sacramento will come back down to earth. That's what they're saying about Sacramento.
We ain't coming back down to earth.
We ain't going nowhere.
Leave us alone. Let us live. That's the other thing about the game tonight. Milwaukee's 20-17. Kings are 20-19. This isn't yet. This isn't, title contending Milwaukee Bucks team. This is a team that was way down, went up, and now they've kind of leveled out.
Right.
But this is what they're leveled out is. This isn't, I know Giannis is over there. I know Dame is over there, and that always leaves a certain there's always a certain angst with it. It's like with Steph. There's always going to be an angst when Steph Curry is on the floor. Steph Curry hits the second 4-point play. Every Kings fan is like, you gotta be kidding me. What are we doing? Like Dame and Giannis can do that too.
Yeah.
But the Bucks team isn't that. Like beating the Bucks tonight. If the Kings were able to beat the Bucks tonight, it's not like beating Boston the other night. We're right now wrapped up in something that Milwaukee isn't yet. I think Milwaukee, the similarities between Milwaukee and Sacramento, I actually think are pretty great. Of course, the expectations were different heading into the season, but they started 2-7.
Yeah,
might have been. Maybe it was worse.
Yeah, I feel like
it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad, but they started down, built their way back up. Now they're sitting at 20-17, but still they're a team like, I don't know if you're Boston, you worried about Milwaukee right now? If you're Cleveland, you worried about Milwaukee right now? Like, Milwaukee, they've won. They're 500 over the last 10 games.
Yeah. And
so the Kings right now, they haven't had that drop yet. It's been the ascension since Doug Christie's hire, and they haven't had that. Okay, I won't call it a drop or a fall off. We'll call it a leveling out. They haven't leveled out yet, and Milwaukee has, which is why I think they could be had.
Yeah, I think so too. No Middleton.
Also, their name's in a lot of discussions out there.
Yeah,
and that's never good for. Maybe it doesn't matter for Giannis or Dame, but it matters for guy 7, 8, 9, and 10.
They are going to be angry because of what happened on Sunday, but they got beat up against New York on Sunday.
Yeah,
I was trying to watch that game and then going back and forth between that and the Kings game and looking, and the score just kept getting more and more out of hand. So, like you said, leveling out is kind of the phase that they're in right now. And that was a great point that you made about the the discussions, the trade discussions that's going
Mhm.
on. And then you combine that with some of the things we talked about with Eddie on Friday, and
Mhm.
Jimmy met today, I think, with Pat Riley. So
By the way, does anybody wonder who Sham Source is? It's pretty clear it's Jimmy Butler, right?
Yeah.
that's what it seems
Like when his
It feels
agent is
too
like, "Oh,
obvious.
he's full of crap. He doesn't know what he's talking about." Meanwhile, Shams is like, "Okay."
Sean's
pal."
like, yeah, they had a meeting at 11:30. They talked shop for 10 minutes, and
Yeah.
then Jimmy asked for a trade around 11:45.
Jimmy ordered a Cobb salad and sparkling water.
Yeah, they dapped up after, and Jimmy went home.
Shams might have been there,
It very well might have been.
but that's
It was like the Sam Amick combo from the Philadelphia 76ers.
right.
With Tyrese Maxey.
Right.
Like,
Who was in here?
it was like Paul George was like, I think it was Paul George. It's just crazy the quotes that they had. Like
word for
it
word.
really was like they were there. You know?
So you never know how that is going to play with some of these guys' mental. Maybe it already is. After we saw what we saw on Sunday against the Knicks. So I think Milwaukee can be had, but the Kings they've got to focus. They've got to execute. They've got to give. Once I'm looking for them tonight to give themselves a chance going into that fourth quarter, similar to what they did against Boston.
So that hasn't been, and I get it. I mean, not crapping on what you just said right there,
No,
but
thanks. No, it's great.
it feels it's kind of cliche though, right? Because over this stretch, focus hasn't been an issue.
Right. Yeah.
For the most part, execution hasn't been an issue. Now, and I'm not suggesting that they've played perfect over this, 8-game stretch or whatever. They just have avoided prolonged, really bad stretches.
Right.
With, was it Philly? What was the comeback at the end of the game? That was Philly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. With the exception of that, like they played pretty well.
Yeah.
In all of these games.
Yeah. I mean, they have. I mean, you look at.
And obviously they finished that game great, but there was a stretch where that put them in a deficit.
Yeah, Philly. I'm trying to think, Miami was one. Miami got out of hand for a quick second. But you look back on Friday against Boston. I don't think Boston ever really got up more than 8. And then we talked about that moment yesterday.
Boston's biggest lead was 9. Yep.
That moment yesterday with De'Aaron Fox when the lead got to 8. The Chicago's hitting shots, and De'Aaron hits the 3 and says, "Let's lock in."
Yeah, you're
Let's
right. And the game I was thinking of was the Heat one. That was the 17-point deficit with 8 minutes left. That was the one I was thinking of. The 76ers were like
they were down
14.
there too.
Yeah, it was 14. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Maybe we'll delve into football too. We do talk football on this show.
Yeah.
Also, there's this story going around. It's on our screen right now. It's fake.
I hope so.
It's not real.
Please tell me why.
It's cute for everybody. We'll talk about it.
Why,
Trysta Krick, the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I see the Brody Nico in here. What up, big dog? Man, Nico, shout out to him. Shout out to Cheryl in Baltimore as well in the building. Cheryl in Baltimore. What did she say that she didn't know any of the wrestlers? She said she didn't know any of the wrestlers.
Really?
Yeah. There's some things brewing.
Yeah, we should know more tomorrow. Yeah. And you're on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I might be late. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, but it's at 11:30. Hopefully, if I'm not on the call, something bad wouldn't happen. Just take my name off the show, and if the show starts with, "Hey, it's Kenny Caraway," just know, just pour out a little sparkling water for your boy.
Jesus.
Snack Shack's not been looking too hot lately.
It's just
Oh,
dead.
it might as
It's
well.
just
Is it
dead.
cashed?
It's done.
It's just dead. People.
I saw too many 7-Ups from the Snack Shack in the regular fridge. It's like there's no honor in this. You're saving sodas from the Snack Shack for yourself for later. There's no honor here. Let's keep me from putting like 4 Gatorades in the fridge then. Fortress of Snackitude is getting low. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to break into the little compartment.
You know,
Down.
there's still some things going on over there.
It's open.
What?
The compartment? You talking about the room?
Yeah.
Kim's room? It's open.
Is there anything in there?
I think
I
there's
don't know.
I think there's some sodas in there, but other than that, no.
I think
Because Kim had the key. So
Still has it, I guess.
so they just unlocked it. It's just open. It's just there.
I'm gonna get the company card. Head to Costco.
I was told there's club sodas in there if I ever wanted them.
That's great.
Okay, well, you don't have to be all snotty about it.
Sodas.
Well, after this, I'm gonna drink a root beer tomorrow. I haven't had a root beer in like 10 years.
Oh man, that doesn't even sound okay. Man. Honestly, a root beer sounds terrible.
Nah, root beer is nasty.
Root beer's okay for like root beer floats. That works.
Root beer is
That's because of the
nasty.
ice cream.
I'm not gonna argue with you on that one.
Root beer is nasty, but it's better than like cherry Dr. Pepper or something like that. Or Dr. Pepper in general.
Whoa, you're not a Dr.
Whoa.
Pepper guy?
No, it's
That's wild.
trash.
No,
Oh, I
stop.
think
Don't do
Dr.
that. Yeah,
Pepper's
don't do that.
trash.
That's harsh.
It's not
We
my.
can get rid of it.
It's better than like Pepsi and Coke.
What?
Pepsi and Coke is like regular. It's like getting a California roll at a sushi place.
Come on, man.
It's regular. Like, come on, step your game up.
This is second bad take of the day.
What was this?
What we-
The Eye of the
what we
Tiger
go-
was the first one.
Come on, man. Don't strike out, man.
What? The Dr. Pepper against Pepsi?
Yeah.
I guess.
Wait, Dr. Pepper is. Wait, what? Dr.
He
Pepper's
said-
better than Pepsi?
And Coke.
Oh, that Jesse.
Stop. No,
That's what I
stop.
said.
Stop. No, I'm tired of you.
That's what I
I'm tired of you
said.
guys. No.
Stop.
I'm tired of you guys
it.
living like these little basic ass sodas or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, these are great. I love these. Branch out. Drink some real soda. All right.
Dr. Pepper over Pepsi.
Stop
or Coke?
listening to Eye of the Tiger. Stop drinking Pepsi and stop drinking Coke.
Stop listening to Eye of the Tiger is a wild sentence.
Oh man, come on, man. This is getting out of control. He said, "Stop drinking these Jordan Love sodas."
Go drink an orange soda.
Oh,
Hey, that was harsh.
wow.
That was harsh. But you know what? If that gets the point across, then fine.
Wow.
No, I give Jordan Love a hard time, man. He all right. He's just an all right quarterback. He's not what everybody says he is. He's just good. He's cool. He's cool.
Okay. What a day.
Oh,
It's been
what a day.
this has
What a
been a
day.
very-
What a
And we're only
day.
an hour and 20 minutes into the show, and Trysta's not even here yet.
Oh man, you know it pops off when Trysta pull up.
This is as Friday as it gets for a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, bro.
Tuesday,
It's
yeah.
freaking Tuesday.
Just like James was about to hop on at 3:00 today. James, so wait a
We're
minute.
cooked.
James said, "I'll see you at 3." You will? It's like today's Wednesday. Wait a minute. No, it's not. James is going to just hop on while Jason.
Will
was
we
on.
ever know what day it is again?
Well, we're off next Monday too.
That's gonna make everything that much more worse.
We got TC on the line if we want to talk to him.
All right,
Always
TC, take
talk
over.
to my guy.
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
What's up with my two brothers? Jesse, what's up, bro? We wild right now.
What up, TC?
Hey, nah, but listen, though, seriously, though, Jesse, I'm with you, though. Dr. Pepper is better than Pepsi, though.
Come on,
You
man.
get me?
Come
And
on,
Coke,
we
nah,
talking?
Guys are
seriously, though.
ridiculous.
Thank you.
Nah, listen, hey, if you ask somebody, be like, hey, put a Pepsi in a Dr. Pepper, be like, hey, what soda you want, man? They're going to be like, man, give me the Dr. Pepper, bro.
No, what are you talking about? Who's gonna know?
Exactly.
No, they're not. Why are you speaking for people? Like, who appointed you the speaker of the people?
What kind of scenario is that?
I got to speak. Oh, you know what? Hey, D-Lo, I got to speak for myself and my wife. That's her favorite soda.
Okay.
But I'm always, hey, Dr. Pepper is famous, homie. But look, King, listen, King is going to extend that win tonight, man, to 8 in a row, and we're going to keep it trucking, and we're going to keep something special going on. That's all I got. Kings like to beam tonight, man, and enjoy this win tonight, Kings fans. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay.
we
Well,
go.
TC said thank you on the way out. All right.
There we go.
Well, he's going to drop a God bless next time.
I'm with him. I'm with him, man. Come on, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get 8 in a row. It's like the beam tonight, man. Come on.
Let's do that. Shoot, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I think they're capable. I don't go into games feeling like they can't win them anymore.
No.
Even without Malik Monk. Malik Monk will be out tonight, as Chris Biederman reported earlier this morning, dealing with the
growing.
Okay.
He did it.
No, it's still the same.
Yeah, no, he did it again, though.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't. I tried it again. I don't know what the deal
You
is.
can't say the word. This is a shoot, by the way. This isn't like being funny. You
Yeah.
can't say the word groin.
Growing. That was it.
Okay, he
That
just
was
did it
it.
right
That
now.
was pretty
That was
close. Yeah, I think.
That's what I
think-
said.
Why don't you just
That's what
do
I said
that all the
before.
time?
That is
No,
not what you
no,
said
no.
before.
Literally what I just
No,
said.
it's
gaslight
not.
us. No, it's
It
not.
is not what you said before.
You guys got to fix your hearing aids.
Okay. All right, you're right. It's our fault.
Sir, these are Sony headphones.
Well, Dame's catch on fire.
That's
Hold on
true.
a
Yours
second.
might be cashed.
Hold on a second.
Lakers looking rough right now.
What did AD have? Were they
Growing.
They were hip spasms.
Yeah, it was
right?
hip and growing. I don't know what's gonna happen there.
They were,
Run that back one more time.
you heard it too.
It was hip and growing.
Wait a minute. Stop laughing. Stop laughing and say that word again.
Hip and growing.
All right. So
How did that happen? How did you do that?
well, I just
Wait a minute.
I never took the videos from the 1000 show out. They're
Bro,
all,
we just had a flashback during D'Lo and
Yeah,
KC.
that was crazy.
they're all still
That
there.
was
We're like a TV show, bro.
no. Wait a minute. I was looking at the bottom of the screen. Like, wait a minute. Where's the screen coming from? That was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we got this one
No,
too.
that doesn't add up to me. Carmelo Anthony just signed with the Lakers, by the way.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm sorry. Excuse me?
Hey, rep.
Y'all see the smile on that man's face when he said it too? Man.
Come on, man. What are these still doing up here?
I don't know what this is. It looks like something from the Chatty House after party. Hold on a second. I'm scared to press. We're live on the radio.
This is new.
R.I.P. Rocky. Yeah.
The Chatty House after party might have had that one.
yeah. That was it. That was definitely the Chatty House
Yeah, you
after
gotta-
party.
gotta watch out with those guys.
Oh man, that's tremendous. I just remembered those videos were there. I'm so
That's
happy I
hella
remember
funny.
that.
Looking like an episode of Family Matters with just a flashback. So what the hell's going on?
Let's get Kamara in here on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's happening, baby? Kamara. Oh, did you press the button? Oh, here we go. We got him now. Kamara, what's happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was my phone.
No, that was our bad. You're good.
Yeah. Now, first of all, Kenny, what's that area where Malik's having trouble again?
We just did this 2 seconds ago.
I'm just messing with y'all.
It's growing. I said it.
No,
I said it the
you didn't.
same
You
way.
said it growing again. You're saying growing.
No, there's
Like Reese is growing. That's what you're saying.
I said growing.
No, okay, now you said it.
Oh my gosh, I said it the same way.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. You said it completely
This is
different.
ridiculous.
You're working
Now
us
I think
now.
it's a work. It's a
Yeah,
work.
thank
No,
you.
it's
Thank you.
not a
Thank you,
work.
Kamara.
Kamara, you don't even watch wrestling.
I'm an educated man. I watch everything.
This is true.
So,
What's up,
yeah.
man?
So, no, first of all, I don't know how to. I'm not going to make any predictions on tonight and whether or not they're going to win or not. I do think it's interesting, with Malik's having an issue with is what, Kenny?
Wait a minute, we're doing this again?
No, I'm just messing with you. But anyway, Malik had an issue with his groin. The last several games, he's been the catalyst of them like coming out and firing off. And I know one of the things that has been a problem with De'Aaron is that slow start, right? And kind of feeling his way into the game and whatnot. And I know it's going to be a second game back. And so one thing I have liked that Doug has done, or what I guess is the less practice time or whatnot, is that they've come out with an intentionality, whether even if they're down, but there's a reverence in the way they've kind of come into the game, not looking like they're just kind of taking the game as it comes, but like we're going to actually try to attack. Now we might be missing shots, but we're still very much aggressive for 48 minutes. And so I do think that's important, especially on the road, of really coming out with a sense of urgency. And I do wonder how that's going to happen tonight. Is like, do they ride the win streak? Do they continue this flow? Or is it kind of going to be the same thing of, hey, all right, we're going to kind of feel our way into this game? Because Malik has been the guy to kind of been that person in the last several games. Do you agree or disagree on that assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I guess because De'Aaron's been out, for 3 games, and then even though game he got hurt, he was kind of slow to get going as well. But yeah, I don't know. I think Fox is fully capable and understanding the assignment of needing to be aggressive to start the game. Maybe Debo plays that role a little bit. Get the ball to him, let him cook early on. See what he could do. He's going to have off the top of my head, I'll look it up, but a Gary Trent guarding him. Yeah. Let me get Debo there at that mid post. Give him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Let him get to work early in that first. Torian Prince will probably guard him.
Well, just stay. I mean, the free, right, Luke? Just stay that. I mean, this will be. So what's funny about it's funny's not the proper term, but you laugh through the pain, I guess. About the issue is. First it was Keegan, then it was De'Aaron. Now it's someone different every time, but the fill-in guy is exactly the same. Keegan's out, it's Keon. Right. De'Aaron's out, it's Keon. Yep. Malik is out, it's Keon. And so it's a group that they play together. Mm-hmm. Like they're fine. They're comfortable with each other's tendencies. I think De'Aaron's going to be fine tonight. As long as he feels fine. That's the other thing. Like we talk about, him returning against Chicago, and he talked openly how he was. At least he said he was pretty sore, pretty banged up. He said he was, his wind in the Chicago game. But all that after all of that movement, being De'Aaron, moving at the rate that you do, how does he feel? How did he feel Monday? Right. How does he feel today? You talked about this a couple of days ago. Actually, it was Friday. The planes, the cold. Mm-hmm. Like, how's his body responding to that? I'm worried more about that than how he approaches the game tonight. I'm not concerned at all about how this team is approaching games right now. They look. I don't know that they're having trouble remembering the first play or whatever that stuff was from earlier this season.
I forgot about that. Oh, man.
I'd imagine it'd be difficult to remember the first play if you're just not listening to your coach anymore. It's all starting to make sense. The entire season is starting to make more sense.
Oh, man.
But, yeah, I'm far more worried about how he feels after playing in his first game, after being maybe a little bit more banged up than we realized.
Yeah. By the way, I don't think we've mentioned this as I was checking it out. The last I saw, which was earlier this morning, Chris Middleton is out tonight, and Giannis is probable, but he is on the injury report.
Okay.
He's got a right.
Yeah.
Patella, somewhat this right patella.
Okay.
He's probable, though, but he is on the injury report.
Yeah, I was reading that this morning or last night that he was I think he went from questionable to probable at some point over the last 12 hours or so.
Gary Trent is probable as well. I like Gary Trent's game. He's the guy that you got to watch out for with the way he can shoot. He's questionable.
Okay. He's a guy Kings fans have always liked.
Yeah. Since we traded him away.
Well, that's part of why. Just like the kid, is he still in Dallas? What was the second round pick's name?
Oh, Hardy.
Hardy, yeah.
He's playing. He's doing a good job out there.
Fine basketball player right there.
Yeah. Could have used him over here. Could have used him.
So that's the Bucks Kings game tonight will be fun. I'm excited for it. The Bucks have a bit of an identity crisis right now. They're not great yet. They're better than what they were, but they're not having dramatic ups and downs. They're having ups and downs. They're just not dramatic like they were to start the season. I don't know what Milwaukee is. I want to buy into Milwaukee being a title contender. I'd prefer to start that belief again tomorrow. Oh man, that loss to Sacramento really rejuvenated them.
Right.
But I don't really know what to think about Milwaukee because I watched them a bit during the stretch where they were bad, like really bad. I watched them during the stretch where they were good, but watching them recently, it's like, okay, yeah, they're. I mean, it's not that different than watching the Lakers. Like, does Max Christie get hot? Does Austin Reeves get hot? Like, that's kind of what's happening because AD is going to be good. LeBron's going to be, anywhere from good to great.
Right.
That's Giannis and Dame, and it's like, who's the Max Christie? Who's the other guy? Whether it's Gary Trent Jr. Yeah, who's the other guy?
Brooke Lopez. What does he do that night?
That's going to leave you frustrated if you're an opposing player or an opposing team's fan. Yeah. Who's the other player that's going to leave you frustrated? They feel like the Lakers to me right now.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good call, man. And you talked about, I think you said earlier, they're 5-5 in their last 10, and they just had some weird moments, some weird games. They beat Orlando, but they end up losing to Portland and Brooklyn, and they beat Indiana. That might have been the last team to beat Indiana, but you lose to Chicago and Brooklyn again. So
speaking of, who's Indiana playing tonight? Oh,
Cleveland, huh?
Yeah. Come on, Cleveland. Yeah. You owe them.
That reminds me, B Money's back tonight, by the way. I'll be getting that to you guys soon.
Okay.
But yeah, you just, they're trying to find their footing again. If you're Milwaukee, you're not bad or anything, but how do you elevate?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get into the true title contention conversation? Something they're trying to figure out right now. And they can figure it out against Orlando on Wednesday. First game of back-to-back for them too, by the way, which is probably one of the reasons why Middleton isn't playing.
Say that again.
First night of a back-to-back.
Oh, okay.
For Milwaukee.
Got you. So they've already ruled Middleton out for tonight.
Yeah, he's out.
Okay. You want to talk for a second? Trysta Krick coming up. We'll hold off on this because Trysta will have a vested interest in this story.
Mm-hmm.
We'll hold off on this. Rams beat the Vikings last night.
Oh.
Yeah, you're my bad, Jesse. Let's get Brunson in here real quick on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, B?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good, man.
Baby.
How you doing?
Good. Quick question. I was thinking about this. What are our thoughts on possibly trading either Keon Ellis for Cam Johnson, including other pieces, salary-wise, etc., but in order to save future draft capital? I was thinking Devin Carter, but I kind of like the idea of holding him because we have control of his contract a little bit longer than Keon. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I appreciate you. I know me personally, I'm not interested in moving Keon Ellis for Cam Johnson. I know, I think, James has kind of talked about it and others look at it. They look at a little bit of redundancy when you have Devin Carter and Keon Ellis in the rotation because, they're, kind of almost the same player, a little bit, same size. I'm not at a point where I'm ready to move on from either one of them, and you combine that with Trey Lyles. I think that's a solid 3 guys coming off your bench. Like, I just don't, I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you always have to like match up position for position coming off the bench, especially when you have 5 big time starters the way you do. With the Kings, you can just have like good players coming off the bench, like good solid players. Obviously, you need maybe 1 center,
one power forward, but everybody else you can kind of mix and match. And that's the way I look at Keon Ellis and Devin Carter. Like they're two good players, hard-nosed defense. You know, I'm trying to hold on to those guys.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you said during one of the 50 trade discussions. You've got to add. Keon would be a massive subtraction, especially now that he's playing.
Yeah.
You know, and I know we're, you know, it's funny. It's like, okay, you know, Keon played 20 minutes with De'Aaron back with the full complement of players. Devin Carter playing a little bit. All right. I think that's where Keon might be. He might be in the 20-minute range. If something's really going for him like that night, maybe he gets up to 25, 6, 7, somewhere in that vicinity. But we might have a baseline here for Keon. Now we're immediately shifting till Malik is out. So he might be back in the 35-minute range here tonight.
Yeah.
But regardless of, and I also do think there's something valuable in having a guy who can step in for 3 different players into the starting lineup. And, you know, Doug and that coaching staff not have a lot of concerns about how things are going to function. But at this point, losing Keon is a subtraction. And if you're adding Cam Johnson, it's like, what's the net positive? Because there's still a net positive, in my opinion, if you're adding Cam Johnson. It's just not a great one. And if you're begging for the Kings to make a move, it's to be a better basketball team, not be marginally, even maybe immeasurably better. So losing Keon is a mistake. I think from a certain standpoint of the game, you know what you can get from Keon every night. You certainly know what you're going to get from him on one side of the floor every single night, and that's going to contribute to him winning. The guys that you talk about moving are the guys that you're not sure what you can get from them each night, and when adding a Cam Johnson becomes a large net positive, and that's just not Keon.
All right. Yeah, I agree. And then, you know, one of the things that people have said about Cam that I agree with, like, I think he's maybe a little better than people give him credit for, but he's not a good defender. So, you know, you're talking about these wings and trying to guard people and stuff like that. He might just be able to match up just because he's got the physical traits, but the scouting report on him is that he's not a good defender. So you'd be moving on from a guy that I think is a top flight defender in your rotation to, you know, maybe a better fit, you know, position wise, but you're losing something on the defensive end. Unless you feel like, hey, you know, I'm just going to throw Devin Carter out there and he's going to be what Keon was. I'm not ready to do that. But maybe that's the thinking. I'm not looking to move on from either one of those two right now for a guy that's not a starter. And Cam can start. I don't think he would start here.
He wouldn't. I don't know that I'm there with Devin yet, but I get everyone who's no, we don't want to move him. I completely get that, especially because he's young. Like you might have something. Yeah, you might have something that could be really valuable for you moving forward. Much more Kings talk when TK joins us at the top of the hour. She wasn't with us last week. The win streak had started. Thank goodness it continues. We'll see what Trysta thinks about the Sacramento Kings, and she's posting some sad videos about our dub.
Oh man, looking like it's over.
We'll talk about that with Trysta coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Rams beat the Vikings last night. That was tough. I picked the Rams to win. Casey and Kyle got me buying into the Rams.
I picked the Vikings to win last.
The tough part was, which I was really surprised by, because you were kind of down on the Vikings all year, and I don't. You lose a wild card game, it's fine. They were completely. Is not fair, and I apologize. They did not look like they belonged there.
That's what it looked like.
And they confirmed what a lot of people said about them all year long. And Sam Darnold picked a bad day to have his worst day as a Minnesota Viking, because it's the same. It's that if you wanted to hate the Vikings and you wanted to dislike or crap on Sam Darnold's year, you got everything you needed last night to validate a season-long opinion. What I really think it boils down to is you and Kyle were right 7 weeks ago. The Rams team that's a good football team.
That is a good football team.
And they might be a smidge bit more of a threat in the NFC than I originally gave them credit for.
I think they can definitely go into Philly and win that game.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely can do that.
That's a good question. Who are you rooting for?
Oh, man.
Rams or Eagles?
Oh, man. This is tough. I've been agonizing over this since last night, and I just don't know yet.
I'm gonna need a pick. I'm gonna need a pick by Friday.
I mean, I think I can give you one right now.
Fly Eagles, fly, or hashtag ram it.
Whoa, hey, dude, no, what the hell?
Is that not the?
Whoa,
that's not the hashtag. It's not the video.
We don't do that here, pal.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was.
That was crazy.
Hey, that's me.
It's a hashtag what?
Ram it. Wasn't that the song? Man, you juveniles.
That song's better than Eye of the Tiger.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on. I think I'll give you the final answer on Friday, but right now I'm leaning towards the Rams. I mean, I'd love to see the Eagles fall on their face.
Okay.
Then I hate to feel this way because I've said a number that there was a time when I really liked Philadelphia. I still, in my heart of heart, I like Philly as a city.
Watching Nick Sirianni lose though is
man,
brilliant.
Yeah,
but I think that's a good football
They just be
team.
talking crazy, man.
I think both of those teams are really good.
Can you beat the Eagles if you don't stop Saquon? I feel like if Saquon runs the ball just the way he does, like they're too tough. I feel like if Saquon does what he does, then the Eagles are going.
As long as Jalen doesn't go Justin Herbert with the ball, they're fine. Yeah, they're absolutely that's a killer.
I think that's the key.
Saquon is a huge reason they're in this position.
Like that's the key right there. If you're going to beat him, you got to stop him. If not, I don't think you have a good chance.
I think the Rams got a great chance to win that game.
I do too.
A great chance to win that game.
That might be the game I'm looking forward to the most.
And that's second. That's second game. Second game I'm looking to the most. There's one. Yeah, that's the one.
I'm not excited for the accompanying race roar that's coming for that. I do not want to be a part of that conversation at all. Not at all. The stupid takes that are going to start flying tomorrow afternoon are going to be ridiculous.
And the other thing I don't like about that too, and I know we got to get out, is like it's going to be unfair for the person that loses one way or another.
Yeah, right.
By
the way, votes have been cast. They are not competing for the MVP trophy on Sunday.
Well, I was even thinking legacy-wise. The loser's going to be looked at. He can't just get
roughed up.
Can't get it done.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, Josh Allen, but Lamar needs this one.
Yeah. My thoughts exactly.
All right. We'll come back. Trysta Krick joins us. D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm sorry, man. I got to call the house.
You're good. What's going on with y'all, man? What's going on? Do you guys agree with Sam Thomas? Most lopsided match is Texans Chiefs? Probably so. But I don't think it's lopsided. That's crazy. I was about to, didn't they just play? And they played what? Christmas. Not Christmas, the week before Christmas. Or was it after? I can't remember.
It was around there.
Yeah. Jay Hardaway, no 13th round today, but I did not catch that. I haven't seen that.
We're getting Bud versus Canelo 2 next year.
Yeah.
Or no, this year, maybe.
September. Huh?
September, yeah. I'm still against 2025 already.
I haven't seen anything official, which I'll talk about.
It's going to happen.
About it, but that's the only move for either one of them. Both of them just do this, get this payday. It's a big time fight, and really just ride off into the sunset.
I think they're going to do it here.
I hope so. Although Canelo's talking with his excellency. I'm so upset with that guy. Like, yeah, we're getting the fights, but bro, I don't. He's killing boxing having these things over there, man.
Yeah.
Nobody checking for that. They got a big time card coming up in 2 weeks though. That better be a B-Vol card. That's crazy. Oh, tomorrow 13th round. I'll talk about the greatest retirement of all time. That's a take, BS. That's a take. That's a take. I don't know, man. Who's fighting in the UFC on Saturday? I'm gonna sound like Malia trying to name one of these UFC fighters.
Was there big fights this weekend?
That's what they say. I don't know. But like I said, it's not my.
I've tried to watch UFC, it just has never caught on with me.
It's okay.
Like I'll watch certain fighters, like Nate Diaz. I was always a big Nate Diaz
I
guy.
watch
He's
Nate.
209, but
I'll definitely watch Nate. I've watched it a couple times. I watched this was an awful fight, but I watched when what's old boy's name that was O'Connor or
O'Malley?
O'Malley.
Yeah.
So when he got his ass stomped out at the Sphere, I watched that fight. I'll watch UFC. I don't have no problem with it. It's fine when they're not snapping bones. Oh, Islam, ain't he like top 5 in the company? He's fighting Islam. Is that? I don't know if that's how you say his name. My bad if I'm wrong, but the guy who beat O'Malley's fighting Islam. Is that what's going on? I appreciate you, brother.
It's in the secret room.
Yeah, I mean, this is just no disrespect. I'm sure they're great fighters. This is awful. Like,
I know the Islam guy. He's a good fighter, but they don't. I don't know. They're not stars.
What is this? What is this guy? This guy. Both of them walk in the room. I don't know who they are.
Okay. All right, let's get into the Elk Grove Kia talk line here real quick before TK joins us at the top of the hour. Start with our man Troy, 916-909-1320. What's happening, Troy?
Man, what's happening, fellas?
What's going on with you, big dog?
And man, that Viking L last night was ugly, man. Paper champions indeed, brother.
Well, I mean, got the champions of what? Not to sound like no allows, but paper champions of what? They wouldn't even win a division.
I don't kick the man while he's down. He was just saying they had a good regular season.
I'm giving them a hard time.
Couldn't get anywhere.
They were 14-2 at one point, man. They had a heck of a season, man. And I like I said, I didn't necessarily believe in them, but man, 14-2, you can't argue with that, man. And it's kind of tough too, the way they lost the last 2 games, kind of uncompetitive in the last 2 games. I may not have thought they were a Super Bowl contender, but I didn't see that happening in those final 2 games, man. So that was tough, but it was a good springboard season for Minnesota. I know they don't want to hear that today, but it's a good springboard season for them.
I appreciate you, Troy.
Yeah,
only one fan base is leaving happy. Like, I didn't think the Vikings were winning the Super Bowl. I just hate how they just looked. They didn't look like they belonged out there last night. That was the tough part.
Commanders fan base will leave happy. They've had a hell of a season, storybook season.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
sure. If they lose next week, they'll look back on the season
You're right.
very fondly.
And Dan Snyder's never coming back, so they're in great shape.
Right. That might be it, though.
Yeah, Detroit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, what? The Rams fan, you can't leave mad, can you?
True.
Like,
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I hate the term house money. I don't believe that it's real. Once I win it, it's mine.
Mm-hmm.
But like, the Rams feel like they could win the Super Bowl. Like, I mean, the players, they'll be disappointed. I do wonder how like the fan base will feel, because to me, their season, it's already been a bigger success than I imagined. I don't know what they imagined going in. And like you said a second ago, I think they could beat Philadelphia.
I think
they could be a far, far greater threat to this conference than I realized.
Yeah.
It's Ramley, by the way. That's what they call themselves.
So they call what?
Ramley.
Family.
Ramley.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
Ramley.
I'm not calling them that.
It's the worst.
You can do whatever you want to.
gosh,
I'm
it's
not
horrible.
calling them that.
It's horrible. It's awful.
You like
I
Ram
said-
it or you like Ramley better?
Well, damn.
What was that? I'm sorry, sir. What?
Come on, Brad. Come on, what we doing here, man? There's,
Say-
there's flags all over the field. They're all.
Sometimes you got to do it
everybody's
for the
doing
content.
Man.
No, man, I do go. I'll wait till the commercial break.
Who
I ain't
else
gonna
you say we
something.
got? Mitch? Is it Mitch? 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
Hey, David, how you doing?
Good.
KC, it's cracking.
What's cracking, Mitch?
Were you guys doing high-fiving innovations? You guys were like, a lot of egg in my face. Sam Darnold had the worst game. Got sacked like 19 times. He had no time for anything.
Well, that is your boy, man. I figured out.
You guys were enjoying it.
I figured out why he likes all these people. He is loyal to his USC. People.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
So,
And you got to hope for Washington. First, I want the Rams to beat Philadelphia. Can't take the Eagles. Washington and Detroit's gonna be a great game. Two quarterbacks going against each other, Goff and Jaden Daniels, who had a little. Yeah, he was a little better than my boy Caleb Williams. But it's gonna be a great game as long as Philadelphia loses and somehow Kansas City wins. Loses too. I would say it's a great playoff so far.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I
Thanks.
don't know if it'd be a great playoff.
I do
so
love
far.
the
It's been-
idea.
the games have been people were quick to talk crazy about college football playoffs in those games.
Yeah.
These games were trash. Actually, Washington
Bucks.
was good.
Yeah. Bucks and Washington were good. I do love the idea that we're sitting around watching the game and we're high-fiving each other, laughing at Mitch.
Take that, Mitch.
Donald's
got sacked again.
Absolutely love that. Let's bring in Trysta Krick. I'm a little concerned about TK. TK, do you have a headache?
No, my lashes are starting to be on the decline.
Oh, okay, I got you. I got you.
And I don't have any. This is just me. So
Understood.
sometimes the eyes are the last thing to really get popping, and so everything looks good when the sunglasses are on. We'll just say that.
I got you. I
I'm
agree.
with that.
I
I'm
agree.
with that. I
That
understand.
cardigan though, who makes that cardigan?
Expensive.
I got it on. I got it from Union. I forgot the brand that makes it,
Yeah,
but I got it from Union.
That's hand tie-dyed. That's like a what's it what's that?
Yeah, you got it.
Mohair? That's
Mhm.
mohair? Yeah.
Mhm.
Some mohair. Yeah, get some mohair for that. You'll never find.
Wow. You're back home. Mama Krick already got you working. Are those
Oh,
Christmas
yeah.
decorations
it
in the
is
background?
July.
She did it. She kept the Christmas decorations up for me because I didn't get to decorate my spot because I was moving out. So she
Yeah.
wanted it to feel. I had a Christmas dinner when I came home, like a little turkey, little potatoes.
That sounds
So
awesome.
she's doing. It's just very
It's Black History Month at this point. Like,
MLK Day's right around the corner.
really
man.
Literally. And didn't you have an interesting Christmas dinner? Was that with
that
the
was Christmas Eve, the fishes.
Yeah, the fishes. The
Oh,
seven
no, I was
fishes.
my bad. I was thinking of something else. What was the swinger couple that
Oh yeah, that
We
was
could've
on
combined.
election night. That was on.
That's what that was. Yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah.
Well, that night you could have tried anything. It wouldn't have mattered. It's whatever gets you through the night. It's fine.
What was that one movie that it was like the last it was like the end of the world and it was like a stoner movie and they thought the end of the world was coming. It was like Jonah Hill was in there and the dude who
I know exactly what movie you're talking
yeah,
about.
what
It's
is that
terrible.
movie called?
I can't remember.
didn't
Is it? Wait a minute. Isn't it called End of the World?
Is it?
No, this is the end.
This
Yeah,
is
this
the end.
is the end.
And
Yeah,
then-
that's
didn't
what it
you-
was. That was what that night was. I could have had some group loving, and who would have cared, really? You know?
And didn't a lady in there have a line where she's like, "It doesn't matter. We're all gonna die anyway."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The old Kyle Shanahan line. We don't even know if we're going to be here Sunday. So get your group love in. Do what you got to do. Obviously, we want to talk to you about the Kings, the winning streak, our Dubs not doing well.
Oh boy,
Shed a tear.
one thug tear right down the side of the cheek.
But the story we were alluding to earlier is the Jerry Jones, Deion Sanders story. This is the fakest story in professional football, right? This is the fakest story in sports.
There's just
Deion
no
doesn't
world.
want to coach the Dallas Cowboys, and Jerry doesn't want Deion to coach the Dallas Cowboys, but it benefits both of them to pretend like they're talking to each other.
I just don't have it in me. You know what I mean? To be that political, to be that desiring, just desperate and thirsty for the spotlight. Speaking of which, Chatty House, I've got subscribers now on Instagram. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Speaking of thirsty. So anyway, back to the Jerry Jones, Deion stuff. Both of them just want to be in the headlines. That's all they want. But we know that this marriage makes no sense because we know what Jerry Jones is. He is a power-hungry billionaire who is never going to let go of the decision making for his team, and it's fine because it's his team. Being a fan of the team stinks because he's in charge, but he's never going to let go of that. And he even said so not that long ago. Even when Magic Johnson was talking about the Commanders, you just get out of the good people's way, you build a culture, you hire the right people, and then you let them do their job. And Jerry, juxtaposed with that, said, no, I'm not doing that. I am going to continue to be in charge. And then you take that knowledge and you add that to what we know about Deion. Deion also wants to have all things be about him. Deion also isn't someone who's really great with the media and criticism. We saw what he did with Colorado and the reporters from, I think it was CBS this last year, and how he wouldn't even let them ask him any questions. We see what Deion is in terms of wanting to have control of all aspects of his program. We see him using leverage to get Shiloh and Shedeur to the same team that maybe, just maybe, he would only coach that team then. Possibly. He's intrigued. Neither one of these guys could work together. They are the same dude, honestly. And quite frankly, as a fan, that might be the thing. That might be the thing that just gets me to go forever.
Jerry just be sending people
Wait,
away
really?
left and right.
I know there's been so many racist things that have happened where I should have gone. I really don't even know how I'm holding on.
Yeah, the whole keeping the black girl out of the school, that might have done it for me, but like Deion that's the end of the line.
I know, and then I feel like that's kind of racist, so I kind of have to hang on. So we kind of have to just like, Deion's the reason you jump ship? Jesus. Oh, it's just been so hard. And on top of that, you see the Commanders succeeding, and you just look at yourself and you say, in what world is this team set up for success more than America's team, the Commanders? A team that didn't even have this name, a team that was the Washington football team just a mere few years ago, didn't even have a team name. They are set up for more success than us.
I
We've
just
got a
saw a
better-
video. I saw a video from Deion over the weekend where he had like his first meeting with the new Colorado team. Sam, you know, now I don't have to be dad; I get to be coach, and I'm looking forward to it. This is awesome, you know. And then like the next day, they had a discussion with the Cowboys. I don't know, man.
Do you guys remember when they were not playing well in the beginning of the season? And he said that Shedeur and Travis Hunter were like Ferraris in a trailer park.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
What? You, sir, I don't even know what he would say about NFL players. Micah Parsons and him would be a disaster. I have no idea how this would even go.
He needs to stay in Colorado. He's perfect for college football. As much as it is like attention seeking, it is part of his job at Colorado. You want to be looked at as a college coach that's sought out by the NFL. You could even have no intrigue at all about going to the NFL and put your name out there and then go back to your kids and say, no, I chose you guys. I chose you guys. I love you guys. They wanted me in the NFL, but I love you. That's the move if you're a college football coach. So
I get it on both sides. I get why Jerry would, want to stay in the headlines or whatever. I don't know what they're gonna do it in Dallas. I have no idea, man. Because the biggest thing we talk about Jerry and all this other stuff, they hitched their wagon to the wrong quarterback.
Not just that, but how they handled Mike
You
Mike
really hate
McCarthy.
Dak Prescott, man.
Yeah, you
You're
really
not going.
hate
You're
him.
not going
You
nowhere with
really
Dak
hate that
Prescott.
dude.
You're not going nowhere with him. I don't hate him. What do I got to hate him for? He's keeping my dream alive.
Let
I
me
love
ask you
him.
this.
I
Let me
love
ask
the
you
guy.
this. Do you think Jared Goff is a better quarterback than Dak Prescott?
Yes.
That's because Jared Goff, the only Jared Goff you remember, because apparently you've got amnesia, is the Jared Goff with the Detroit Lions with a capable Dan Campbell. But when Jared Goff was with the Rams, they could not get rid of him fast enough. Do you know how many first-round picks Matthew Stafford trade got? Literally, and they're like the same guy. LA got their little Super Bowl, but they had to give first round picks up to get rid of the Jared Goff business, to get out of that business. So Dak Prescott is also a victim of the coaching that he's had and the leadership above the coaches. If he was to go somewhere else that had a better, more capable, competent leadership team and a better offensive minded coach, and do not give me any of that Kellen Moore was good bull crap, because I am not in on that at all, despite the Eagles looking okay. They just run the damn ball. That's just what they do under Kellen Moore and a bunch of jet sweeps. He would be much better. If you put Dak Prescott with Ben Johnson and the Detroit Lions right now, Dak Prescott would be playing, people would be like, oh yeah, he's like Josh Allen.
No, he wouldn't. I've never seen Dak Prescott come through when I need him to, playoffs or regular season, or when somebody would want him to. Never, not once. Like maybe you could talk about that Tampa Bay game in the wild card a couple years ago. That's it. Any regular and the regular season game when they beat Philly last year on Sunday Night Football. Those are the two times. Any other time you need him in a big moment, any other time, he's failed every time. Every single time. At least Jared Goff, the Rams were trying to get rid of him, but I've seen him go into the Superdome and win a NFC Championship game. I've seen him play well against who were they playing? It was the Cowboys, actually beat their asses in the playoffs in LA. Like I've actually seen, even in LA, not even in Detroit, I've seen him in moments play well. I ain't never seen Dak when needed, when really needed.
Played well in the Packers game, no?
He had a terrible first half. He was a rookie. I give him that, but he was awful in the first half. He cleaned it up in the second half and got them into the game, but he was awful in that first half.
You just see, now you're changing your perspective. You just said you've never seen it, and that second half was a good second half.
I gave you 2 games. I did give you 2 games. I gave you 2 games. Like Tampa Bay was sorry, but he played well.
Tampa Bay was favored in that game.
I don't know why they were sorry. Tampa Bay was sorry. Dak is he's a talented quarterback, but I've just, like I said, I just had never seen him come through when he need to, and I haven't been proven wrong yet. We going on like 5-6 years.
Okay, well, are you imitating that New York DJ Francesca or whatever his name is in that GIF that you posted, where you're like, you look like you're asleep and then you jolt up? Is that what that is?
No, you know what that was? That was when I
It absolutely looks like when he fell asleep on the air.
You know what it was though? Like, truthfully, I was listening to my co-host blabber on about something, and it was hour probably 3 and change, and then he said something so wrong and out of pocket. I had to go, what? What did you say? That just woke me up. I am aghast. That's what that was. Did anyone, and like, it was like, oh my God, did anybody else hear this? This is insane.
It's a great gift. It's a great
good
gift.
stuff. She got some good gifts.
Oh, she has tremendous gifts. Let's talk about our Kings, because we had to bring this one back.
Warm me up on that beam, baby.
Yes, indeed. We had to bring it back after 7 straight. We haven't gotten to talk to you through the bulk of this win streak. The Kings keep on winning and keep on winning. What do you think about your Beam team out here in Sacramento in the Doug Christie era?
Pace of play is up. Defense is a little better. Offense is a little better. I want to believe, like I do. I'm hoping it's better vibes. We'll just say this: the vibes, whatever was plaguing the team, whatever was the wet blanket hovering around the squad, it feels like that has gotten better, right? It feels like things stink less in terms of the culture. Is that a Doug Christie thing? I feel like it kind of is. He's a guy who's still got assistant coach energy, which I don't know why head coaches, when they become head coaches, just turn into robots. I think it's kind of dope when a head coach cares like JJ Redick cares like Doug Christie cares like Dan Campbell cares, cares like Dan Quinn cares. I like that. If I'm a player and especially a player like De'Aaron Fox, who's kind of even keel, doesn't get super emotional, maybe needs a little jolt to something. I like that. That's a great fit. Mike Brown, as much as we liked his energy in press conferences, like the scrums at shoot around, he had like energy. That just didn't feel the same way to me. I don't know about how you guys feel, but the vibes are certainly up. I don't know though, circling back, if I can trust this to continue against really top end talent with their top end stars playing. But I would say when Mike Brown was coaching, you could consistently know that even a team without their stars playing, you could imagine the Kings losing in that world too.
Yeah. I'm trying to think right off the top of my head of a time, and maybe I'm missing just a clear one, where that new coach has come in the system or whatever, and it's continued. We always hear all the time, oh, yeah, Ty Lue. I mean, but were they, I can't remember, were they like really slumping? They were still like the 1 seed, right?
No, when he took over for Blatt?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like 41-10 or something like that.
Yeah.
They were fine.
Yeah. They just didn't like David Blatt.
Yeah, that's all it boiled down to.
So, I think Doug Christie, they're not going to, well, maybe they will win 40 straight games, but I'm not saying it'll be that, but I don't know if it's like a honeymoon phase and then they'll just kind of revert back to other things. I think he's a good coach. I think they respond well to him, and they're finally playing up to their capabilities as well. But I don't know. That's not really typical, right? Typically, like, you get the new coach and there's a nice little period and then maybe tapers out again. So I was trying to think if there was a time when that didn't happen. I guess Cleveland's the only one, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing one.
Well, it's not like the Bucks had the vibes when Doc took over.
No.
They went the opposite
no
way.
Good, yeah, no good vibes when Doc took over. So.
Well, you could say technically Joe Mazzulla, but they hired him. They hired him full boat, right? It wasn't an interim thing. Ime
Well, he was.
Well, he was interim at first, right?
He was the interim, and Brad got heavily criticized for stripping the interim tag during the season.
Yes, that's what he did. Yeah, he took the interim tag off during the season.
Yep.
Before Ime was officially through his suspension.
Yeah. That's when the Ime Bucks and all of that. What was it?
Nets.
The Nets. Yeah. Yeah. So you're not.
Someone brings up a good one. I'm sorry.
Not
guys.
really
That's
vibing.
What Stan Van Gundy to Pat Riley. Although Miami was still really good, they
Showtime.
Wasn't it Pat Riley to Stan Van Gundy?
No, it was Stan. They fired Stan Van. And
Pat took over for him.
And they won it.
Yeah.
Well, remember it was this is like a
Stan went to
way
spend time with his family.
That's right.
That's what it was. He didn't retire.
Deep cut was what I think Magic Johnson's rookie year, when there was the bike accident and Pat Riley and the guy from
Paul Westphal.
Paul Westphal came in and
Westhead. Which one was it? Paul
Westhead.
Westphal was our coach.
Yeah.
He's not with us anymore.
Westhead.
Paul Westhead was the
former Blazers coach.
Apparently slightly psychotic based on winning time.
Definitely had some stuff going on. But they were slumping and then they took off.
Yeah.
And he stayed on, and then weird stuff happened.
That was
and he got
Magic's
fired.
second season, I think. Second or third.
They had won a championship.
They had won a championship his rookie year. Yeah, it was his second or third season.
Was Westhead the one that won the championship? I think Westhead was the one that won the championship because
the rookie year when
rookie year.
But that's
That's not the guy that got on the bike, was it?
Yeah, it is. Isn't it?
The guy who
No, the guy. No, you're right.
the guy who Pat Riley took over for won the championship.
Well, but
Who
that
got
was
in
two.
the
That was
bike
Wes
accident?
No.
It
Paul
was another
Pat
guy.
Riley and him were together.
I'm thinking of
co-coaching.
winning time, so this is
Yeah,
terrible.
same.
There was the other guy, forgot his name, but he got in the bike accident. Westhead took over. They won the championship, and then like
Yes.
the next year, Magic was like over him, and Magic was like taking criticism, obviously, because
Well-
the guy just won a championship.
Then you can really give that Laker example twice. The dude who was in the biking accident, and then they win the chip because they were definitely having issues then. And
Thank you.
then,
Jack McKinney was in the bike accident.
yep, Jack McKinney. Thank you. My memory is not. what
All
it
I
is.
was thinking was from the guy from, now I can't even remember the name of the movie, but the one with Mina Kimes where he's on an island and he bunks next to Russell Brand, and Russell Brand's with his ex-girlfriend.
What
And
was that?
I don't remember, but the
Oh
movie's
yeah, but
funny.
he's also in Shrinking. That guy.
I haven't watched Shrinking. Like it pops
like
up on
that.
my Apple TV every day, but I've never watched it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's really good.
Really good.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
very funny and very touching. You get all the range of emotions from it.
Oh, okay. I don't want to cry. Oh,
you
Forgetting
don't
Sarah
cry
Marshall.
every
That was the
show.
movie I was thinking of.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Yes, yes.
That's the movie I was thinking of.
I ain't seen. I heard of it, but I ain't
It's
seen.
just funny. It's a good waste of time movie.
Who'd you watch that with, Damien? I know you didn't watch it alone.
I watched it alone. I
Did
watched
you?
most movies alone.
That's an extremely white movie.
It is very okay. Well, all right.
I
Well,
thought maybe there was some snow bunny or something that put you up to it.
I didn't
know?
see it in the theater. It like
That's a
showed up
snow.
on
That's a
TNT
snow
one
bunny
day.
special. Forgetting Sarah Martin. That's why I knew. Like, I'm not surprised Kenny hasn't seen it.
Well, yeah, I guess my movie.
Just trying to figure out what white woman I'm dating that's got me watching Forgetting Sarah Martin.
Well, mine would be. I always reference While You Were Sleeping. You ever seen that? Sandra
Mm-mm.
Bullock.
Mm-mm.
There's
Sandra
a
Bullock-
coma involved in that one, right?
Yeah, she saved it. She didn't even save the guy. He like was on the train, got in a coma, and he was in the hospital when the doctors and everything came by. They're like, "Oh, are you his wife?" And she's like, "Yeah." So she's parading as his wife, and then he wakes up, and his actual fiance or whatever pulls up. But I think somehow, being in a coma, he wakes up and he's like, "I think I love Sandra." Like, how does that happen?
That is wild. The whole concept of that movie is wild.
I haven't seen it.
A lot of but what was the movie with? Did you ever see that 80s movie Overboard with Goldie Hawn and is it Kurt
Oh, Goldie
Russell?
Hawn. That's Bird on a Wire, isn't it?
No, no, the movie's called Overboard.
Oh,
Where-
Did they do another movie?
Probably
Aren't they
because
on Bird on a Wire?
probably they're like together. They've been together for like 100 years. They're just
They're
not
dead,
married.
aren't they? They're dead.
I don't
Goldie
know.
Hawn's not dead.
I don't know.
But Burt Reynolds, is he dead?
Who said Burt Reynolds?
You did.
I said Kurt Russell.
Oh,
I'd be terrible if Goldie Hawn is dead.
isn't she
Oh,
dead?
she's older than I realized. She's 79.
Wow.
She's not dead.
Sounds about right.
She's coughing dust, though.
Oh,
Man. Yeah, and Kurt Russell's still with us. He's 73.
Okay, well, my bad. But Burt Reynolds is dead, though, right?
I don't know.
I
if
don't
he
know.
is. I
Let's
think
find
he's with
out.
us.
Burt Reynolds passed away in 2018,
Okay.
so he's been gone for a while.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Man,
Damn, Burt
R.I.P. Burt.
I don't remember where I was going.
Oh,
so
Goldie
that's
Hawn
fine.
with-
Oh, you
Obi-Wan,
know why I
Obi-Wan.
got that? Is Bird on the Wire. That's why I got it.
Was Burt Reynolds in Bird on a Wire?
I thought.
No,
Kurt
but it
was-
was the name Bird and Bird.
No, Kurt Russell was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember she's.
I
in the-
cannot express how stupid this show gets sometimes.
I just remember she was in the shower and she got a roach in her hair.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
I don't remember Bird on a Wire at all.
That's all I remember. First Wives Club.
Bird on a Wire. There it is.
I seen
Heard-
27 Dresses. You
Oh, Mel
guys seen that
Gibson
one?
is in that too.
I've seen that one. That one's a very Snow Bunny movie.
27 Dresses. That's a good movie.
a good movie.
I don't think Kurt Russell is in this movie. I think it's just.
Oh, he's
Mel
not in Bird on the
Gibson.
Wire?
No.
Oh, yeah, I think it is Mel Gibson.
It is. No, it is. I'm looking at him. It is Mel
No,
Gibson.
just-
the
you're
poster
right.
literally says Mel and Goldie.
Did you see Mel Gibson tweak on
This is the
cable?
widest 10 minutes this show has ever had, by the way.
Mel Gibson right now is currently tweaking. He's on CNN saying all kinds of wild conspiracy theory stuff about the LA fires
Like California didn't cut cut off the water supply or something, and that's
on
why
purpose.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder. He said, "What are you doing right now, guy?"
The next time someone tells you we're about the people, go read the federal aid proposal for California and how certain restrictions are going to apply. Now, remind you, Florida, every 5 seconds a hurricane hits. Let's take care of Florida. Alabama, the Gulf Coast break. No, we got you. California, virtually unshakable blue state. Oh, you bitches are burning. There's going to have to be some conditions to this federal aid. So remember that the next time people say we're about the people. Ain't nobody out there about the people except D-Lo and KC.
That's us.
And me.
TK. We about the people.
Yeah, straight up.
Don't know how to segue this back to Doug Christie other than
Is he for
went
the
to
people?
Pepperdine. I'm sure he's hoping well for his people out there. And here we go. We're back to the Kings, I guess. I don't know. Did you have another white movie you wanted to discuss? What do we
No.
think about 10 Things I Hate About You?
Not bad.
I don't know that one.
Really?
You don't know that? I seen that once.
That's Heath Ledger. And I can't remember the girl in it, but it's definitely Heath Ledger.
I like Heath Ledger.
What about what's my one with
R.I.P. to him. He's also dead.
Freddie Prinze Jr. is dead?
No.
Heath Ledger's dead.
Oh, Heath Ledger's definitely dead.
Freddie
Yep.
Prinze.
Julia Stiles. She's All That.
She's All That. I have seen
Very much alive. That was a good movie. She's All That.
that was a good movie. That was
What
in
was the one with Julia
Fool's
Stiles?
character.
Where
Fool's
she
was
was
the one. That was the one.
a dancer? Where they were like,
Save the Last Dance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hooked up with the brother at the end.
Yeah, she was with the Broadway actor. Well, he wasn't a Broadway actor in the movie, but him. And then the one girl, the little mean black girl, she's a legend. She's a legend. She was great.
The mean black girl?
Yeah, she's the one that wasn't showing her no love the whole time. I forgot her name, but she's a legend. She was in a couple other movies too.
Okay.
Nice.
Her name is Bianca. Her real name is Bianca, I think, the black girl.
What
This is great
is
conversation.
what is the most famous record to come from Save the Last Dance? Anybody?
Live your dreams.
Yeah, they played a
It's
bunch
not
of.
as hard as it may seem. Is that one?
I don't know.
That
What
was
is
the main
that?
song.
I don't even know what that is. I'm talking about our records.
Oh,
Now, mind you, there's a bunch of like Donnell Jones. Like there are records that are already established on there, but there's one that came from that soundtrack.
Got me.
they did say what on that one.
Yep,
didn't they?
that was on there. Yep,
That's how it was named.
Lucy Pearl, Snoop, Q-Tip.
Oh, that was a good one.
That's
You.
Oh, that was on that.
All I really,
That was
yeah,
on that song. Oh,
Yeah.
the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great soundtrack, actually.
it's a great song.
That is a great song. That is a great song. Great collab and everything. Yeah. There you go.
Doug Christie went to school in L.A., and that is a very L.A. record. So we're back to Trysta not really believing in what the Sacramento Kings are doing right now. Is that what I got?
That's
out
what.
of
Yeah,
your-
that's the tone I heard.
I think it's just kind of like a wait and see. It could be a lot worse. I'm happy that the win streak is occurring. We call this potentially a dead cat bounce, which, I don't know if it's a dead cat bounce. We're going to have to see. You've never heard that term before? Dead cat bounce? Okay.
I mean, I'm visualizing it now. That's
Boing.
cold game.
Yeah, it's a cold game out there. So
that is a terrible visualization as well.
It's
yeah, no,
awful.
it's horrible, but that's
So a
what-
lifeless cat bounces?
yeah, like
It's-
exactly like it's an upswing, right? It's the only reason it bounces is it just hit the concrete.
Yeah.
It's dead. There's no life
Well, I get
left
that
in
analogy.
cat.
We definitely hit the concrete, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the coaching change can be considered a dead cat bounce. Like you get
A
a
hell
little
of
bit
a
of life.
bounce, though.
Huh?
That's a hell of a bounce.
7 games is
7
not long enough for me to say it's not a bounce, And I'm gonna need to see.
Even though we're above 500.
I like that.
Okay.
You know who's not above 500 right now is our Dubs. Our
Our
Dubs.
Dubs are not.
One game below 500. And I
How
don't know if
do
you
how do
saw
fix
this.
it?
You can't. It's
Mm.
it's unfixable.
Mhm.
Speedy?
Unbreakable is a Michael Jackson song.
Yeah, it's unfixable, Speedy.
I love that.
So I
Unfaithful is
think
the Rihanna song.
we're out. We're just never getting on the rails. We're just
No,
never. It's
no.
never happening.
No.
Are we doing Kings or Dubs? Because in terms
No.
of Dubs,
Let's go Dubs because
Yeah,
I
no.
watched the sad video last night.
Yep, it was so sad. I was crying. I had to get myself together for the video.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see the red.
Could
and
you?
stuff.
I
Yeah.
had to use Visine before I
Yeah,
made
I
that
bet.
video.
I bet.
It's just really heartbreaking. Could not, such a great franchise, such a storied franchise, such a good fan base, such a loyal fan base.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
TK.
you're wondering, wow.
You hate this for him.
Yeah,
You do.
It's tough to see Jim Parks and everybody.
Jim Parks. Yeah.
TK, do you? Because you're right. Everything you're saying is right. I just don't know if I can go to the point where I say a Steph Curry team is going to miss out on everything. Do you believe that?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I saw Brian Windhorst today say something similar to what I said in the video last night, which is just I think Steph Curry has just given up. I think he knows that it's just not happening this year. Remember the year that he broke his hand and it was like, all right, I'm gonna just call it a season.
No, that's what Draymond did.
Yep. It's just kind of got the vibes of he knows that there is no real competitive ability in this squad. You're gonna have some good nights, and there's players on this team. Buddy Hield, when Buddy is on a heat check, he's awesome. But his 3-point percentages are down, and as the late great Jerry West said, that boy dumb as a stump. So sometimes Buddy's not gonna give you the highest IQ level of basketball. And you got Dennis Schroeder.
To be clear, did the late great Jerry West say that about Buddy Hield, or was that just a general phrase that he would use? Okay, well, all right, asked and answered. It's fine. Go ahead, continue.
So, anyhow, there's players on the team. Pajemski's declined, not even declined, regressed, I guess you could say. So they probably should have moved him in the offseason. You've got Kuminga, who's very up and down. They're probably not going to want to pay him, but they're not giving him the amount of minutes that he really needs. It's just a team where they're hopeless. It's just not going to be able, they're not going to be able to win sustained amount of games against the best teams in the West, in my opinion. And if Steph is already down in the dumps and it's only January 14th and Steve Kerr is saying publicly, hey, Steph is upset because he wants to be competitive and we're not competitive, and all that BS that was being talked 10 games into the season when our Dubs were 8-2 about how the vibes are so different this year and the culture's back and yada yada yada. It does not appear that any of that was true. So to me, you got to say to yourself, one, also the fact that Steph Curry's like, oh yeah, the 2 timeline thing, it didn't work. And they're asking him questions like, hey, who do you guys have enough? And he's like, oh, that's not for me to say. So what do we have here? What is this team? I don't think it's a team you can even, don't have enough pieces to find players to make them a contender. They're just not gonna be. Draymond's probably gotta go. Try to get something for him. You probably are in a really precarious situation too, because as soon as Steph Curry leaves the Warriors, no one's gonna give a flying F about this team. As soon as he walks out that door, no one cares. But he's your golden goose. He's the reason this franchise is worth as much as they're worth. But he's also the only thing that can get you back draft picks and players to start again, to maybe, possibly, hopefully finding a way back into something better than the dumps. And then on top of that, if Steph Curry wants to go or is open, I think open to go is probably better to say than wants to go. If he really wants to compete for a championship, it's not going to be there. So It's a really precarious situation because all of your profitability is tied up in him, but he's the only thing that anybody wants on that damn team.
Would you ever trade Steph Curry without him saying, "Yeah, I'm ready to move on"? Like, even though it's better for your franchise, like you can get something. Like, say this summer, he was just like, "Look, I'm willing to ride this thing out till the wheels fall off, Kobe style." You know, yeah, I'm here. Would you ever, for your franchise's sake, trade him?
No, unless I was going to sell the team. I would sell the team before I would trade Steph Curry. Because the moment you trade him, the value of your franchise goes down 30%, 40%. It's a lot. It's a
You
lot.
can't even trade this for. You can't even sell this version of the Golden State Warriors. What's this, like a $7-8 billion franchise?
Yeah.
Like, who has that? Like, there's like a percentage of a percent of people who could afford to buy a team like the Warriors or the Knicks or the the Cowboys or something like that.
Well, and Joe Lacob probably should have done what Whit Grusbeck did the moment the Boston Celtics won the championship, which is the value will never be higher. You sell right then.
Yep, go make
Writings on the
Sheila.
wall. Yep, time to go. Time to get up out of Dodge. But no, Joe Lacob wants his grandkids to be living the high life. And he said it. I've heard him say, I want my grandkids to be contending for championships. And I'm like, brother, you will never get a Steph Curry again.
On the flip side, RIP, I'd never sell an organization. I never would.
Well, you have wealth that most of us can't.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call you courtside Kenny. You know,
no,
right.
Some of us have to make a living, Kenny. Can't just hang out and be Jerry Jones owning the team.
If I have
employing
the
our
team,
family.
I don't have to make a living anymore. I have the team.
Girl speaking the truth.
I'd never sell an organization. And I put it in the bylaws that my kids, grandkids can't ever sell either. It's staying in the family forever.
Even if you become a laughing stock like Jeannie Buss is.
Yeah. Yeah, we ain't selling that. What am I gonna do?
Who gets that organization next? Because she doesn't have kids, does she?
I don't know where that goes.
What
That's
if
a
it
great
goes
question.
Might go to the, like, seriously,
To the
like
brothers?
Jeannie move? No, go to Kobe's girls.
Oh yeah. It'll go to Rob.
Go or go back to Magic.
Yeah.
Just finally Magic gets all of the Lakers.
That's where it should go.
To Magic?
To Magic.
Well, I mean, Magic and
He's
Jeannie.
a little long in the tooth
I
too.
was gonna say Magic and Jeannie are probably close to the same.
Good point. I don't think either one are going anywhere.
Maybe EJ
anytime
could have
soon.
it. Well, that's true.
They're not exactly Jerry Jones out there. Like
No.
Jeannie's still
Very true.
She can move a little bit.
No, she can move.
She's still putting them heels on, boy.
First of all, I want to say happy Women's
Yeah.
Day.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Is this National Women's Day?
No, I don't think so.
No, that was LeBron talking to Jeannie.
Oh yeah.
Oh, LeBron. Oh,
And Rambus's wife out of nowhere.
That's like the prototypical. If you look up caking in Wikipedia, that's what that was.
Caking. Amazing. TK, we missed you. We love you.
I missed you. It did feel like, wow, that week took a piece of me out, you know?
We didn't like that, dog. We didn't like that.
That was tough.
Didn't
Did
like
you?
it.
You didn't drive across the country. You flew, right? The
I
Audi
flew.
got loaded. Yep. Okay.
And my car just got here. This guy
Is your stuff
Vasily-
there yet?
Well, I put stuff in the car, but everything else is in storage. And then I shipped some stuff out, but most of the big pieces are in a storage unit in Alexandria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, so
I
that's
have no
where all the
place to
stuff
put
is.
any of this.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought maybe that stuff was like.
Do you
driving
see all
across-
this? Do you see all this on the mantle? This is
Well, Mama,
put this,
Crick,
expand this to an entire house, and then ask yourself: does Trysta have a 9 feet credenza place to put it? No.
I know
No.
Mama Crick is listening. Like, now that you're home, let's go ahead and get
let's
get Frosty the
This
Snowman
afternoon.
over your right shoulder, down.
This afternoon. It's
Yeah.
time.
Matter of fact,
Afternoon.
yeah, when you hang up, just turn around and just take the
And just
stuff
rip
down.
it off. No,
Yeah.
no, we can't do that. I moved some stuff into there was like a little dresser in the bedroom that I'm in, which I opened and had some knickknacks in there. And so I moved them into a different dresser so I could put, socks, underwear, all that stuff. And my mom was not happy about that. She was like, 2 lessons. Number 1, you don't touch anybody's god dang da 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 stuff without them telling you what you can do. And number 2, you don't listen to me. You don't listen to me. I told you that my stuff was in that drawer, and you thought da, 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 da. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. It was a miscommunication. Please let it go. Would not let it go. Would not let it go.
Welcome home.
Yep, it's gonna be an adventure. I think she's in the bathroom just so she can listen to the hit and watch the chatty house. That I can kind of hear me on delay, like in another room.
Mama Crick, what up, though?
Also, chatty house for real though. Please subscribe to the Instagram.
Can we talk about that real for a second? So
thirst traps,
what's
feet photos,
exactly behind
hand
that?
photos.
Hand photos.
We got feet photos.
Oh,
pedicures.
man.
We got hand photos. I can't even keep a straight face, dog. No, for real though. It's behind the scenes content. It's personal stuff, like clean personal stuff. It's food reviews. It's questions like, personal AMA type questions. Would you rather? It's all pretty much non-sports content. Like peek behind the curtain of my life type stuff. And I think I'm probably funnier, as you guys know, because I'm the best with you guys. I'm probably the most me and the funniest when I'm talking about everything and sports. So we're gonna add that to the list.
You know what's funny about you? You're slightly more reserved in person.
Yes. Yeah. No, for sure. Absolutely.
Like when we were watching,
so are you.
Whatever we were watching, I am.
Yeah, you are as well.
Oh yeah, this is all an act. This is an act. Like
I really thought, like, wow, Damien doesn't like me. Me and Kenny are like this. Like me and Kenny are about to be best friends if his wife ever lets me around him. And but Damien, I don't even know. Like Damien is like putting buffers between us and the seats. He's out there.
That's the
like
car.
This is the closest we'll ever get. I was like, man, the Zooms are the most intimate friendship wise we're ever gonna be.
That's not at all true.
I know. I had to text you though. I had to be like, hey, we good.
Trista, like we watched came over and we hung out, and I was like, man, Trista's a lot like chiller in person. I guess what I didn't know is like this dude hates me. Like he.
No. Once I came over, it was the first time I came to Sacramento that I thought that. The second time when I came over.
And because I have felt bad about this from day one. If I knew that your Airbnb didn't have power, when you came during the superstorm of whatever year that was.
When I dropped her off, it did have power, didn't it?
No, you didn't drop her off. I dropped her off.
Yeah, Damien dropped me off. You picked me up, I think, Kenny.
No, I dropped you off because remember we were in Roseville.
Yeah, the night, but that was the night before.
No, that was the night before. Damien dropped me off.
Yeah,
and
when I
Damien went
picked her up
to
for the game.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
And I stepped in like ankle amount of water. I think I had to let those shoes go.
All I'm thinking about is like, okay, that was a rough, like hit part of Midtown.
Yeah, it got
and
crazy.
So all I'm thinking about is navigating streets with no lights that have trees in the middle of it.
You didn't think like, if the street lights are off,
Trista doesn't have power. And that was
over here. I'm not even texting anybody because I'm like, Damien's gonna. If I tell him, hey, I need you to spin the block real quick, pick me up.
I would have. It never dawned on me that. The whole area didn't have power.
There was full trees just down like a mere 10 feet from the door.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I remember I got out before it like really started hitting. I was like, yeah, I got to get to the crib, guys. And it was windy.
We were like sitting at Sauce.
Yeah,
yes.
And it was windy. Yeah. And then like, cause I remember by the time I got to like Delta Shores, which you guys wouldn't know nothing about.
What Delta Shores are you talking to?
Well, I'm just saying, like Trista wouldn't know what Delta Shores is. But the winds start moving the car, and I was like, damn, I'm glad I'm almost home because this is getting crazy.
It was rough. It was bad.
They weren't even checking on your girl, guys. They weren't even
Just left
checking.
Trysta there in the dark. What a ass.
Left her a tipsy
I have
putt.
felt bad about that forever. And then I think it was the next day that you wound up with some
my boss
questionable figures out at, what were you at, Republic? I don't remember where you
Public House.
Oh, Public
Yeah,
House.
Public House.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to watch the game together the next day, but then then all of a sudden Damien made plans, and there was like we were supposed to meet up, and I was like, oh well, I guess that's the end. See you next time.
And then the Kings made the playoffs.
Yeah,
And came back out.
exactly, exactly.
Now you're a short flight away, so you got to come hang out.
Oh, definitely. On top of that, yeah, no, you're right. There's been, I would say, most people who started getting to know me on the internet, like over virtual, they're like, "Wow, you're really quite calm in person. You're like really chill." Yeah, I can't sustain this. What? Come on. You think this is me all the time? Oh my God.
That's how all the greats are.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin, Stephen A. Smith, Trysta Krick. They chill, and then once them lights come on, them lights come on.
You hit the switch.
Exactly. Pause.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway,
That's-
subscribe. $5 a month. We're up to almost 200 subscribers since January 1st. You can send me DMs with questions that you want answered, either direct or on the feed.
The more you talk, the more I feel like you're inviting problems with this.
Just subscribe. That's all I'm doing. I'm just listen. Joy Taylor has 3,700 subscribers.
Well, that's not the name I would use right now, ma'am. That's just not you using Joy Taylor as the model of how to do this. That's okay. Well, that's fine. We'll get you up to
Okay,
30.
that was my bad. That was just the first name I had off the top of the head. Okay.
How many followers do you have right now? Not subscribers, but followers.
97.5.
Wow.
My
Did I tell you guys I'm going to the national championship?
No.
Where is it at this year?
Atlanta.
Ooh.
You're going there on behalf of who?
Meta is sending my little ass out there. So
look, you're working for big tech now.
yeah, means we're just gonna let those Zuckerberg comments just go in one ear and out the other. Okay,
man.
So we're up to 50,300 followers on Threads, which is more than I have on Twitter.
Yeah, you do your thing on Threads.
It's popping on Threads, so they had like a little promotion. So some of their top creators are sending out. We got credentials, and then we're gonna be in the lower bowl for the game, so we don't have to be in the press box, which is gonna be dope for an awesome game. Then hopefully I'll link up with some of the Ohio State folks that I know, like Maurice Claret and Eddie George, who have both been trolling me throughout this Oregon Ducks beatdown. And then I'm going to make some content, and we're going to the media day, so some of that will be on behind the paywall.
Nice.
There you go.
That's fire.
There you go. That's gonna be real dope. I just thought about it. Are you coming out for All-Star Weekend?
Maybe. The answer is maybe. I don't know. But I mean, it's a short jaunt, so probably. I have to sort things out, but I think
from
the
a
answer
hard
is
maybe to a good probably. All right.
yeah, it's a probably. I think it's a probably. I hadn't even thought about it until right now. We're just trying to get day to day with this mom and daughter thing.
Well, it sounds like Mama Krick is about over with it, to be honest with you.
Oh no, she could not be happier. She enjoys pestering me. She
okay.
She wants to take my blood pressure every damn day. I don't know why. She's just
worried about your health.
She's worried about my health. Yeah, I'm worried about hers. So
Do you take your blood pressure every day?
no, I don't like the way it feels.
Oh,
like the way it feels.
Yeah, it's a very odd feeling.
That is.
So no, me and her are good, but she's just imagine me with no filter or couth at all, any like decorum, and a little bit more 0 to 100 real quick, and that's her.
I cannot wait to meet your mom. I will
She's
make
awesome.
a trip. I will make a trip to the employee store
just to come see
Just
TK
to-
in Portland.
Just to go. All right, guys. Well, it's been real.
Yeah. All right, Trysta. We'll see. Subscribe. Appreciate you, TK.
Subscribe. No. Yeah, subscribe. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, okay. All right.
TK. That's my girl right there.
TK got
That's hilarious.
lower bowl tickets to the national title, and they sitting us in a row X for Justin Timberlake tomorrow in our hometown.
Wow.
Every time I think, D'Lo and Casey might be turning into something, I realize, nope. Live Nation steps in and goes, no, you're not.
We just here.
No, you're not.
We just here.
You're lucky you're going, pal.
Get the binoculars out.
Bird on a Wire came up today. That's crazy.
That is crazy. And I only remember one scene from that movie.
I just remembered the name. And then the fear when you guys said Goldie Hawn was dead. Oh, no. All right. Well, it's Friday, right, Jess? Kings and Bucks tonight.
Kings and Bucks. Kings going for 8 in a row.
Jason Jones coming up in the final hour of the show. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention pretty much anywhere but where it just was. We'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Maybe this is just what happens when the Kings are good again.
Maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Okay. They can't. Oh, man. Man.
It was damn near an hour with Trysta.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, because she jumped on a few minutes early. And we did the super long segment. Here's the update. Can't really see nothing. They're actually digging a hole now with an outline. There's a lot of bad shit going on at my house today. Guys, I'm going to grab my juice real quick. I'll be back in 20 seconds. The fact that there's only like 4 A&W root beers or 5 A&W root beers left in that thing is hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. I drank the last orange soda today. Like, there's no water for me to take, so I guess tomorrow I'm having a root beer.
There it is. Shut up, Matt. You love us, Matt George. Knock it off. They got that boy Leezy out there working on sales. What do they got Leezy out there doing?
I look at
Leezy!
said, who's that guy with the braids? I said, wait a minute, that's lazy. Thought he was coming over.
That's why I told him to come in here. Hey, what do they got you doing out there?
We got too many people here, so I'm pushed over to the side.
Yeah, but what are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing like HR stuff, like social media stuff, like copyright laws, all that boring stuff.
Oh, you're doing
Training.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
All right. I was just checking on you, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I was just checking on you.
With the cornrows,
Hey,
man.
Is it the braids?
Hey,
Come on.
Yeah, I just switch it up.
you look good, bro.
Hey, appreciate it.
Look good, bro.
There we go.
Leezy doing everything around here.
Is that lazy or Coach JT? Come on.
Hmm. You going tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Carlton, I got Bud. Hey, did you see who had a conversation with Deucemo this morning?
I didn't. Oh no, who was it? Was it Deucemo? What on the podcast?
It wasn't on there.
Or was it on-
Deucemo were guest on the Kevin O'Connell podcast.
Okay,
So he wanted
but
to
that's
creep
their
out.
boy.
He couldn't sound more upset to give positive words to Monte Simone specifically. Like I think it's less of a Kings thing with him, and for whatever reason, he hates Domas. He could
He's
not
such a weird person to hate.
He could not form the words without looking like he was in a hostage video to say something positive about Domas. It was bizarre. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I completely missed this. I see it's on his pinned tweet.
Do you know what his beef about Domas is? Like, what is why? Like, what is it that Domas does, or his role that he's just so anti-Domas?
We just don't know. Every time
Did Deucemo bust his ass? First of all,
dude, they got on him a little bit.
Okay,
Not
I
the
know
way
that's
we
their
would.
boy. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's their boy.
If it was my boy, I probably would have even
Made it worse.
Yeah, but they did. No, they represented. They
Okay.
represented.
All right.
They absolutely represented. But yeah, he and Deuce got him a couple times because he was doing this little thing where he was like, "No, yeah, he's playing good," and Deuce, that's not good. That's not good enough. I hear your tone. I hear it's not good enough. I need more.
Yeah, and like tell me he's playing good when in actuality, I'm not trying to like pick apart words. Like he's playing incredible. Like Domas is having an incredible season. If everything is a measurement of how the team is doing, that's perfectly fine. But you're going to need to acknowledge that Steph Curry sucks then, which obviously is not true. So stop using that as the measurement for whether Domantas Sabonis is playing well or not. He's having an incredible season.
He is.
He's not a cursory all-NBA third team either.
No.
He's
one of the best 15 players in the league easily. Easily, man. He's been phenomenal. And like I said, I mean it when I say, like we'll talk about it. Like I don't need these people to talk about the Kings no more.
I'm with you.
I don't need the O'Connells, the Windhorsts. There was a time when we clamored for that. Bond tips. We clamored for that for a minute. They ain't got to write another story, have another mention on the podcast because they're so wishy-washy and so sometimey when they want to talk about them, and then they're just wrong and uninformed. So you guys ain't got to talk about us no more. I'd actually prefer that you don't.
I found a NBA All-Star prediction article. You see it too?
No, I didn't. This is news to me. But I know where they go. I know where they're going. I need to hear who is on instead of these guys. I need to hear this.
Jaren Jackson.
Oh my God!
They said it was a reward for how Memphis. They said they think the coaches will once again want to reward Memphis for being in the top, 2 or 3 spot, depending on where they are.
Come on, man.
They really try to get us to like Jaren Jackson.
They really do. Yeah. Not knowing Jaren Jackson now is only the guy who almost got his ass whooped by Del Christie. The other one, there was a couple of interesting ones here. This was a different article, by the way. I found a second article. This one was published, I think, yesterday.
Okay.
Had De'Aaron Fox listed as a wild card. He might get in there. Zero mention of Domantas Sabonis. Zero mention at all.
Oh man, like this is crazy.
That same article, I actually think I might have that article pulled up.
Crazy.
I do. I still have that article pulled up. They got Shea, Steph, KD, Nikola, Wemby, Ant-Man. I'm gonna say one of them. LeBron, AD, Jaren Jackson Jr. Then
So this is 2 different articles. I got
two different articles. Wild card, De'Aaron. Wild card, Kyrie. The one name that I left out of there was Luka. Luka, who hasn't played for like a month.
What?
So unless Luka gets, this is what I need help with. Unless Luka gets voted in, which fan vote, perfectly fair. I'm going to need every coach in the league, no matter how sensitive and butthurt Greg Popovich gets over it, to explain how you vote in a player who hasn't played for a month.
He's already ineligible for postseason award.
And it's not just he hasn't played in a month. He most recently hasn't played in a month. Right. He missed games earlier this year.
Right.
Kyrie's damn near flirting with for being in the same conversation. That's crazy to me. Luka's a star. There's no question about that. Luka is an all-star. Yeah. There's no question about that either. But if you're not playing and you're not voted in by the fans, I need every coach who votes for Luka Doncic, should that happen, to explain how you do that. Because if it's about rewarding, and that's what they said about Jaren Jackson, it's about rewarding the team and his play. And, okay, fine. You rewarding a guy who hasn't played, who I think many would make the argument their team is underachieving.
Yeah, I don't.
Very worked up over this hypothetical, by the way.
I don't understand this process. I mean, Triple J, you want to put him on the All-Star team? I disagree, but I'm not gonna argue with you. Like, I'm looking at the guy right now, 22-8. He's your power forward. He's averaging 6.5 rebounds. Like, De'Aaron Fox is almost averaging more rebounds than this guy. but whatever. It's fine. I don't understand how Domantas Sabonis is not on that list or on that All-Star team. Like I just don't understand it. I don't get it. And the selectiveness that they have, like no disrespect. Oh, I think he'd be a vote in. I was about to be like, KD, how's he on the team?
Yeah,
he'd probably be voted in.
Yeah.
But
I can't turn my nose up at the fan vote. Like this is if that's what they want.
Yeah.
Y'all can have it.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah.
But it is a percentage too, though, right? Like it's not 100%
of
a fan
Zaza
vote.
Pachulia so they said we can't give you 100%.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Well, we got on this because O'Connell was
O'Connell will probably tell you that Domantas Sabonis doesn't deserve to be an All-Star.
He was so I watched it was about 35 minutes, I guess, that they were on it. I watched about 20 minutes. It didn't look like it'd be one thing if I watched it, because I don't really listen to stuff like that, right? It'd be one thing if I watched it and it was, I want to say a work, but he's you guys got me now. You right. Like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. This boy balling though, man. I can't hate, man. Like, you hear me, like, when I talk about the Eagles or something like that, right? Like, I clearly don't like the Eagles. But if they balling, I'll be like, man, I got to tip my hat, man. These dudes, they raw. He was so uncomfortable and so in pain and down with having to say positive things about Domas and the Sacramento Kings. It was bizarre.
You know why? I wonder if what part of that reasoning was. He doesn't watch them. So when you and I'm assuming he put himself in the position by asking Deuce and Mo to be on the podcast, but I'm wondering, did he like cram for the test? Does he not watch this basketball team? So when his feet get thrown to the fire by two people who live in this basketball team, you get that uncomfortable discussion because you can't intelligently discuss it. I'm not going on Jaguars radio to talk about their coaching search.
Right. I'm
not equipped to do that.
Right.
But I wonder if that created a little. No, you're right. No, he's good. He's good. No, he had 28 rebounds the other day against the world champions.
Right.
He was 10 of like 14 or 15 in that game against the world champions.
Against his boys, against O'Connell's boys. And he was like, oh, yeah, he dominated Porzingis and Horford. Like, he was just in pain. The other thing that he kept doing, and I don't want to minimize it because I've talked about what I like about this guy being here, but he kind of really hyped up Devin Carter. Like, now they got Devin Carter's here, and he's changed a lot. He's changed. I was like, all right, man. Like, I like Devin Carter too, but that's another sign that, like you said, you hadn't been watching. Devin Carter played 9 minutes in one of those games.
Was that a Jameis Ramsey summer
league
callback?
That's exactly what I was just about to say.
So yeah, it is what it is. Like, yeah, it just is what it is. He is who he is. He does his little thing. But yeah, he had Deuce and Mo on the podcast. Shout out Deuce and Mo. Like I said, they didn't let him off the hook. They didn't let him off the hook.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. He can still go to hell. I don't care if he's friends with Deuce and Mo or not. He needs to do better. He needs to do better. You got me thinking a lot about the All-Star thing. Oh, we didn't even get to talk. We talked to TK for an hour and didn't bring him the Jimmy Butler stuff.
Oh, man. Goodness gracious. I just thought about that now when you said that.
If only we were a little bit more focused. Just a smidge bit more focused.
Because we got there is something football that I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay. Jason Jones coming up in about 20 minutes.
How do we I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Because I think unanimously we love the guy. We love the guy. So how do we feel about might not be the best thing, but I'll just say it. How are we looking at Mike Tomlin?
Okay. I'm okay with this. No, I'm okay with this. Hang on a second. Let me
Should probably be a lot nicer to Mike McCarthy if we're gonna be nice to Mike Tomlin.
Now let me get this Kyle Madsen tweet here. He sent this because Kyle does not love Mike Tomlin. Stat of the night: 28 head coaches have won a playoff game since Mike Tomlin's last playoff. game. So
wow, I missed that one from Kyle. Jeez.
wasn't prepared. Wasn't prepared for this. So I'm gonna pull some numbers and then try to work off memory a little bit.
I think Mike McCarthy's won a playoff game more recently.
Doesn't matter. That's not the point. This year and last year, and I'm just going to run down some records. 10-7, 10-7, and I'm working backwards, obviously. 10-7, 10-7, 9-8, 9-7-1. I'll stop there. He's got that 12-4 team in 2020 that I think we all were kind of like, this team's not that is absolute fool's gold. That was the fool's gold season where we like, this is not a thing.
Yeah.
He overachieved in every single one of those seasons.
Yeah, there's that, but
this year's team was not good. Last year's team was terrible.
How much does it say in personnel does he have, though, as far as who's his quarterback and all that? Like, how involved is he? Because I feel like
I don't know the answer.
I mean, even if he's,
I think he's involved in who starts.
So I'll answer that, Jesse, by saying he's either really involved and he keeps, creating his own bed, or he's not involved and he probably should start getting involved. Like, if that's the hang up every time.
But if he's a predominantly defensive head coach, is that where you get involved?
At some point.
I mean, if you're talking about like selecting like your quarterback, right? Don't you got to have faith in your general manager and your personnel team to do that.
Might have to lose faith at some point. Like
I don't mind either of the risks that they took this year, by the way.
I don't either. I don't either. And there was a time when Pittsburgh looked really good this year. And it wasn't like early in the season. It wasn't just early in the season. It was,
you said it was going to win the Super Bowl.
I was a believer like in late November.
I thought that was a bit much.
They
were good.
They were doing their thing. And
it Russell Wilson guy over here.
No, it all went to hell. I'm just gonna,
which should have been predictable. It should have been predictable.
But I also thought their defense was better than what it ended up being. Everybody was saying before they had a top 5 defense. I mean, people weren't worried about the quarterback in the summer. They were saying they were a Brandon Ayuk away from being Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah.
I look at Mike Tomlin, and I just love the guy, so I won't say a cross word about him. He'll get it. I've defended Mike McCarthy, but if somebody wanted to talk crazy about Mike McCarthy, I'll just talk crazy about Mike Tomlin. I'll be like, I'll just be quiet. Like I ain't gonna say no. I'm not gonna join in on it because I love Mike Tomlin. But I will say this: that over 500 stat is getting a little hollow now.
No, it's not.
What are we doing it for? You can't never win in the playoffs.
He's overachieving with the teams that he has.
Does it matter if you can't never win in the playoffs?
No,
you can't win a game.
So okay, so let's try this then. What's the you said we talk about Mike Tomlin? What's the conversation?
Then
shout out to Sports Center for clearly mimicking what we're doing here on our show as they got Mike Tomlin on the screen. What's the conversation to have about Mike Tomlin?
The conversation that some people would have is and some people say, like Kyle might even say, he's overrated.
The last 2 Steelers teams don't even make the playoffs if they don't have Mike Tomlin. And it's probably the last 5 Steeler teams don't make the playoffs.
Doesn't matter.
The conversation you should be having is about their front office and their general manager. Their roster year after year is not good enough.
You gotta win it. All I'm asking for is a game.
He got beat by a better football team. You've got Baltimore winning the Super Bowl, don't you?
Well, I got them going to the Super Bowl.
Okay,
I guess winning
fine.
the Super Bowl. Yeah, sure. I got them winning.
They
the
got
Super Bowl.
beat by the team you got going to the Super Bowl. How is that even remotely a problem? They didn't lose to the Chargers.
That's just this year.
Losing to the Chargers would have been a problem.
That's just this year.
Okay, who'd they lose to last year?
Buffalo, who promptly lost the next game at home. and Buffalo didn't even look good in that game. I mean, like he at least say this: he got to win some playoff games. Like we just gonna do this forever, and it's gonna be okay.
It's fine with me. I'm more frustrated that he doesn't have a better roster. If you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers roster and go, man, Jim Parks, fire Mike Tomlin, the Jim Parks of Pittsburgh, get this guy out of here. If you think they have the personnel to get the job done and they're not doing it, yeah, by all means, get on your bandwagon to do it. But if you can look at that roster and tell me they should have beat the Baltimore Ravens, they should have beat the Buffalo Bills last year, then salute. That team last year was ass. Absolute garbage. That was a 6-win football team at best last year. But they were terrible.
We didn't. Well, I'll just speak
off the top of your head. Who was their quarterback last year?
It was Pickett, huh?
Was it?
I think it was Pickett.
Yeah, because I think this was his first year in Philly.
It was definitely his first year in Philly.
Yeah, it was Pickett.
He wasn't no good.
Pickett, maybe mixing some Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, and that's the other one.
Yeah, he wasn't. They weren't.
Listen to what we're talking about. This is a team that went 10-7. 10-7 last year.
So like do better. Like be a part of that. Like the whole hands-off approach. Like that's not if I'm a Steeler fan I think you're this
hands-off?
We don't know, but we're gonna assume he's hands-off and you need to
this is Kevin O'Connell talking about the Kings because I don't know what's going on over there.
It's either or. It's either your hands off and this needs to stop.
Yeah.
Because this is ridiculous that you and we gotta as Steeler fans gotta watch this roster every year, or you're a part of it, and that's part of the problem. Like you're not choosing the right guys. Like he don't need to be fired. Like I've seen people talking about, question his job. He does not need to lose his job. He's not even close, but he doesn't get to skate free with this. Like this is getting a little ridiculous that you can't ever win a playoff game. I don't care what the roster is looking like. It's good. Once again, I'll speak for myself. In the middle of the season, that roster wasn't a problem. Everything was good, and they fell apart on his watch. They were 10-3 at one time. They had beaten Baltimore before.
So Russell Wilson falling apart and turning into Russell Wilson is Mike Tomlin's fault.
You can't. I'm just saying you can't figure out something to not let your team.
The one thing I wonder is if he should have gone back to.
That's the one thing I disagree.
Justin Fields.
Justin wasn't good.
He wasn't, but I guess he just wasn't willing to try anything.
Guess not.
I guess not. Baltimore, Buffalo. Is there an easier way to get the score of this game? 28-14, 31-17. Lost to Kansas City, 42-21. Lost to Cleveland, 48-37. Lost to Jacksonville, 45-42.
Cleveland game was in the snow.
They won playoff games in 2016.
Yeah, I think I also probably look at it like I think he's a better coach than that. Like that's unacceptable for him. Like you're a better coach than that. Just like have this long stretch of not being able to win a playoff game.
We're talking about this 5 times because some of these above 500 years are below 5. He didn't make the playoffs. So he's been one and done in five playoff games. I mean, 5 in a row. Mm-hmm. You go back 3 games, lost to New England.
He won a game that year, right? They lost to
Jacksonville. Beat Miami, beat Kansas City, lost to New England. 2015. Beat Cincinnati, lost to Denver, out against Baltimore, out in overtime against Denver. I think that's the famous Tim Tebow game, if I remember correctly.
Yep. That's a game you should have won.
It's going against the hand of God, sir. This conversation's over. This conversation's overblown. It's 5 playoffs appearances in a row. Then you calculate the times he didn't make the playoffs. It feels sustained. This is an overblown conversation. They weren't better than Baltimore. They weren't better than Buffalo. They weren't better than Kansas City.
I can't remember the Cleveland year, but I think Cleveland won the division that year. No,
The one it might have been that might have been the
that was
COVID
Baker's.
year.
That was the 20.
And in Pittsburgh won the division because they were
Sir,
hosting it.
there were no COVID years in the
That's a good
NFL.
point.
Be
That's a good
better.
point.
Jacksonville
was
in
in Pittsburgh.
2017, which is a psycho 45-42 game.
Well, it was in Pittsburgh. Won that game. It's Cleveland.
Cleveland was in Pittsburgh. Jacksonville was in Pittsburgh. At Kansas City, at Buffalo, at Baltimore. I think this conversation's stupid. It's just me.
Now I
join
can't,
the insiders.
I can't
and
say
talk to Kyle about it. You two can hate on him together.
I can't say give the same grace to others because you have given the same grace now to Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I've changed. I think
you are
I
delivered.
think I was wrong.
Damien's guy.
Big Mike McCarthy guy over here.
You know who I think is overrated? It's Sean Payton.
Is he though?
How come?
Maybe it's his demeanor too, but
that's perfectly fine.
He's definitely arrogant.
But I mean, you had the one run. You had the one run that you needed Brett Favre to do stupid things to get out of. Other than that, you didn't lost a good number of times in the first game himself.
Someone spell McCarthy for me. God damn it.
M-double-C.
Thank you.
A-R-T-H-Y.
Yep. All right, let's look at Mike McCarthy here real quick. Where are the playoff games?
Now the difference with Mike McCarthy is he's had a lot of number 1, number 2 seed teams.
Mm-hmm.
And hasn't been able to get it done.
Yeah, so the different, like a big difference between the two, and again, I've been delivered, but like Mike McCarthy has like 12-5 football teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mike Tomlin does not have that. You could make, and I think it's a perfectly fair argument that Mike McCarthy's teams have underachieved. I do not feel like you can make that argument, at least in recent years, with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We'll do something different. Like how long we gonna do this?
Okay.
Like we have the same thing happens again next year. They're 9-7, and they lose in the first round. Like I'm not saying fire him, but like do something. Like what you're doing is if you're hands
what are you
off,
asking him to do?
Like take more accountability for the roster. Then if we're gonna just assume that he's hands off, because obviously the people who are running it don't know what they're doing. Because it's never good enough to beat any of the better teams. Never. So, Mike Tomlin, if I believe in you and you're being hands off, I need you to get hands on. Like take this summer, we tried to make shift it for the last 2 years. Take some initiative with this quarterback search this year. Go get a quarterback. The platooning with Rudolph and Pickett and Fields and Wilson, like, no, it's not good enough. Figure out what we're doing. Are we trading for somebody? Are we getting Sam Darnold? Are we throwing him the bag? What are we doing?
Okay. Well, I didn't know we were in the F Mike Tomlin part of the show. Jason Jones joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Hold up. Is Ben's little bro on Ben time?
What? What is that?
Wasn't that a TK reference?
I think that was about the lady you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. King's question. Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and Trey Lyles for Zion Williamson. Who says no? Kings or Pelicans?
What run the Kings players down again?
Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and Trey Lyles for Zion.
I don't think the Kings do that.
I don't think so either. I think it's rather easy too.
Yeah, I don't think the Kings do that.
Who's better right now, Keegan or Zion?
Zion's better, but Keegan plays all the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Zion, you really have no idea what you're getting with Zion Williamson from game to game.
Yeah, Zion's not someone I'd probably trade for.
Well, if Mike's stuck, then the Steelers. Let's just all agree the Steelers will never be good then, and just be happy with it. To just never be. They'll have these 9-7 seasons, losing the first round. Whoever's fault it is, it could be whoever. I don't care whose fault it is, but that's just what it is. I saw a thread on Twitter. Naya had people going crazy last night. Had them boys going crazy. They loved them some Nia Jax. They was loving them some Nia Jax last night.
They say yesterday's show was clocked at like 2:30.
Yeah, I saw it was 2:33, I think. Yeah.
It really seems like Nia is a terrible person.
Think so?
Yeah.
It seems, well, you might be aware of a little bit more. It seems like she's liked by most people in the locker room, but there are certain people that can't stand her. That's the vibe I get from her. There are certain people, it's like either or. Like you're not like in the middle about Nia. You either like her or you don't fool with her at all. It was a tribal chief. Well, yeah, as a Giants fan, that's not a good situation.
Thoughts and prayers, man. Thoughts and prayers. I can't believe you guys still have a coach. Oh, Jason did go to Raw last night.
Yeah, I saw that on his Instagram.
IG? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Jay loves him some CM Punk.
CM Punk. CM Punk. Did you know that Thursday at the Golden One Center, the game against the Rockets is Hello Kitty night? They're gonna be
I hate
crazy.
to acknowledge this. I did.
They're gonna be going crazy in there. Free rally towel is what you're getting. A Hello Kitty rally towel.
Hello Kitty, MLK, and HBCU night. I have them all committed to memory. I'm ready to go. I think I'm gonna go Thursday. We got a little update on our schedule yesterday. I think I feel like I haven't been to the arena since our trip with the tribal chief.
Yeah.
And that was the Pacer game.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
I haven't been back, so
that was a tough one.
Yeah, I think I need to pull up for Houston, and if they get their ass whooped, I'm just not going anymore. Except for HBCU night. The Kings are just going to have to take an L on HBCU night. If I'm somehow the problem, I will be there for that. But Hello Kitty night. So make sure you said you get a rally towel.
Rally towel.
All right, we'll make sure.
National TV once again. We've been saying it.
Yeah, so their 2 national TV games are coming up, right?
Yeah.
It's this
and
one
that's
and then
TNT. I feel like they got more.
Do they?
I feel like they got like, I want to say
honestly, this season started so bad, I stopped thinking about it.
I want to say 8, and I remember it didn't start till the Rockets game. So they've got a TNT, ESPN on the following Wednesday, ESPN against the Clippers. TNT,
Okay.
yeah, they got I'm not going to count them all. It's probably 6 or 7.
Okay. We haven't talked about this golf thing. It's low key fire.
No, that's pretty cool.
And Tiger is back. Look at Tiger's arms.
That's pretty cool.
Tiger's out of the drug testing protocol. My man looking good out there in red.
It was on the studio TV last week. When they did the first one. It was pretty.
It's
dope.
kind of fire. Like I don't know what's going on. We've got the sound down. We don't exactly know what's happening, but it looks dope.
They did a good job with this.
Good for Tiger. Tiger's like, I'm not walking these fairways anymore. Let's just try, guys. Let's try stadium golf. See what that looks like.
Got the crowd there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Tiger, ooh, I like him.
It's one of those things that is pretty cool, but I don't know if I'm ever gonna watch it.
Yeah, just
the time of year that it's on, like
it's
football, basketball.
Just if it's accidentally on.
Yeah.
Like I mean, something must be happening tonight, right? Because it's on right now.
They got one on.
Yeah,
tonight.
7. It's on at 4:00 on ESPN.
Yeah, Kings play. Well, they play at 5. But
they do play at 5. Oh man, play at 5. Them 5:00 games when we're here are tough.
Yeah,
because
miss half the game.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we know we're doing a lot of watch backs.
Cooper Flag plays tonight too. 42 the other night from.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let's bring in our man Jason Jones, the professor, the New York Times / The Athletic, fresh off his trip to WWE Monday Night Raw. We were asking yesterday. I was like, I wonder if Jay's going to the Netflix show tonight in San Jose. How was it?
Oh, it was cool. It was a good show. You know, I enjoyed it. Shout out to Kenny, dressed like Brad Miller today, but you know,
Brad Miller.
I see you with the Cubs hat, you know, but I enjoyed the show. I had a good time. I'm a big CM Punk fan, so that helps. And
I saw that.
And then you just look, I mean, just kind of from like watching it, you notice like there's way more camera people, you know, ringside.
Yeah,
you kind of see that floating, the little floating camera during the show. So they've, you know, you notice some differences about how it's being filmed. You know, it looks different seeing the black ring with all the ads on it, but I thought it was a good presentation. The show was entertaining, and usually I won't go to a show and then go home and watch it again. But I'm like, I'll watch that. I'll rewatch that just to kind of get the kind of the viewer feel. But it was a good show. I enjoyed it.
You know, I'm embarrassed as someone who has watched wrestling since literally as long as I can remember, and always prided myself in knowing a bunch of really stupid stuff and still kind of being up to date. What's my brother who debuted last night? That was a big deal.
Penta.
I have no clue who that is.
Oh.
I have no clue. Like they keep talking like he was a part of Lucha Underground, and then he went to like AEW.
Yeah.
And I've been afraid to admit in the group chats I don't know who this person is.
See, and I was rushing in because I was running a little bit late. I was rushing in to make sure I didn't miss his debut. You know, because I think
he can go. I mean, he can go. I just
some of my favorite AEW matches are with him and his brother in tag team matches.
Who's his brother?
Ray Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
They're the Lucha Bros over there.
Oh man, Chris.
And the whole controversy was that WWE wanted to bring them both, but then like Tony Khan, like Dirty Mac, then added injury time to like Ray's contract so he couldn't leave. And the whole idea was to bring them together. So that's why all these memes popped up about how, you know, like, you know, from like the SpongeBob or like Ray's, you know, the character looking through the blinds while his brothers gets to be on Netflix, and he's getting buried somewhere in AEW, you know. But and just looking at the demographic of that crowd, San Jose was the perfect place for him to debut.
Okay.
It was, that place went crazy when he came in.
Okay, good. That's
stuff.
good.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Do you guys ever get
one of the Lucha Bros? You have no idea. Chris is gonna just like light me up for that. I didn't realize that's who that was.
You didn't, because he didn't have the dude Alex with him talking for him, you know, going, well, Penta says. You didn't have that guy who just threw you off. You know, if Alex had walked out there with him and started talking, okay, I know who that is. Yeah, but it was actually the crowd clearly both, you know, they knew who. I mean, they had his doggone merch on sale already.
Yeah, them masks is going for like $80.
Damn.
Yeah, you know, your boy George Kittle got the Penta mask.
Well,
Kittle,
it's your boy.
big
You know,
wrestling fan, George
yeah,
Kittle.
you know, his first down celebration is the Penta celebration.
Oh, I know he got that from a wrestler. I didn't know it was.
That's Penta.
Okay.
Okay.
They had a little thing on. I think I put it on my Instagram story. They had a thing on ESPN where he talked about how he got that from him. And I remember a few years ago when they played in Mexico, Penta was at the game.
Oh, okay. Now I remember that moment.
And his masks are different because he has like the extra, like the little side part hanging off and everything. So yeah. And I know they've been looking for like that kind of like that next great luchador who can kind of like appeal to have that crossover appeal.
Does this mean we can retire Rey Mysterio now?
Wow.
No, I think Ray is going to, I think I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I think Ray's going to be around forever.
Yeah, he's just going to keep beating Dominic in every match that they have.
Yeah, that'll be the thing. His last match will have to be against Dom, and then they have to hug and cry at the end, and that's how he can go off to the sunset.
And then Dom kicks him in the groin and then keep him moving.
Or when the Judgment Day turns on him, Dad has to come and save him, and that begins their reconciliation.
That's I like that one.
Yeah,
I hate all of this. Get Ray, just throw Ray through the barbershop window and get it over
let him
with.
tell his story. Let him finish the story.
Now you got Kofi calling Ray a terrible father. The fact that no matter what feud they put Ray in, the first thing is like, you're a terrible dad. It's just hilarious because his whole career he's always been like known as this great nice guy, but you got people like, you're a terrible father, look at your son, he hates you.
It's so funny.
It is that is, I'm like, dang, even Kofi went with you're a terrible dad.
So funny.
I was gonna ask both of you guys, do you ever get like distracted when you're at one of those TV shows with the TV aspect of it? Like, because when you're there, I feel like it's just me, but when they go to commercial, so now it's like the match is still going on and they're in commercial and you're like, oh.
Someone's on the outside, he comes in, you get a little headlock and they're there. Yeah.
Right. And it's I don't know, maybe
for me it's not that because generally live you don't know when the commercial is happening, so they keep the act. It's to me sometimes they'll stop the music. I know it's they'll stop the music and they'll restart it, and then the guys in the ring just talk to the ref laughing. But to me, where it gets weird is when you see them actually go to the camera, like in the ring during a promo, like they go find the camera, and then you see all these guys. It's when you're watching on TV, it kind of makes sense there's a cameraman in there, but when you're there, you actually see the cameraman like right in the guy's face.
Right.
Like last night, CM Punk went over to the corner where the guy was in the cameraman was, and started talking to the camera. And then it's always funny when you see him like walk out at the end of their segment. I did notice that CM Punk let Seth Rollins leave first. I think they've got legit heat, so.
Okay.
They're probably not going to be hanging. They won't be hanging out. That's probably why their promos are so good, because they really don't like each other.
Yeah, it's real easy. Hey, just go out and talk about how much you hate each other. Got it.
Yeah. Remind him that his wife is more famous than him. Okay, no problem.
And it's so crazy too that in the end, like you're doing this dance where you could really cause damage to the other person, and one basically has to go, okay, it's my job to make sure the guy you hate, it's my job to make sure you look great tonight. Because if you look great, we both look great, and I have to make you look great. And you said this, Seth is asked to do that a lot.
Yeah, but to me, that's not even the worst one ever. The worst one's got to be Edge and Matt Hardy.
Oh, that was terrible. Yeah, they
hated each other.
Yeah, Edge
over Lita, like real life,
like real, like
I didn't. I thought that was storyline.
Nah, Lita,
that was real. They had a real thing, and like that was real.
Yeah,
and Vince
that
was
like text messages or something.
Yes, Vince is like, oh yeah, you know what we'll do? We'll take your real life pain and put it on TV, Matt. We'll let the whole world know.
Call her a hoe. Call her something terrible.
You know what? We're gonna make a lot of money, Matt. It's okay. We'll make you work with her every week,
And then
she's
they fire Matt. They bring him back, and Edge just beats his ass like 3 times in a row. You know what's funny about that though? That was the stretch that made Edge like a star.
Yeah,
like, because Edge, that's where Edge went into full like, all right, y'all hate me, well, F you.
Yeah,
and he like that's where he became the guy he became. Was
that's
like
when he became
moment.
my boy. That's the radar.
That's when he was like, we're gonna like make love in the middle of the ring.
Well,
on live television,
and the little Lita mishap. Lita had a little mishap there in that segment, and it was like, oh.
That was
Roll Tide.
Roll
Tide. Oh man.
Oh man. Good stuff though.
Years
Good
later,
stuff.
Vince McMahon is sued for sexual harassment. Well, yeah, it was a accounting error.
Yeah, that's all it was.
I love that whole. You guys are. It's all good. Then there's like the context part. It's the lawsuit is not gone away.
No, Vince, you're still being sued.
He's like, I know you guys read all that stuff. Accounting error.
But let's be real. He has nothing to worry about because in about 6 days he'll have. He's gonna get what's the word? Pardoned. Yeah, he'll get pardoned before he's even got a charge. Dude's gonna take office and say, "Hey, McMahon, whenever it comes across, just pardon."
We're gonna see a lot of bootlicking in a few days.
Oh man.
I mean, Puff, all them is gonna be trying to be like, "Hey, my boy, remember me?"
Mm-hmm.
We part, yeah. It's gonna be, yeah. He'll be like, "Do for me what you did for Yachty and Teddy Riley's people. Do for me what you did for Lil Wayne."
Jay, what do you think, man? We're now 8 games into this win streak, 7 games into this win streak with a potential for 8 tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. Man, Doug Christie is cooking with the Kings right now.
Yeah, I mean, second greatest coach in Sacramento era history now, right?
Well, he's pretty damn close to the first at this point.
I mean, winning percentage right now, Rick ain't touching that. He ain't winning.
That's right.
Rich ain't touching 7 of 8.
It's more impressive than Luke Walton reeling off, 40 wins with the Golden State Warriors or whatever it was.
I ain't gonna lie though, when they beat Boston without De'Aaron, I was like, uh-oh. You remember the last time they beat Boston without one of their stars?
Oh man.
I was like, uh-oh. I'm checking my phone every time, like, uh-oh, what's happening now? But yeah, I mean, it's like to borrow like a wrestling line, they found their smile again. Like they're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what was happening before, but whatever that was isn't there. Now I think when you watch, when they do eventually lose, I don't think they're going to win every game the rest of the year. They might lose twice, I guess.
Gotta believe.
Maybe twice. I mean, I can see them losing maybe. They've played at Cleveland already, right?
No,
they haven't.
They might lose at Cleveland, maybe. That's the one they might lose. So, outside of that game, I don't see them ever losing again. But no, in all seriousness, though, now if they lose a game, I think you won't be questioning like their desire. Do they? I mean, and that was probably the frustrating part about watching them earlier in the year. Was like, do y'all even want to be there?
Mm-hmm.
So I think
turns out some of them might not have been.
Yeah, yeah, and thing is, and that came across when you watched them play. I mean, you're losing games because you're not boxing out on rebounds, and you're not. I mean, they just weren't doing the little things. They weren't giving the extra effort plays. And a lot of times in a close game, it'll come down to the effort stuff. And so I think, that, and then obviously, deciding that I guess Keon Ellis can't actually, I think getting Carter, getting some a guy like Carter in the mix helps, letting Keon play helps, but yeah, I just think it does something, there's life to them again. So now if they, whatever, to me, the rest of the season goes, however it does go, at least you're not questioning their effort. And I think a lot of people just question their effort. And that's what made it frustrating when you say, how are you losing some of these games? And I don't think that'll be an issue. But hey, if they happen to lose 3 in a row, let's make sure that I always say, let's see what happens in the adversity. So they, like I said, when they after the winning streak hits about 40, games or whatever, they lose a game. We'll see how they bounce back from that.
Do you think that it's real? Not being this undefeated team, but like it's a good team. It's a good matchup with Doug Christie. Do you think it's a real little run they're on right now?
It seems like it's a real thing. I think, because we've seen the streak go. I don't think they're going to win 7 of 8 all the time, but I think the way they're playing is real. I just think whatever the issue was with Mike, these guys look liberated. And they look free when they play. So I think that part is real. Where they finish in the standings, I think everyone could agree they were not 6-7 games below 500 bad. They should not have been that bad.
Yeah.
And I think, and you look at the big picture. A lot of times when a coach will get fired, one of the big things I always ask is the team underachieving, and we can argue about what level they were underachieving, but I didn't feel like they were underachieving so much last year. But this year, I'm like, they should not be like this. Like they should not be like 12th in the West.
Right.
So I think this is closer to who they are. And I think, like I said, now you watch them, they're actually watchable. They weren't any fun to watch. And the one thing about them when they were playing well, they were at least fun to watch. People wanted to watch them. Wasn't nobody tuning on League Pass to watch them lose to Portland.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to see that. So I think now they're a team that people want to see. And I think over the course of the year, if they can keep that up, at least they'll give themselves a chance. They weren't giving themselves a chance to be competitive or talk about postseason and all that before this, But now they're getting talked about nationally again. Much to you. I'm sure you guys all enjoy. You get to find out who's not watching the Kings.
Well,
that's really what it comes down to.
And this stuff kills because I know a lot of these guys, and I'm like, I don't want to see somebody I know get skewered. But yeah, that was a pretty big mistake, man. You just can't. Yeah, it's better to say you don't know, or if you're on a podcast, just jump on the laptop during the pod and check. It's not that's not the biggest ask in the business.
The Kings they're a no talk zone for national media right now. Like just don't talk about it no more. It's okay.
No, we got to get them on TV again. We got to get this thing rolling. Get them all. Everybody got to get them on. With Windhorse. That's your boy. Your boy at the. What's my man was he at the Ringer? I forget where he was. You got the other favorite, Kevin. Your other favorite.
Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, y'all got to get all them
what is
people.
His name? Kevin O'Connor. What's his real name? Kevin O'Connor. We call him Kevin O'Con man because he's con people into believing he knows basketball.
Oh wow! See, I didn't say wow. Y'all just.
I'm just saying. No, I'm telling you what I did.
I was just like, whoa.
Kevin O'Con man.
Tony Harvey had another.
Well, that was a different name altogether.
I thought you was talking about the guy who lost his playoff game last night.
Kevin O'Connell.
I almost called him Kevin O'Connell. I'm like, that's not him.
I don't know which one's having a worse day. Which one of those two is having a better day? But how often you've obviously been around a lot of bad teams, both in the NFL and the NBA. How often does that happen where players just seem to maybe they don't intend to check out on a coach, but after weeks, months, whatever, it's just like I can't hear this guy anymore.
More times than people want to admit. Because it happens with good teams too, where guys just kind of like, I don't feel like, whatever. It's a long season. No matter what sport you are, you're around, especially when things are going bad. Even in football, where you play once a week, think about it. You got to sit in meetings with this guy. You don't, and then you're so, and then he's talking to you, and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. And then, and then it gets bad when the players start pulling you with the media side. Like, man, you see what the hell he just did? What's going on? It happens probably more than people realize. It's just that when you're losing, there's no deodorant over it. So when over the course of a season, you're going to have days where y'all just don't like each other. And that's kind of normal. But when it starts spilling into the effort consistently, where you start seeing guys say, I don't care what this guy got to say, When you got now they're clipping every time Bradley Beal on the bench now. I feel like they post a video of him doing something. Like, look at Bradley Beal, he's walking the other way. Like, when you get into all that type of stuff, it just kind of it can weigh on a guy's mind, especially when when things are really bad, and we can and once we all know someone's getting fired, it's just kind of like, because the players know a guy's about to get fired generally. And so, and that's what made, say, you go back years ago, made the whole George Karl with the Kings thing weird. They all thought he was getting fired during the season, so they were like done with him. But then they find out he's staying. So like, oh great, now we get to reconcile our hate for the man and halfway listen to him for the rest of the year. And I always say that team could have made the playoffs, but their hatred for George was greater than their desire to win.
Man.
Goodness gracious.
They were like, we would rather just lose and go home than spend another 4 or 5 games as an 8 seed with this guy.
I can understand it. They're probably not alone from their all accounts of people who've interacted with George Karl. Hearing you talk about like what it looks like to, lose a team and stuff like that. I'll ask both of you guys, I'll ask you as well, Dame. Do you think last year was the year when they were kind of tired of hearing from him, and then this year just reached a boiling point? Because a lot of the stuff that they talked about, not executing, or I don't know if he talked about not listening last year, but there was a lot of the same talk last year. But, they were winning enough to kind of keep them around. And then this year, at some point, it seems like some of the guys had just had enough. And it got to the point where we can't even mask this anymore. Like, something has to happen.
Honeymoon was over. I mean, like I always said this about that first season with Mike. I said, if you took the end of the season and you removed the fact the Kings hadn't been in the playoffs in 17 years, there would have been a lot of angry people about how that series went. You're up 2-0. You got a game 3 with no Draymond, and then you end up you end up losing the series. You lose a game 7 at home, in a game where you let a guy get 50 on you, and you have a defender on the bench, and you don't play him. A lot. If that had happened in any other city where you hadn't been like a nearly 2-decade playoff drought, they would have called for Mike's head coach of the year or not then. But I think a lot of, just because, I remember even being there for game 7, there was just this kind of feeling of, it's, this sucks, but you know what, at least we got here. It's going to be great. We'll, we were the 3 seed. We'll just continue on this next year. And then it didn't happen. The next year, it didn't work the same way. And I think that's probably what kind of is the start of it, because they had a lot of good fortune in that year too. That was a real beat up year injury wise in the West. They caught, and they got hot. They get all the way up to number 3, but then they get a terrible draw. So just because you draw Steph in them in the first round. So a lot broke. And remember that year, they hardly had any injuries that year. Like that, it was just, they were like freakishly healthy. Then the next year, you lose Malik at the end of the year. You get a few bumps here and there. Things don't go as smoothly. You end up in the play-in and miss the playoffs. And then when that happens, that's when kind of the probably the whispers or the guys start saying, that's where it kind of starts. I just think that I really do believe that if that season, if that playoff first round exit happens in almost any other city, there is like, whether it be the fans, the media, people are going crazy. You blow a 2-0 lead with home court advantage and lose game 7 at home. When you probably should have went up 3-0. But I think in some ways Mike benefited because he took over basketball hell and got him to the unanimous coach of the year. And that's not to throw any shade on the job he did that year, but I think the way it ended, had that been anywhere else, there would have been a lot more scrutiny. I think the scrutiny picked up last year because they didn't repeat what they did the year before.
To answer your, I think it started happening last year. I think I think it's where Mike might have, and this is hindsight, by the way. This is just looking back.
We didn't see it at the time.
Yeah, we questioned it. We certainly saw the Kevin Huerter stuff, happen with Chris Duarte and all of that. but it felt like maybe there was a point last year. I talked about, like, I felt like last year's team was entitled. Like they were playing like they were entitled to something. Maybe they were playing like they were not listening to some. Maybe they were over something or over someone, over like an approach that he desperately wanted them to have. And of course, things kind of fall the way that they fall there at the end of the season. But I don't know. I don't think it happened in a 30 game stretch or whatever it was. Like I don't think it was that, even though that's a really good sample size. I feel like it's been something that's been building, and maybe people entered the offseason with an open mind. And then when this season started, it was kind of like, it's the same stuff.
I think that the fact that the extension wasn't like a no-brainer, like it just wasn't a simple thing, gave me question about, okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like that shit, you have 2 back-to-back winning seasons after what this city and fan base has been through. That should have been like, oh yeah, of course we're extending you. But it was like, I'm like, why is this not happening? I mean, I figured it would happen, but normally stuff like that is, that shouldn't have been that hard. And that, and just the idea they would have gone into a season potentially without an extension kind of said there might be something there. What is it? We don't know, but the team, it was, and because the win total was, people will look at the win total from year 1 to year 2. They won't necessarily call it regression. They're like, well, it wasn't that much different, but there was a regression. There was clearly, because you can't look at the records. You got to look at each individual season as its own, snapshot. Some years 45 wins is good enough to be a top 4 team. Some years you missed the playoffs with 45 wins. So you can't. To me, I've never been a big, well, look at their win totals. About where did you finish? Because some years, if things go haywire, you could win your conference with like 53 wins. So, yeah, I mean, last year was clearly a bigger step back than probably anyone wanted to take. And then the way they were going for those first 30 games, you're looking at a lottery team.
Yep.
You spent some time around Doug Christie. Are you – I shouldn't lead the witness, but are you surprised or not with how people have responded to him in that locker room?
No, because, I mean, it's hard not to like Doug. I don't know anyone who's been around. I can't think of anyone who has that I've ever been around who like had a bad thing to say about Doug.
I can think of one.
Okay. I can't. Yeah.
No, the guy in Thailand isn't a big Doug fan anymore.
I don't even know who that is.
He used to do play-by-play announcing for the Sacramento Kings.
Oh yeah. Oh, whatever. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
Doug was the problem in this situation.
It's like I thought Doug was too nice to the man personally.
He very much was.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, yeah. I thought you meant like a person who mattered had an opinion.
Good point.
I didn't even realize he had
I wouldn't ask his. Matter of fact, if that man likes you, I probably don't want to be your friend anymore.
You got a problem.
Yeah, I'm like, if that guy's a character witness for me, just go ahead and lock me up. I did it.
Jason Jones on trial. We'd like to call Grant Napier up as a character witness.
I'm going to jail. Give my car keys to my woman. It's over. If that's my character witness, I'm toast.
Wow, there's somebody in Tennessee that was hating too.
On Dougie?
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Yeah. Coles.
Oh well, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Okay.
that's the company
those
that we're hating.
Yeah, those are.
I mean, come about people we care about now. I mean,
Coles is just a mini version of the other
let me
guy.
reframe it. No one that I like or respect has ever said a bad thing about Doug.
Right.
I mean, there's people who like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't necessarily like them either. So hey,
Yeah, that's right. Not in LA.
Yeah. Well, not in San Jose either. They showed the commercial for Saturday Night Live main event. As soon as they showed his face, the whole building started booing.
God bless California, man. God bless California for that.
Hogan can't get no real American beer in Cali.
Damn shame what happened to Hulk Hogan.
Mm.
Probably take that picture in my office down.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Relax. It's framed The problem is it's matted in its frame. It used to be a very nice piece of business with this picture of me and you know who.
Wow, that's your boy.
Autographed, and then I got the Rock autograph, the Austin autograph, and then I got the John Cena autograph, and it's like, look at this Mount Rushmore. Now I got to put an X over one of the pictures.
Terry.
The picture got canceled. Shame.
Mark Henry was like, I told him, hey, let's go on this HBCU tour. Hulk was like, please. Go where?
The funny thing was when Hulk was like, no, they'll forgive me. It's cool. They're fine. They're fine with me.
He's like, the real issue is they shouldn't have recorded me.
Yeah, right. That's
you know what's funny? Someone who's racist never has an issue with the racism. It's always how you found out they were racist.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny how that works. Somebody who has an issue is never like, my thoughts were wrong. It's like, well, why were you listening to me? It's like, my bad. You
That's
know
exactly how he sees it too.
Or they start preaching religion.
Yeah, you know, all of a sudden, you know, or they, you know, take money from the welfare people, and that, you know, that's the reason why Green Bay lost. Your boy Jordan Love walking around rocking a Favre jersey, and
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
2024, he actually walked around with a Brett Favre like it was okay.
It's a good point.
I was like, some things you just can't get over. When my boy Max and them posed with old boy, I'm like, yeah, we're toast. Yeah. You know.
Well, the season went to hell on that Sunday night football game with the Niners.
Yeah,
it was over at that point.
Right after I mean, there's just certain moments where, and I tell people about sports in locker rooms. Sometimes it's not so much that you can't have different opinions, but there's certain things where it's a lightning rod type thing, and you know that people are gonna get you sideways. It happened to the Raiders back. Remember back when they when Marshawn was on the team and Jack Del Rio's wife was like, how could Donald Trump not like, well, I don't understand why he would say that about Marshawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there going, if she's that tone deaf or just on purpose, their season went down the toilet too.
Well, we certainly learned how Jack Del Rio felt. So that.
Oh yeah, after that he was like, it's on. I was like, and someone pointed out too, they were like, they don't know where Derek Carr stood, but he had an all-black offensive line, and
well,
all the conspiracy theories started. But yeah, I don't know how we got there, but yeah,
football game in Washington.
At least we all like George Kittle.
George, I don't know about George.
He likes wrestling, so I give him a pass. You know, he ain't said nothing crazy.
Yeah,
he ain't put that hat on in the middle of an interview, and then refuse to talk about it. Like, I don't want to talk. I'm like, no, stand on business, homie.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Mm-mm.
Jay, we appreciate you. Thank you as always, my friend.
All righty, y'all take care. All right, Damian and Brad Caraway.
Yep.
It's the only blue hat I'm wearing out here.
Jason Jones. Yeah, is that a TDE hat? What hat is that?
Yeah, that's TDE.
Okay, I was no LA attire. No, you know.
Yeah, no, this is actually a LA hat. It's actually a TDE Laker hat.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They had this one, and they had a Clipper version. I wasn't gonna wear no red hat. You know, I can't wear no red hat, but I got this for the TDE more than the logo. I got it for the TDE.
I got you. We appreciate you, Jason. Thanks as always.
Take care, y'all.
Professor, right there, Jason Jones. Great stuff as always.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tuning out happens a little bit more than we think it does.
I think so too.
They ain't gonna tune out their coach tonight, man. Sacramento Kings basketball 1 hour from now. Can they make it 8 straight?
I can't wait for this game.
Can they take an 8-game winning streak into the Golden One Center on Thursday night on national television against the Houston Rockets?
Ooh, yeah.
We'll find out here in short order, but win or lose, we will be back to discuss it tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. With the insiders. We're going to head over to 102.5. Lots going on over there. If you want to join us, please do. If not, we'll see you at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Yes, sir.
Break yet. What is going on over there? How long is No Diggity? That's a fucking 4.5-minute record. That's why.
No doubt.
All right, y'all. We gotta run, man. We will
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to. Yeah. All right, y'all. Sorry, we got to run, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow.